This is the moment we've all been waiting for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on, your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on.
Fuck your feelings. Big chest back in the building. Like Billy Boy, I stay winning. Chef Curry, range extended. Splash. Fuck your feelings. Debate all day, that's business. Either your ass, that's fitness. FYF, gotta hit us. Bitch, I'm the realest. Alpha male strong, that's illest. FYF gang, we'll win this. Fuck the permission slip bitches. Ayy, yo. Fuck your feelings. FYF gang, be the realest.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bites. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bites. All we going on.
The paper chase, hurdles and relays, like a track meet. Drug fiends, bitches, foreign whips. Now that's my back street, stay humble. Being most hated is the consequence of success. Fast money always slows up. You gotta learn to invest. My flow, mastered. Money, I stacked it. Enemies, caskets. To women, I'm attracted. To my haters, outlast them. Passport stamped it. Getting funded work on consignment. Come on, now that's a backflip. Principles you stand on. Wasted talent, sad song. Beach house 1.5, but the car dad said 260. God, obedience, Jesus, repentance. The marathon continues, and I'm strong to the finish.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on.
FYF, okay. Know what measure, remember them 3 letters come with pressure. Okay. We be steppers, man, can't stop, won't let up. Real debates, the haters gon' hate. That's what makes it special, it come with level. Yeah, this shit get better, no cap, new era. We got ammunition for the opposition and plenty witness, killing competition. Catch us late night on a panel cooking, but don't be fooled, this ain't your mama's kitchen. They say they don't, but they watch and listen, typing in the chat. You ain't got a lot to kick it. If you click the link, make sure you got permission, and don't forget, nigga, fuck your feelings.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on.
I know they ain't ready at all. I stay ready, time to ball. No referee, I got shots to call. Believe I'm the best, so I'm better than y'all. Fuck your feelings, you know that's law. Running it up, now we running it back. It's that full court pressure, don't cut no slack. Jam it to the max. Bank count still full of racks. For the competition, they done went missing. The champ is here, look how the ring glisten. It's honorable mention, don't ever forget it. It's FYF, don't care about the ticket. You know we with it, yeah. We gon' do whatever it takes. Fuck all the hate. FYF still going down. It's one of the greats.
All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready, no. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking on. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the bite. All we going on. All your feelings hurt when it get real. y'all the ones who do it for the Bucks. Are we going now? Supporters, no fans. LVCM, they tucking on rear. Yeah, get hot, could be on the rear. Heart rate up, it's getting intense. All them people just speaking on nothing. Content clicks for the money. Hilarious, the pic too funny. Debunking, they say, yeah, we run it. Cover it up, Lakers to Hornets. LeBron to Jordan, Blazers in Portland. We get it sorted, lights can afford it. Entertaining or boring, whatever the top, but we act accordingly. Break it down, piece by piece. Been at this for too long. No elder but Rufus saying what he on. Lace better stay gone. We get them all done. We get them all done. Yeah, we get them all done. All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hot, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the closure, yeah, the ones who do it for the Bucks. Are we going now? All your feelings hurt when it get real. All of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hot, we get it lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the closure, yeah, the ones who do it for the Bucks. Are we going now?
FYF Sports, man. It's Lamont. We back, man. Another live stream, man. Open panel session today. We got to cook on some topics, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up, man. The playoffs are starting to round out. We got 2 playoff series that are completely over. The Heat, without Jimmy Butler and without Kyle Lowry, claws out the Hawks, leaving the Hawks with more questions than answers. They beat the Hawks 97-94. And that was a game where the Hawks just looked completely discombobulated. Right? Trae Young, extremely inconsistent. They were able to just kind of stifle him with length. Almost just like they didn't come ready to play. I mean, man. So, I mean, we got a lot of things to talk about today. Timberwolves and Grizzlies. I feel like the Timberwolves are the superior team. They're playing like it, but it's a close game right now. Grizzlies up 107-106. A minute to go in that game. We're going to continue to track that game because that might be the pivotal turning point in that game. That's going to be the turning point. If somehow the Timberwolves can get this win and go, and go back to Minnesota with the series lead, the number 2 seed in the West could be going home. Right? Celtics close out the Nets yesterday in dominating fashion, 4-0, the only sweep that we've had so far. And for most people, it's the most surprising sweep. But it's not surprising to me. It's definitely not surprising to me. And we're going to be talking about that later on today. Phoenix Suns and Pelicans tonight. Again, another pivotal game. Big time pivotal game. Game 5. No Devin Booker. Chris Paul and Mikal Bridges are going to have to come up big tonight. They can't come out and combined have 12 points and expect to win the game. They're going to have to come out and have a big game because Brandon Ingram and CJ McCollum are going to come to play. And then that Pelican team just looks like they've found some type of new energy and new life as Willie Green is leading that team. We have the Jazz and the Mavericks. I mean, I don't know what's going on with the Jazz. It's starting to look like the Utah Jazz need to make some moves and try something else because to come out and get drilled in Dallas 102-77 is completely embarrassing. Donovan Mitchell comes out, doesn't even score double figures. I mean, what's going on in Utah, man? What is going on in Utah? I mean, they generally have great regular seasons. They started this season off hot, then they fell off, cooled off, and now it looks like they may need to make a move Rudy Gobert out, maybe even move Donovan Mitchell because he's not looking like the answer over there. I don't know if even making trades. I don't even know if making trades is the absolute solution to that. We got Natty for real in the chat. She says, Wolves coach never calls timeout. She's cracking up. 8 seconds to go. This looks like this game is about to end 107-106. Timberwolves and Grizzlies. Curious to see how this game formulates. One Cool P says smash the like. Salute to everybody pulling up, man. 133 in the chat, man. Hopefully we can get these numbers up. But this is what the playoffs has turned into. It's all about matchups. The Suns series has now become about matchups with Devin Booker getting hurt. Give me 1 second so I can fix my camera. But all of these series are about matchups. All right, and you know, I'm curious to see which one of these top teams ultimately folds. Do the Sixers fold? Doc Rivers has that 76ers team playing like trash. And that reputation that he has, the reputation that Doc Rivers has where he struggles to make in-game or game-to-game adjustments, is starting to come to light again. And now there's no Ben Simmons to go blame. Right? I heard the crowd trying to boo Matisse Thybulle, but, I mean, that's only going to get you so far. That's only going to get you so far. You can't really blame a Matisse Thybulle. Kobe TV reviews. He says the Grizzlies are selling. I don't know, man. I'm not watching it live. I'm just looking at a live scoreboard. So again, hopefully, I see 8 seconds on the clock from my end. Looks like it is looking like the Grizzlies could potentially hold on to take a 3-2 series lead. But man, they are making this series a lot closer and tougher than what many people expected. 109, 106. Looks like they just made 2 free throws. Grizzlies, they're up. That's a pretty good lead with 8 seconds on the clock. But you never know in these playoffs. We've seen crazier things. True to King, salute. Appreciate you pulling up. CB Logic, appreciate you pulling up. Oh, he said he meant to say the T-Wolves. Oh, okay, yeah, the T-Wolves are definitely, the T-Wolves are definitely selling this game. This is a game where the T-Wolves led for the majority of the game. As with most of this series, the T-Wolves generally find themselves up for the most portion of the game. It's been the Grizzlies coming back late game to either make it close or to take the win and lead. To take the lead and win. So we got all of these games to talk about. Salute to Livewire Sports. We're gonna be bringing people into the panel, man. Hold on, let me put my banners up, man, because I need y'all to absolutely make sure y'all support the channel today. Hopefully we can hit our donation goals to keep this channel going. We got a donation goal up on the screen for the day, man. Hopefully we can hit that donation goal. Much appreciated if you guys support the channel. But look, yeah, we got to talk about it. We got to talk about this. Yeah, Anthony Edwards is that dude. I can't believe what I just saw. Anthony Edwards is a beast. For all the doubters and for all the people when he was coming out of the draft, all the people were sitting here talking about this man might not be that invested in basketball. Man, he making some of these scouts bite and eat their words, man. The Wolves, this looks like genius level move on the Wolves for taking Anthony Edwards and not having any doubts whatsoever. They saw their man, they saw their player, and that's who they drafted. So we're going to follow that game. But the topic of today's show. Uh-oh, hold on. What's going on with this game, man? Hold on, let me put this game on, man. So what is going on here? So I'm seeing the game is tied. Somebody said buzzer beater. All types of crazy stuff is going on in the chat. I got to put this game on my damn self. Natalie said it's a tie game. That's what I thought. It's a tie game. I got to turn the game on, man. I got to follow this thing. Cat got 5 fouls. Yeah, Cat. All big man. It's so many players in foul trouble. Did y'all see how Jason Tatum fouled out yesterday? Got to be one of the worst foul calls in playoff history. What are these refs doing, giving all the star players all these fouls? Kevin Durant 4 and 5 fouls late game. Every time I look up Karl Anthony Towns in foul trouble. What are these refs doing? We ain't trying to see the second string players play. Let these guys play. It's the playoff time. Let them battle it out. All these ticky-tack, knick-knack fouls, man, it's starting to get on my nerves. I mean, they literally setting records for how many fouls they're calling. Hold on. Did Ja Morant just end the game? Did Ja Morant just end the game? Yes, he did. Ja Morant ends the game on a layup. 3 seconds on the clock. Memphis takes a 3-2 series lead, man. Salute. And that was a great game. If you've been following, a great game. Yep, horrible defense for a Minnesota Timberwolves team that really, their calling card this year, one of the things that really it made them improve so much this year was their defense. All right, but look, y'all, we got to talk about the topic of the day. Today's topic just is something that needs to be addressed. And nobody is out here really wanting to address it. This is the unfortunate reality of what's going on in the NBA circles right now. Right now, if you go look through all of this sector of sports talk, sports debates, all of the haters, all of the LeBron James haters, all of the people, all of the shock jocks with these extremely weird takes are trying to figure out how to jump ship and how to save face now that they're so-called saviors. They're faux replacements for LeBron James, because these people have hated LeBron James so much, have been against the narrative that he's the best player in the league over the last 10 years. They've put these players like Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant on top of them. They've even put players like Joel Embiid. All these players they've attempted to elevate over LeBron James, not just in a 1-year setting, but I'm talking about over the last 10 years. They've done a lot to try to slander the man's name. And so now all of the players that they deemed better than LeBron or called these players more clutch or, just whatever you want to see. Now we see when the odds are against them, when their backs are against the wall, when they don't have a player like Steph Curry chucking up threes to save them, when they don't have that, Kyrie Irving, when he's not alongside of a LeBron James, we are now starting to see that these players, that winning and losing playoff games is much more difficult than they give it credit for. Because remember, we talk a lot about LeBron James and just getting his team to the finals. A lot of times people say getting to the finals ain't nothing. You have to win once you get there. And they try to degrade LeBron James for getting to the finals and losing. Right, getting there. Like I tell people, there's a road there. You don't just snap your fingers and be in the finals. And see, this Brooklyn Nets team just woke up out of bed and said, we're in the finals because we have KD and LeBron. They fell into that narrative of these bad sports takes and this sports talk running around. And they woke up, and instead of waking up, they were still stuck in a nightmare because the Boston Celtics wasn't playing no games with them. The Boston Celtics said, no, y'all actually have to beat us. Right? Y'all can't be looking on to the next round about what you're going to do with the Bucks. Y'all actually have to beat us. 4 games. And so we watched after the first game. We literally watched after the first game. The Nets not really make any major adjustments. And look, they didn't need to make adjustments with regards to style, changing plays, changing schemes, anything like that. I think it just needed adjustment with regards to just sheer effort. That's all they needed. Energy, effort, leadership just needed to change, and they never did that. And so they give up game 1 in dramatic fashion. They give up game 2 after being up big, showing that they have no clutch gene, no discipline late game, and they allowed that young Celtics team to chase them down and steal another win. Then they go home into Brooklyn where, remember, a lot of people were saying, oh, they still got to win 2 games in Brooklyn. And then they lose that first game in Brooklyn. And everybody's like, oh, shit. Damn, there is something to this team ball concept that LeBron James plays. There is something to this concept called team ball where you have to get other guys involved or get other guys to play above expectation. It's harder. It's much harder. It's much harder to do when you're in that particular situation. These are the things that people try not to give LeBron James credit for. And now that they're saviors, Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, because remember, over the last 5 to 6 years, these are the two players that they've, one, either tried to put over LeBron, or two, with Kyrie Irving, they tried to say Kyrie Irving saved LeBron with the big shot. This is what they said. But now you put these two players together. This is what makes it worse for all of the LeBron James haters. Carcino, Ticket TV, Prince Sports, all these weird takes. You know, you can go too raw for TV, right? And the funny thing with him is he was a LeBron fan, and now he flipped up. Hold on. Hey, Yodi says, why Lamont dunking my question? Hey, Yodi, I got 4 different screens up. I'm looking at a Twitch chat, a Twitter chat. I'm looking at all types of chats, and you want me to read your question out of everybody's. All you got to do is hit the link when I drop it, and you can ask your question. Stop crying that I didn't read your goddamn message. Hit the Cash App, and you make sure I see your question. Other than that, stop crying. It'd be too much crying. Come on, man. I appreciate the question, but I can't read them all. Hit the Cash App or hit the link. Don't be in the chat crying if I don't see your message, man. Now, back to the topic. Look, y'all. Kyrie and KD were the two players that were used as reasons why LeBron should not be elevated. They said Kyrie saved LeBron. They said KD was better than LeBron. You put these two forces together, according to the LeBron James haters, they put these two forces together on one team, and they're supposed to win chip after chip after chip. Not even just win chips. The expectation is to at least get to final after final to final to final after final, because these two are the two people that they use to denigrate LeBron James. You put them on the same team. No LeBron James, no facilitator, no true point guard. And now they see how hard it is to actually lead a team and just get to the finals. Right? So last year they saw it was hard because injuries can happen. What do you do when injuries happen? Well, we saw what LeBron James did when injuries happened. When Kevin Love was hurt. When D Wade wasn't himself. Well, we saw what he did when Kyrie Irving was hurt. See, he still managed to galvanize his troops to at least get to the finals. Get there. He didn't just shell it up in his prime and just get wiped down in the first round. Now we see, now KD and Kyrie are looking at each other scratching their head. This playoff thing is a lot harder than we thought. KD knew how hard it was. But see, KD really had never experienced the playoffs without superior help next to him. In OKC, he has superior help. In Golden State, he has superior help. He did it he had guys around him that had already actually won a chip. So they were going to do it with or without him, as we see the Golden State Warriors right now looking like they can get back to the finals. But now you take these two pieces, put them on the same team in Brooklyn. And now this also takes us back to another thing we need to analyze. Was Stephen A. Smith correct? Because he was the only one of the few people really criticizing Kyrie Irving, and he was forecasting this to happen. If Kyrie Irving doesn't come back to play, this team can't win. This team won't get out the first round. He kept saying it, and all of the LeBron James haters kept saying, he's a hater. Why he keep talking about Kyrie? Why he keep doing this? Why he keep doing that? Why he keep bringing up Kyrie? But then now, everything that Stephen A. Smith was saying now has come into fruition. Now the things that James Harden was saying when he left are coming to fruition. Now Kyrie, after the end of the game, admits that him and all of this sitting out stuff, coming in one game, out another game, messed up the team's chemistry. He admitted. Oh, but ain't it a little too late now to take accountability for that after you get wiped down by the Celtics? And now look at the desperation of all of the LeBron James haters, all of the people that have made videos. KD and Kyrie gonna win it all. KD's better than LeBron. Kyrie saved LeBron. Now they have to find ways to backtrack. And literally, I'm watching a guy's channel Literally a week ago, he makes a video. Draymond Green locks up Jokic. 2 days later, Draymond Green is not an elite defender. What the fuck? How within 72 hours, and this is the thought processes of LeBron James haters. How within 72 hours does this happen? You make a video saying Draymond Green is locking up the MVP, Jokic. And then 2 days later, you make a video saying Draymond Green is not an elite defender. This is how confused they are with the fall of Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. They don't know what takes are real, what takes are fake. They can't keep track of their old takes, their old lies. They don't know how to sort the exaggerations and turn it into fact. It's ridiculous. As opposed to just sitting it back and trying to call things evenly. And I don't mind you trying to throw a few jokes in there and whatnot about players. But it's as opposed to sitting back, calling it evenly right down the middle, every time they see something, they jump to the moon. Jokic, the Warriors beat the Denver Nuggets. As opposed to them actually watching the highlights and trying to break down the footage to see what went wrong, they just say Jokic choked. Jokic choked. 37-16, all types of stats across the board. But he choked. This is what they're going to do with, and I respect Kevin Durant and Kyrie's game. I'm not even going to be one to say that they choked. They just ran into the superior team. I don't care if you add Phil Jackson. I don't care. You can take any coaching staff you want and add it to that Brooklyn Nets team, and they're not beating the Celtics this year. Maybe a great coaching staff can find a way to get you one game, but you are not going to beat the Celtics from top to bottom, from position to position. They were too elite, they were too deep, and then they were too laser focused in. Their chemistry was too nice. There was no coach that you can bring in that was going to immediately fix their chemistry. And their chemistry soured because of the things that Stephen A. Smith talked about and was calling out from day one. Him not being there, him not playing, him giving up on his commitment to Kevin Durant and James Harden about coming there to win championships. And he's always has excuses to not play. Then he just shows up randomly thinking that the chemistry's just going to kick in and everything will be all fine and dandy. But see, the LeBron James haters were too soft on him because they spend and exacerbate so much energy hating on LeBron James. They spend all this time and energy hating on LeBron James. They don't know how to analyze and give criticism to all these other players that they use to try to denigrate him. And you know what? Stephen A. still picked him to win, but I'm not saying his picks are always right or wrong. Generally, Stephen A. picks are wrong. I'm talking about his criticism of Kevin Durant and his criticism all year long of Kyrie Irving. Now it all looks to be true, but nobody will ever come back and give Stephen A. Smith credit for the things that he said, because he honestly, for as much of a shock jock as he is, he's honestly the only one that's been calling it out and saying that it's ultimately going to turn into a train wreck. And even there's a lot of people here who are even not LeBron James haters. And even y'all fell victim to that train of thinking that the Nets, talent-wise, could beat a real team. A team that's not just loaded with talent, but they've shown since the All-Star break that they have the chemistry needed to win a championship. Will they win a championship? I don't know. But I knew one thing that was for certain. I knew for a fact they would beat the Brooklyn Nets. But I don't think any of us pictured that they would go down like this. And if you look to Game 3 and you look to Game 4, both Kyrie and Kevin Durant showed signs that they gave up. And when are these LeBron James haters, when are they going to call it down the line, stop being shock jocks? And similar to how LeBron James has shown signs of quitting on his team and has received criticism for it, now it's time to give them that same criticism. I believe in Games 3 and Games 4, Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving gave up on their team. when I'm literally watching Kevin Durant in ISO situations kick the ball out to a Blake Griffin so he can cook, that's giving up. When it looks like the only person that's out there playing with passion, energy, and a will to win is Blake Griffin, he's out there huffing and puffing because he hasn't played a game since March. He's out there taking charges. He's the only thing that brought life to this Nets team. When did Kyrie or KD respond to that energy that he was reciprocating? Did they give any of that energy back? No. Ralph Lawrence says, Lamont, did I hear KD call himself the GOAT? I don't think so. What is this? What does that have to do with anything, Ralph? Ralph, I think you're the GOAT of making the most irrelevant talking points I've ever heard. Because ain't nobody talking about no GOAT conversation. But you can hit the link and try to explain what you're talking about. Tricky Nicky, yeah, I'm about to drop the link right now. I'm just trying to set the groundwork to the conversation. See, I've been live, but I haven't been live and open the panel up because there's been too many times, once we drop the link, people like Ralph and people like Jared come in and completely change the narrative and the talking point. We're not going to let that happen today. We got to stay locked in and focus on KD and Kyrie. Says KD called himself a god on Twitter. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with them. I mean, after this ended, you literally listening to Kyrie talk about, yeah, I can't wait till next year. I'm going to have more of a role in management of this team. Why does Kyrie, a guy that's not there, need a bigger role in the management of that team? What the hell is Kyrie going to do? The only thing Kyrie's known for is calling his teammates out and telling them that they weren't good enough. He was basically saying he needed more help. And after Kyrie signs his extension, well, how much flexibility will this team have to do anything? Will they be able to do anything? Will they be able to make any moves? They have to re-sign Bruce Brown. But if you saw some of the looks that Kevin Durant was giving Bruce Brown, again, one of the few players out there actually playing with energy, effort, like he wanted to win. But every time he made a mistake, what happened? KD and Kyrie just out there snarling at him. Like it's the worst thing in the world. Like these fools ain't out here turning the ball over just as much, if not more. When is people going to come in and just actually be honest about these two characters, man? KD and Kyrie Irving will never be on the level of a LeBron James. It's time to stop. Even if you're a hater, it's time to stop putting them on that same mantle. There's a tier system here of great players. KD and Kyrie do not belong on the same tier as a LeBron James. And this single series right there proves it. You get swept in the first round. Now, what fools? Remember y'all fools? Remember the fools out here that was talking about it's better to lose in the first round than in the finals. But then y'all be the same fools talking about LeBron got swept in the finals. That's worse. Well, no, it's actually worse to not just lose in the first round, but to get swept in the first round. To get swept in the first round. Getting swept in the first round is absolutely inexcusable. Y'all got James Harden up out of there, but see, James Harden saw the light at the end of the tunnel. He saw the BS going on with Kyrie Irving. He checked out mentally and said, y'all need to get me up out of here. They bring back a Ben Simmons. And Kyrie, even with all the mind games that he likes to play, even all with his flat earth theory, he couldn't even convince Ben Simmons to step back on the court. So now they got another headache. They would have been better off just keeping the headache in James Harden because at least he was an active body on the floor. Ben Simmons couldn't even suit up. Ben Simmons couldn't even suit up in Nets gear. He's out there, he's just on the bench looking like he's a fan, sitting next to the players. Rhonda Don says, Lamont, be honest, stop lying. All you got to do, if I'm lying, like I said, I don't have time to read your paragraphs in the chat. Just hit the link if I'm lying about anything. But you better come with real facts. Paul George, #1 fist. He's back saying stats are facts. Come on, man. That's a bad take. Stats are not facts. Not always. Stats support facts. That's what they do. Facts stand alone by themselves. If stats were facts, then they wouldn't have used a new word for it. They would just call it facts. They would just bring you some numbers and be like, these are facts. No, they call them stats. Stats usually paint a picture, and they help you paint a picture. That's what I believe. Because like I said, I mean, Paul George, I mean, if you want to come in here and tell me that because Allen Iverson had amassed in his career more steals than Kobe Bryant and Ron Artest, if those stats mean that Allen Iverson was a better defender than Kobe Bryant and Ron Artest, then that just, come on, man. Stats are not stats. Stats just are stats. They don't paint a true picture. Bang is in here. He said stats are facts. But see, Bang, you can't backtrack off of that statement. You dubbed that statement. You have to stand on that statement you got to ride with that statement till the wheels fall off. You've already made merch and everything. You can't agree and get debunked, because then you will have to blow up all your merch and redo it all. So I understand the pushback from Bang. I understand it. I appreciate it. He's gonna ride the wave till the wheels fall off. And make sure y'all go check him out. Check his channel out, and definitely buy the merch. Stats are facts if you truly believe that. No, J Mar, not when backed by the eye test. The eye test is one of the worst tests in basketball. The eye test gets people fired. The eye test told the Minnesota Timberwolves coach not to call a timeout when the Memphis Grizzlies were fucking blasting them in the third quarter. No, come on, man. Stats support the facts. If you have a fact, the sky is blue. That's a fact. Now there's analytical and statistical data that you can use to support that. Right? When you talk about the lights and that come off the sun and the combination of colors, those are the stats that you use to support that. Yeah, well, eye test is what people say when they don't really have any other facts to go with it. Hold on, we're going to drop the link. We're going to get y'all here. Appreciate y'all pulling up to the channel. We're going to drop the link. It's time to get y'all to pull up and cook. Because I believe that people are trying to find ways. See, what they're doing is they're just saying that KD choked as an easy out. They're saying that KD choked because they don't really want to address the real thing, the real problems that are going on with this team. They don't want to admit that Stephen A. Smith, everything that he said about Kyrie Irving this year was factual. DJ QM, he says, did LeBron, what does this got to do with, this is just a conversation. So when I make a conversation in support of LeBron James, now he's paying me. But when I make a video in criticism of LeBron, you all for it. Come on, man. You got to stop it, man. No bad takes today, y'all. No bad takes. I'm about to drop this link. Appreciate y'all pulling up today, man. It's FYF Sports. Salute to Flight Sports. I just saw him in the chat. I appreciate you pulling up as well. All right, I was just over there. He has a lot of characters over there on his panel, man. It's so fun to go chop it up with them. And it's so fun to chop it up with them because everything that I told them about Jello, the Charlotte Hornets, and Chicago Bulls literally all came true. And it's just so funny trying to hear them, again, in their own way, backtracking and trying to finagle and finesse their way out of it. You know, there was a guy over there, I forget his name. I was like, my prediction of 10, 6, and 6 was quite accurate. I was off maybe slightly, but for the most part, my numbers was right around where they should be. As opposed to a shock jock tape. Lonzo's going to average 20 and 10, y'all. He's going to throw 9 lobs a game to Zach LaVine. I can't do that, man. I see real basketball. Unfortunately, I can't do that. And salute to Rave, man. I think that's his name, Rave. Need to change his name to Rage because he starts raging when he's wrong. He just gets into a rage, man. Surprised he ain't broke his phone or something while he's on the stream. Y'all hit the link, man. Join the panel. For all the people that had questions, man. All the people that had comments about this. All the people, all the LeBron James haters that are too scared to call this what it is. All the people that say losing in the finals is worse than losing in the first round. Just so you don't have to ether Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving for getting swept in the first round to a team that many believe they should have beat. You know, this is what time it is. Hold on, I see y'all in the backstage. I'm letting a few more y'all filter in before we drop the link. Let me drop some links in the chat before we bring everybody up. Again, make sure y'all smash the like. Smash the like. Hit the subscribe, man. Man, we need y'all in here. So, oh, man, we got some heavy hitters in the backstage, too, man. I can't wait. This is going to be an exciting stream today. This is going to be a good one right here. We got heavy hitters here. All right, let's go ahead and get them in. We got Tricky Nicky, man. We got Flight Sports TV, man. If y'all ain't checked out Flight Sports TV yet, man, y'all need to check him out, man. I mean, one of the most entertaining panels in basketball. And then we got True the King. True the King's up the game with the restream, man. True the King is now, this man has been boasting and bragging ever since his team, the Celtics, then literally, I'm talking about hit a home run with Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving's heads, man. I don't know what the hell they did, man.
I told you, man. I've been Lamont, but Lamont know this though, man. I've been saying the same, even before Stephen A. Smith. I've been saying the same shit before all this shit happened, man. I've been saying the same exact thing. Kyrie, KD, they not like that, man. Listen, man. What have they done?
Salute, sir. Salute.
Oh, salute to John Goodwill as well, man. Appreciate you pulling up. Hold on, let me address Fridge. Fridge. Ralph is a heavy hitter. I'm not gonna let you do that to Ralph because Ralph pulls up.
Get your all boyo taco.
Look, the one thing I know about Ralph, whether we cracking on him or not, he pulls up. Whether we joking with him, whether we, and Ralph will stand the test of time. He will throw the jokes back and forth, man. And he pulls up to everybody's panel too, man. Ralph is a heavy hitter, man. I ain't gonna let you do that to Ralph, man.
That man.
Salute the Fridge.
And salute the Elder, man. Elder, man.
Salute.
Hold on, let me start with. Look, I'm gonna start with Flights because every time I'm on this channel, he always gives me that due respect, man. I gotta give it to him. Flight Sports TV, man, and we're gonna put him on the big stage, man. We gotta let him cook. Why do you think? Knows me. Why do you think people?
Yeah, no tricking. What's up?
Let me ask you this: why do you think people, especially LeBron James haters, and you got a few of them over there on your panel, why are they scared to give Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving the same ether that they would give anyone else? Again, it's time to ether them to a new degree because they got swept in the first round. They got bounced out early. They couldn't even get to the finals. And these are the two players that they said one saved LeBron and the other was better than LeBron. You combine them both and they get a first round exit. And what do you think about this? The Nets, Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving?
Well, like I said, that is kind of crazy because he did get swept, and it's not the same kind of further would be if it was LeBron. If LeBron would have got swept, they would have had an all night long 24-hour program telecast bashing him online on national television. Crazy, it's definitely unfair treatment. It's unfortunate why it is, but I mean, I don't know. That's a tricky situation. I don't know. I think LeBron James naturally just attracts hate, unfortunately. I'm beyond more hate than Kevin Durant. But Kevin Durant is not on LeBron's level, and it's been proven. After this loss that just happened, you got swept. I don't want to hear anything about the Achilles. This kind of is reminiscent of the situations that was happening prior to Golden State when he was losing to Memphis and San Antonio. This is the more of the Kevin Durant that we're looking at right now. The Kevin Durant when he got snipers everywhere, you can't double him. It's different. So it's wild. But I agree with everything you were saying. FYF is definitely some uneven discrepancy, but I just feel like LeBron just attracts more hate, man. It's just plain and simple.
That's facts, and that, just like I said right here, today is the day where we literally remove all of these other characters that they try to put on the same level as LeBron James.
Yes.
There's literally tiers to this. And KD and Kyrie Irving are not. Kyrie Irving for sure is not on none of the top tiers when we're talking about the best players of all time. And people keep trying to put all these other players up there. Look, and I'm not even a LeBron James super fan like that. I just I appreciate what he's done for the game of basketball. But I'm just really talking about these takes. The LeBron James haters are scrambling, and they coming with this is what they use because they don't have a real basketball take, because they can't break down what the Celtics did. They can't even salute the Celtics for coming with one of the greatest defensive schemes we've seen in the playoffs. They just much rather they'll just say choke, and then they'll move on. He choked, and they'll just try to move on like that's okay. No, you need to use a real basketball take, give the Celtics credit, give that coaching staff credit for executing 4 games in a row, and then give Kyrie Irving and KD their just due. They quit in games 3 and 4. They quit on that team. It's clear as day to me. When they started to see that this Celtic team wasn't folding, was not going to relent, and then the BS defense that they played wasn't going to cut it, they folded. They folded up like a lawn chair. Let me go to John Goodwill. He just pulled up, man. Salute to John for pulling up, man. What are your thoughts on this? Just all this stuff that's going on, and people scared to really give some of these players the ether that they deserve, but they criticize LeBron to the nth degree.
Well, LeBron. Y'all got to remember though, man. LeBron is he's a great player. All right, he's a great all-around player. He is no MJ. And see, people try to give him that status. He don't have that status. He's still chasing, right?
Right.
He's not up there with. LeBron is not up there with MJ. I don't care what Stephen A. Smith or none of these sports writers be talking about, because that man will never be the GOAT. That's just my opinion. And as far as his people, well, of course, they got the same face for they came. You feel what I'm saying? So that really don't surprise me, but at the same time, you're right though, FYF, it needs to be cut down the middle. If they supposed to be the upper echelons of the NBA players of today, why is they? I don't get that either. I really don't. To be totally honest, I do not get it. But yeah, but just to LeBron though. I don't know why people is praising him as hard as they is, though. That's just my humble opinion. Yes, he's won 4 championships out of 10 tries. I mean, that's cool. I'm used to 6 and 6 and beats.
No, it's actually 4 out of 19 tries.
Oh, my bad. 4 out of 19. Thank you for correcting.
19 years, yeah.
just like Jordan, 6 out of 15.
That's good.
Right. So yeah. But see, just think about it though. MJ, even when he came back, when he came to the Wizards, yeah, they got on him and everything, but guess what? They didn't dog him though. Why y'all think they didn't dog him? I can ask
dog what? Dog what?
Dog MJ, because he didn't play to the level of what everybody was expecting him to play. Come on, Jordan averaged 20 points with the Wizards.
I think it was less social media for Jordan.
Hold on. See, this is the switch. See, this is a switch. This ain't about Jordan versus LeBron. This conversation was never to be used to say LeBron is better than Jordan. That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about LeBron. You can say that. Like in some people's opinions, you're not gonna be able to change it. They're gonna say that LeBron can never be better than MJ. What I'm saying is that there are tier levels to the greatest players of all time. You have a tier 1, you have a tier 2, and you have tiers below that. There have been too many people that have spent time putting Kevin Durant and players like Kyrie Irving on the same tier with LeBron James, and they're not on that tier. And this series 100% proves it. This series absolutely proves it because
it does.
This series proves it because this series proves it. One, because Kyrie, since leaving LeBron James, can't get out the second round, no matter what team you put him on. And he was on this same Celtic team, and they actually did better when he was sitting on the goddamn sideline. And then when you talk about Kevin Durant has never done anything of significance without other players around him that aren't already proven. When we saw him go to Golden State, right, because he couldn't get it done in OKC, he went to a team that already could do it with or without him. Look at the Golden State Warriors now. 2 years removed from him leaving, they right back where they left off. He is in the Nets organization, still flopping and still struggling on figuring out how to lead and be how to get his team just to a final without having a Steph Curry, without having a Draymond Green and a Klay Thompson. And nobody gives him this either. He went and formulated. I mean, everybody already said he went to the Warriors and made that team super potent. They were unbeatable. Then he goes and creates his own super team. This is his own version of a team I created myself. And we see him as the leader of that team. They completely fail on every level. He can't rein in James Harden. Right. He can't figure out Kyrie Irving. The man is coming and going in every other week. You don't know when he's going to play, when he's not going to play. Then he's going off on little kids on Twitter because they calling him out. That's what I'm saying. Now, when is he showing signs of being a great leader? Then he goes up against this young team in Boston. They put up a defensive wall on him that he can't figure out, as opposed to really getting into the lab to figure out how we get past this. He's just turning the ball over even more and more and more. Mm-hmm. And then has the nerve to come back and be like, I'm fine with Steve Nash as the head coach. So if you fine with Nash as the head coach, that means you the problem. Not if you admit that Nash ain't the problem, that means he admits he's the problem along with Kyrie Irving. And James Harden got up out of there. Hold on. Let me go to Jared real quick. Jared's been wanting to say something. Jared, you got to put your whole face on the camera, man, if you want to talk, man.
Salute, Lamont. You lost me a little bit with your points you kind of made. But go ahead, Jared.
Yeah, I got to correct you on some stuff. So you said people put Kyrie on LeBron's level. Like, you got to name me somebody who did that.
Okay, so I can go with you. I can go with Ticket TV. I can go with Carcino. I can go with Prince Sports. These are the people who say Kyrie Irving saved LeBron's career. When you say a player saved him, that means you're putting him on the same level. So if you want to put Kyrie on the same level, now we have to criticize him on the same level. And ever since he's left being under the tutelage of LeBron James, he's failed at every turn on every team and every opportunity where they needed him to show up. Yet nobody from a year in, a year out basis, nobody, and all the LeBron James haters are scared to call him out. They would much rather talk about the one or two crossovers that he has when he makes somebody fall that don't get you nothing, that don't win you nothing, and they'll just say he's a great ball handler, but they don't talk about his failures as a player, his failures as a leader, his failures as building team chemistry when he just disappears on this team for random weird reasons. Nobody calls him out on his flip-flopping stances. One year he's saying we need a vaccine to play. The next year he's saying I don't want to take the vaccine, and nobody fails to call him out. The only person that was really calling him out, I called him out, and then Stephen A. Smith called him out. But when somebody touches him or calls him out and says nothing negative, all the LeBron James haters seem to go flock to him, try to protect him. Stop talking about him. Stop talking about him. Don't say that to Kyrie, and y'all baby him. So, Jared, you going to stop babying Kyrie, and you going to give him his ether?
When did I ever say that? Kyrie
Are you going to stop babying Kyrie and give him his ether?
Give him his ether? I've literally said he choked him and KD.
Nah, did he not quit on this team? Did he not fold like a lawn chair?
In game 4 he did.
Did he not shell up on his teammates?
I mean, they did that the last 2 years.
They did a lot more than just choke. Did they not just get swept in the first round, which is far worse than losing in the NBA Finals? Does this impact their legacy? Just like you say, LeBron losing in the finals impacts his legacy?
Did Kyrie?
Where's all the heat? Jared, come with the same talking points. Come with the same flawed, odd talking points that you do with LeBron. It's time to get on Kyrie and KD.
Nobody brings up first round losses in a legacy, Lamont. They don't do it for MJ.
You can't even. But the thing is, it has to impact your legacy because you can't build a legacy. You can't build a legacy in the NBA without getting to finals. Right. So the thing is, that's even more of a criticism. If you want to say that, that tells you right there they have no legacy to even talk about. Facts.
Right. In Brooklyn, nothing.
So facts. So Jared, you basically saying we can't criticize their legacy because they so trash in Brooklyn that they can't build a legacy.
No, Kyrie doesn't really have much of a legacy.
They're making the Knicks look good.
No, chicken. All right, well, Jared, you got about 30 seconds, man. I want to hear you drop some ether, man. I need you to ether these two players the same way you get on LeBron with the pettiness. Let's hear you be petty with KD
Wait, how am
and
I petty
Kyrie.
with LeBron?
Let's hear it, man.
So here's my thing about Kyrie and KD. Like, we already know that I'm sorry. We already know that Kyrie and KD choked. Like that's just especially KD because I think he had like 20 turnovers in the series. He averaged 5 turnovers a game and averaged like 6 points below his average. So we all know that he choked. My thing is though, and I posted this question on the in the chat, right? Like I don't get how this helps LeBron. Like the fact that KD and Kyrie choked.
Go ahead.
Bro, what?
Yeah, that's that. I just wanted to answer that question, Lamont.
Why you keep muting me? I didn't say nothing.
No, because somebody has background noise. So I was just muting everybody because somebody has background noise, and I want the sound to be clean, just in case I put this on Spotify. So again, if you're not talking, I would appreciate it if you just mute it up, just in case you have background noise and it don't mess the audio up, because I probably will be putting this on Spotify. I didn't understand anything that Jared said. Maybe Mingo Jester can bring some clarity to it. Let's see. Again, remember, y'all, Mingo Jester is a thoroughbred LeBron James hater.
That's cap.
So we're gonna see. We're going to see if he can. We're gonna see how honest he can be. Let's test Mingo Jinger that way. If nobody say nothing, let's give him a chance to rectify his wrongs. Let's see if he come to the forefront and give him the just to eat.
Hey, what's good, Mingo?
What's happening? Listen, man. Listen. I give most players the same. All players actually the same criticism. Because one thing about me, I don't have no loyalty to these players like some of these guys. Some of these guys got their heart into this shit. Like they really be mad about this. I just say what I'm gonna say and get out the way. So basically, what I'm saying is, Kevin Durant, them that's sad, man. Kyrie, I like Kyrie. I'm a fan of Kyrie, but man, ever since he left LeBron, he ain't did nothing. He got to Boston. Everybody talking about he was gonna do this in Boston, do that in Boston. He ain't do shit in Boston. Kind of sort of messed that team up a little bit if you really look at it, because without him playing, they actually went to the Eastern Conference Finals.
He is preaching. I like it.
Also, then when he got to the Nets, he got KD to come over there with him. That first year they didn't do nothing. The second year, they got James Harden. All that mess had went on. They still ain't do nothing. And then you got this year, he got swept in the first round. Now, I call that a failure. Same thing with KD. KD ain't did nothing outside of Golden State. Like, if we being completely honest, outside of Golden State, he really ain't accomplished nothing.
Nothing.
You know what I'm saying?
He went to the finals with the Thunder.
But that's way before Golden State, though. He didn't win it. He didn't win it. He didn't win none of that. What y'all saying? He didn't win. I said accomplishing the thing. He didn't win it.
Now
he didn't win it. He went, but he didn't win it.
All great points, Mingo. All great points.
So basically, what I'm saying, y'all keep on, and I keep hearing a lot of people saying that. Well, he went to the finals with the OKC. Okay, but he lost. So what?
You said the same thing about LeBron 07.
Hold on. No, but Mingo Jester. Here's the thing.
The hell?
Here's the thing. Getting to the finals with a young team like that it's a win for a young team like that. Because one, it's rare to see a young core like that get to the finals, and two, it's something you can build off of. You know what you have. You know that this core group that I have, there's no need for me to run from this group because we've done it. We're young. We got a lot of years. And so I understand that he was disgruntled that they allowed James Harden to walk away. But outside of James Harden, you still had the core of your group, and he ran from that challenge. He left and went to a team that was a for sure thing.
Well, Lamont, let me ask you this then. If it's all about just getting to the finals, then why? Well, if it's all about just getting to the finals, Lamont, and just making it there, why nobody never bring up Elgin Baylor or Jerry West?
It's not about
talking about the best of the best.
It's not.
Why nobody never bring up those guys?
It's not about.
You just talking about making it there, and then it don't matter.
You ask me a question, I'm gonna try to answer it for you. It's not about just making it there. You obviously have to win, but the thing is, when you repeatedly get to the finals, you repeatedly get through round after round of trials and tribulations, and people so many times y'all try to make it seem like getting through the playoffs is just nothing. It's all easy. But then when Kyrie and KD have to just get through one little first round match, come on, man, y'all tripping. I'm losing my voice talking about this crazy stuff.
Like basically, Lamont is saying, you bring KD, who's been to the finals with Golden State, and then you bring Kyrie, who won a ring with LeBron James, and you bring him here to Brooklyn, and you put these players together. And when Kyrie's not playing, he's not there, he's not available. And you got KD sitting there playing games. You look at it this way, in my perspective, as a Knicks fan anyways, my perspective is I wouldn't want to play with that guy. Kyrie needs to walk. It's the reason they lost, got swept. We know Kyrie Irving, not KD. But when you look at the Lakers and you go to LeBron James, he actually played. AD was hurt. And you look at Russell Westbrook, not a good fit, right? So when you look at that team, though, they didn't make a plan.
So it wasn't no bad coaching, no adjustment. So it's just Kyrie Irving is the only reason why they lost. It wasn't none of that.
Hold on. From my perspective, as a coach, there was nothing that the coaching staff could do that could win them that series. That was all. And the one indicator, I'm gonna tell y'all the one indicator is when Blake Griffin came in that fourth quarter in Game 3 and single-handedly, just with his energy, effort, and activity, almost won them that game. And then in Game 4, we saw just with his energy, effort, and activity, that he single-handedly changed the direction of that game, and they actually started to come back and almost won that game. He's just not the same player he used to be, and he can't go for the whole game. Imagine if KD and Kyrie played with that same level of energy, effort, and activity, and they didn't. Yeah. And the only thing they did was players like Bruce Brown, who was playing with a high level of energy. Every time he made a mistake, they're looking at him funny. They're looking him off, right? You can see the snide remarks. You can see all this stuff going on if you watch the bench activity. The body language was bad. That's what was happening with team. Those are the things that go into losing.
Hold on, wait, bro.
Can I ask him a question, though? Do you think Steve Nash could have done something differently?
Steve Nash shouldn't have a job. He's one of the worst coaches in the league. Bottom 5 easily.
No, but do you
Hold on. Let me get Elder in, because you can't coach effort. They don't have good effort. You can't coach that.
By the way, Lamar, before Elder goes,
couldn't have done anything else.
Because you lost me a little bit from the point of what you were saying. Because, last year around this time, I was preaching that Kevin Durant was the best player in the league, which is arguably true. But you lost me from the point of saying this series was the only reason why it took a hit on his legacy, because I think it's go deeper than that. I think his whole Nets run hurts him. One series, we all know, one series getting swept doesn't hurt your legacy. We done seen LeBron get swept multiple times. It did not hurt his legacy.
No. When we talk about the aspect of a certain series, it's not about.
One series don't make a break you.
One series don't make a break you. But just like we saw with the one series when LeBron lost to Dallas, how you lose matters. And how they lost in this series mattered. Right?
No,
just to completely get dismantled and owned by the Celtics, not put up a fight at all, actually fold when in the games that mattered most in the biggest moments. That's what really got me.
Right.
And the thing is, there's no talk about this being a hit. I'm not saying it hits his legacy. I'm not saying it affects his legacy. I'm saying the LeBron James haters who are constantly talking about games and series affecting LeBron's legacy, they're not using this as a hit on KD's legacy. They're not saying that legacy nonsense.
I disagree with that, but that's my whole point. That's why I'm finna finish my point.
Okay, so where's it coming from? Where are they saying this?
Look, listen, this is the
they're
problem
not saying
y'all
that.
have, because first of all, why is LeBron even bringing up in this conversation? Because the first thing y'all always want to point the finger and say, well, y'all ain't do LeBron this way. Like, bro, listen. This is the guy who's in the goal. Let me finish.
You're missing the point of the conversation.
I think they're comparing KD to LeBron.
You missing what he's saying, bro.
Can I finish?
No, get him.
Go ahead. Let him finish. He's off
that gospel.
He's off, but we're gonna let him finish.
I'm not off, because the whole point is he is getting critical. he is getting criticized. Cause then another point that you said during your rant, you were saying that it shows that Kevin Durant could need great players to win. I'm like, bro, what player have you not seen? It took great players to win. LeBron didn't win till he went to the Heat and surrounded himself to players up to his caliber or level. So don't just say, oh, since he left the Warriors, he cannot win. No, bro, you cannot say that. Then there's another thing I hate because y'all always trying to put
But hold on, SB. You going from point to point. I want to be able to address the things you say because you inaccurate in some of the things that you're saying.
No, I'm rebuttaling what you
I'm gonna let you. Hold on, I'm gonna let you.
Lamont, can I go next?
Hold on, let me address this last point. Look, y'all, first of all, I'm not criticizing KD for this. I'm not here to criticize him. I'm just giving my descriptive thoughts on what happened. What I'm asking is this: the LeBron James haters consistently use individual games and individual series to say these things kill and affect and destroy LeBron's legacy. Where is the same energy when it comes to this series, which is a sweep? Not just a sweep, it's a sweep in the first round. Where are the people that are saying this affects his legacy? This is hold on. That's my only question. SB, what I'm saying is the only thing that they're saying is what Jared said. The first thing I asked Jared about this, the first words that came out of his mouth was they choked. He never came out and said this affects their legacy. Even though all the people that are avid LeBron James haters, even like Mingo Jester, they never said anything about this series affecting legacy, even though they quick to use that terminology when it comes to talking about LeBron.
But LeBron James haters got to speak up. That KD haters.
This is my whole point. Make sense. Instead of just hurting KD legacy and whatever point you got to say, y'all always try to put LeBron in the target. Why is you putting your scope on LeBron? LeBron shouldn't even be brought up about none of this. Right. That's my problem. Why is y'all scoping LeBron?
Facts,
That's why LeBron is
Lamont,
getting the hate.
Can I go next?
LeBron getting hate.
Elder's next. Elder's going to be next, and I'm going to go to Michael Land.
That's my whole point. Why LeBron shouldn't even been a topic.
Yeah, but LeBron's the topic of this video.
It makes no sense to bring up LeBron with a KD.
LeBron's the topic of this video because the focus is on the extreme LeBron haters. And if we're talking about LeBron haters, then obviously LeBron James is going to come up in that conversation. So he is part of the topic, and it's just like it's about giving equal energy. Because LeBron haters will all tell you we're not haters, we just calling it down the middle, just like Mingo Jester did. But he didn't call it down the middle because the same criticism and the same critiques that he gives to LeBron about legacy and this, that, and the other, and not winning this matchup and getting outplayed, he never brought up any of that. He never said anything about it destroying his legacy. Never said it's going to knock him out of somebody's top 10. They never said any of that.
But my whole point is KD is getting slandered right now. So what was the point? Everybody's killing KD
I'm specifically talking about the LeBron James haters, which are not.
They killing them too.
Now, what they're saying, what they are saying, just like I got to keep repeating it. Let me go to, I don't want to repeat it again. Let me go to Elder.
It's not making sense.
I know. Let me go to Elder. I understand.
You're not making sense, Lamont.
Let me go to Elder. I'm just saying, we're talking about the logic of the LeBron James haters. That makes sense. The only thing they're saying is choke. That's all they're saying. They're not saying legacy. They're not saying he can't be this, he can't be that. They're just saying choke. The example of that was Mingo Jester just right now in Jared. They gave you a small sample size. They gave you the sample size. They don't know how to give the same energy because the thing is, everything that they say about LeBron James is purely based out of hate, so they exaggerate it.
It's not hate, it's facts, Lamont.
So when you talk about other players, they don't know how to exaggerate it the way they do with LeBron. They don't know how to exaggerate it because they spend so much time exaggerating the details with LeBron. When it's time to cook other players, they don't know how to fake and exaggerate it. They're really faking and exaggerating when it comes with LeBron. Elder, is your mic working?
It's working. I ain't said I'm waiting to get there.
Let me let you cook. Go ahead, Elder, man. What's good? I appreciate you pulling up, man. We haven't seen you here in a minute.
Yeah, man, it's been a minute. I've been busy, of course, and I've been on a few places in the last few weeks. But I agree with what you're saying. And again, I don't expect the LeBron James haters to have the same energy because they don't have the same emotion tied. And these guys, let's just keep it real. To me, they're not as relevant as LeBron. LeBron is the most relevant athlete in the world. He's the face of the NBA. So they're not going to have the same energy towards it. They may make comments and say things and talk about it, but they're not going to give it the same energy nor the attention nor the time that they will LeBron because it's fueled by their dislike and anger for him and hatred for him. But these guys are not on his level either, though. I mean, so they're not worthy of being talked about like that. I mean, the biggest issues I've had with these two dudes, they're not true leaders. They're just not. They've shown you that on the teams that they've been on. There's consistent issues. KD, he's just not a leader. That's my number one problem. He may be one of the best scorers of all time, but he is not a leader. He showed that in OKC. He didn't have to lead in Golden State when you already had two great leaders on that team already. And he's showing he's not leading in Brooklyn. And I mean, he's getting old. He's year 15, bro. You ain't had it for 15 years. You're not finna get it now. It's not something you just finna walk.
Hold on 1 second. Let him finish, y'all.
So
No,
I don't
wanna
expect.
ask
you there,
him
Otto?
a question about that.
I'm right here. I don't expect the LeBron James haters to have the same energy because they don't have the same emotion tied to it. And these guys, to me, are just not as relevant as LeBron is. They're not on his level on the court, and they're not on his level of popularity and all of that. So I don't expect them to have the same energy.
So what you're saying is, I'm gonna ask you a question. Kyrie Irving with LeBron in Cleveland when they won their title, who was the leader of that team?
LeBron James.
Okay, now with Kevin Durant in Golden State, who was the leader of that team?
Draymond Green and Steph Curry.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I wanted to ask.
He literally just said
let me
they're
go
not
to
leaders, though.
let me go to Michael Land. Michael Land wanted to jump in real quick. Go ahead, Michael.
No
Land.
leaders.
Michael Land, go ahead.
Oh, yes. Okay. So what I was going to say to your first point, because you said this just because he lost in the first round, this puts him not on LeBron's level.
That's not what I said.
And what did you say? You said he can't be. You said there were tears. So he said you can't.
I said there are tears for a number of
Yeah.
reasons. I said this series proves, like everything that Elder said about leadership, being a great player over time. I said this series more than ever should prove all of the things that everybody knew about KD. This series exposed it all. So it's the conversation of putting a player like KD on the level of LeBron James should officially be over, especially after this series, because it literally highlighted everything that Elder talked about over the course of his entire career was summarized in this one series. That is a fact. All his flaws and weaknesses were highlighted in this series.
Gotcha.
When have KD ever been?
Michael Land. Go ahead, Michael.
No. What I'm saying is, like I said, this is probably I admit this is probably KD's biggest letdown. I don't call it a meltdown. This is the biggest letdown in probably the history of his career. And the same thing goes for LeBron James, because both Brooklyn and the Lakers were supposed to get to both were predicted to go to the finals, and LeBron didn't even make the playoffs. With what, 5 Hall of Famers, and that's just the biggest letdown as Kevin Durant losing and getting swept in the first round, don't you think?
No. Let me.
You don't think that?
Can I address it?
Yeah, go ahead, Elder. Go ahead, Elder.
The difference between LeBron James and him, because both of them have had major letdowns in their career. The difference is LeBron James has come back and showed leadership and actually won on the highest level after some of his letdowns. KD hasn't. He has not led.
I hear you, Elder, but he's not retiring this year.
Hold on. He's never led a team. He's never done it to the highest level. He never has. When he couldn't achieve it, he had to go team up with winners, and he couldn't lead them. Now, was he potentially the best player on that court? I'd say, yeah. I'm not going to deny that.
But that doesn't make him
leader, though. That doesn't make him the leader.
Wait till he's done so you don't mess
that doesn't make him the leader. So leaders truly show when they're in adversity how to overcome it and still achieve the goal. KD's never done that. Kyrie's never done that. But LeBron has, and you can't deny it. You can't deny it.
But when
that's what puts him a tier above. That's what puts him a tier above.
You're right,
Elder, but he only did it because he had to put himself in position because he couldn't do it. He couldn't.
KD has put himself. Hold on, bro. KD's put himself in position.
His first 9 years in Cleveland.
KD put himself in position.
To the promise.
It was 7 years in Cleveland, but KD put himself in position.
It was 7 years.
KD
my
put
whole
himself
point
in
is,
position to do what he hadn't done.
KD played 9 years.
But KD already said that he was not a leader. He said he just want to play basketball. He's the best. So you
Well,
fault him
again,
for something that
you're
he's
just
already
okay.
admitted, though.
I'll take that, and I agree with KD that he's not a leader, and that puts him on a level below the greats. Then, because all the top tier greats, when you talk about the Michael Jordans, the Kobe Bryants, the Magic Johnsons, even the Kareems, all the Duncans, all them are leaders, bro.
No,
all of them are leaders.
I agree with you on that, but the whole
So
point is
KD can't be on their level, and LeBron in that category. LeBron in that category. But you can't put KD on there when he's telling you I'm not a leader.
Okay,
how you gonna put a man that's telling you I'm not a leader in the category of all great leaders?
Nobody has ever said in the all-time list KD was ever in that category of being a third LeBron. Now during the season, like when they say he was the best player in the league, that's the only time you ever heard that. So I don't know where this imaginary thing that y'all got that KD was in the all-time list. I don't know where y'all getting that from.
My brother, it's not imaginary.
Nobody ever said that.
Hold on, bro. A lot of
that is a lie.
Hold
Come
on.
They said KD was on the same level as LeBron and Jordan.
Yes.
Hold on, brother. That's why you have the thing. He's saying that LeBron haters is normally the people that hate LeBron that are putting KD on that level. But that's pushing a false narrative because they're trying to elevate a player to diminish another. That's what most people do. So that's all that he's talking about on this stream.
We're talking about the LeBron James haters.
They elevate.
That's the whole point of the show. We're talking about their bad take and their ability to call it down the line, especially now when it's time to give the same ether to players like KD and Kyrie. Are they going to come with that same hateful energy? Are they going to come and say that this affects their legacy? And they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. Are they going to get on them for teaming up and failing?
Showing their bias.
That's not what it was, Lamont.
This is exactly what the conversation has been about the whole time.
No, I'm talking about the reason why everybody started putting KD on LeBron level because he beat him in 2017 and 18. That's why everybody started saying that.
Hold on.
That was the main cause of it.
No. See, that's stated just like a LeBron hater would state.
How's that a LeBron hater? What the hell are you talking about?
Hold on. Let me explain. KD never beat. Hold on. I got you. KD never beat LeBron. The Warriors beat the Cavs. Because Mingo Jester.
KD wasn't on that team.
Hold on, let me finish.
He wasn't leading that team.
Come on, y'all. Hold on. Let me ask y'all. If you're honest, in most of those series, LeBron was the best player in the series. He just didn't have the best team. He didn't have a Steph Curry, a Klay Thompson, a Draymond, Andre Iguodala, all of these great teams. Thank you. So the thing is, he didn't have all of that. So the best player in those series generally was still LeBron. He just didn't have the best team. So KD never beat LeBron. His team beat LeBron's team, and KD just happened to be on the Warriors, and LeBron just happened to be. But odds even said that the Warriors are like Vegas favored the Warriors over the Cavs. I mean, it wasn't no surprise. It was no surprise that the Warriors was beating the Cavs. They always were favored over them. They had a better team.
So because Vegas said that, Cavaliers didn't even try, huh?
Like I said, Michael Land, we went through this before. Michael Land, we went through this before. If you think Vegas odds are not correct, then you can take the underdogs on every basketball game for the rest of the playoffs, and I will take the favorite, and we'll see who comes out with the most money.
Because Lamont, I'm glad.
If you think these odds are not accurate, give me the favorites. You take the underdogs, and we see who comes. We bet $10 on every game, and we'll see who wins.
Lamont, I'm glad you said that. Lamont, I'm glad you said that.
I ain't got paid half the time. I don't expect to get paid off that.
But you do know that the Celtics was the favorite in this series. You do know that, right?
Yes, I know that. Hold on, but Bingo Jester, this take is not for me. This take is not for Spiffy. It's not for Elder. We are calling out the LeBron James haters like you. This is for you.
Nigga, I'm not a LeBron James hater. I just don't give a fuck enough.
This is for you to come to terms. And let's see, we have you to task right now. We want to see if you can be honest and give the same ether that you give LeBron, because you do it all the time in the chats. Can you give that the exact same ether to KD and Kyrie?
Yeah, because it does for both of them. They both take a hit.
It's just not as relevant, man.
They both take a hit and all that stuff. Everything that I said about LeBron, the same thing applies to KD. Yes, it does. Nothing less.
You're not gonna get
the same thing. It's nothing different. What's different? What's different?
I know it's hard.
LeBron, they will keep that until their dying day. They'll keep it in every stream. They'll bring him up. With these two, they're not relevant like that. They're not on his level.
LeBron will get a
Understand?
pass
Keep it
for
real.
everything.
So they may talk about it for a show or for a couple hours, but after that, they not think about these dudes because they're not on his level.
You won't
It's
see
just
the 20-part videos on KD. You
He's
won't see
definitely
the
not.
extended. You won't have all that. Just because you mention it once or you say it in one video, don't act like you called it out. Like I want you to reciprocate the same energy. Let me go to Sonny. Sonny just pulled up. Sonny, what's good, man?
What's going on, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, salute.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? Yeah, I just wanted to get in. It's my first time on the panel, so salute to the panel and to Lamont. Everything you guys do, man. I've listened in for a while, but I've never joined. This is the first time, so I'm gonna try to keep it. I'm gonna try to keep it short and simple. Where I think what Lamont and everybody, some of the other people are saying, it's true. It's KD is not getting a lot of the blame here for this. At least from everything I saw today. Even when the criticism is coming his way, it's more, he had some bad games. Oh, he was really, really bad. We're not used to seeing that. That's a whole lot different than every freaking day. What has it been, 10, 11 years now since 2011? And you still got freaking idiots talking about the 2011 finals. Like, what the fuck? 11 years later? And people want to give this dude, a freaking pass
Just like 9/11, never forgotten.
Yeah, and they're never going to. The reason they're never going to is because they hate this dude so fucking much, and I don't know why, dude. I don't know if he
why.
if he banged some of these girls, like these guys got girlfriends or something.
Don't make it
or,
personal.
I don't know. It's sad, man. It's freaking sad. It's crazy.
No, it's not.
This
It's
dude
some of
was
the shit
all out of
LeBron
hand.
Can y'all let him
LeBron
finish
been
his
in
take,
the
y'all?
league.
Can y'all let him
I'm
finish,
sorry.
man?
Hey, Elder, can I tell you why I'm a hater?
He was 0 for 10 in the second half in game 2. Game 3, in the first 20 seconds of the fourth quarter, he has one dunk that doesn't have a single fucking field goal. And even game 4 is winnable. And this dude is supposed to be ice cold in his veins. 20 seconds left, 30 seconds left. He misses a free throw. He misses a huge 3. And this is supposed to be the best closer in the game. The
had a bad
GMs vote
series.
for him being the best closer. And everybody's talking about he's a closer. Where are his game winners? Where are his go ahead baskets? Like, he's not doing anything of that. And this is not just this series. Even in Golden State, they were blowing everybody out. What adversity did this guy face? What crazy game did he face where they were down 3-2 to Houston, for example? He didn't go off in that game 6. They didn't win because of him. They won because of team ball and because Clay again goes nuts. Like, so to me, he hasn't done a lot in his career where I could look at him and say, this dude faced some unreal shit and he came through. I could talk about a number of games that LeBron has done that. I can't do the same with KD. I'll just leave it there.
That's facts.
Damn.
That ain't facts. That shit cap.
Damn.
No cap at all.
Dude.
Factual.
Hey, he
Come
really
on,
broke
LeBron.
it down. He really just
He
broke
said a
it
whole
down.
lot.
He ain't break nothing down. Dude, really?
Hold on, let Michael Land rebuttal. Michael Land said he didn't say nothing. Michael Land, I'll let you rebuttal that. Let's
Okay,
hear it.
like I said, because
I
this is
gotta
more
agree
towards
with
Elder,
him.
because hey, Elder, you're a Kobe Bryant fan, right?
Yeah.
Like I said, that's my all-time favorite player.
Yes, sir.
And when LeBron, like I said, when they want to have a debate between LeBron and Kobe, and it's like, well, he's 16-6 against them, and 22 pointless, meaningless games, and when they were both the number 1 seeds in 2009 and 2010, like I said, Kobe was there, and LeBron and the Cavaliers were nowhere to be found. And now they're using that 16-6. So and as a LeBron hater, so I'm saying, okay, if that's fair, then isn't Steph Curry being 15-7 in the finals makes him better than LeBron? But everybody go, no.
That's just what Bron lovers do, though. But I never compare.
Exactly.
If you listen, I never compare LeBron to Kobe because to me, like Lamont said, people have tiers. My tier, LeBron's not on his tier. Now, all the LeBron lovers, they'll disagree, which is fine. They can. But you'll never hear me comparing LeBron with MJ or Kobe. He's not on their level. He's not. He's not the winner. He don't have the mentality that they have. Is he an ultra great player? Absolutely.
Say it again. Say it again. Say it again.
He's the best of his year, but I'll never compare him.
Again.
I'll never compare him to them, and I don't care how many stats he put up. I don't care if the nigga score 100,000 points. He still will never be on those two guys' level. That's my tier though. You see what I'm saying? That's my tier. So, and just like
I agree
LeBron
with
haters,
you.
they'll bring up his 4-6 record. They'll bring up all the negative stuff to make LeBron look bad and forget all the great stuff that he has done that nobody else has done.
But they're just
So,
doing the
again,
same thing. They're doing the same thing LeBron loves, but when they bring down people to boost his
the
guy,
champions,
right?
though, the reason I can separate KD, because I don't want to get off this topic. The reason I can separate KD and guys like Kyrie, even though they're world champs, they've never led. And all those guys in that upper tier, and any level of an upper tier, they have all led. And they've all done it multiple times. You see what I'm saying? And these guys have never done it. So that's why I can't put them in that same category. And that's part of it. That's part of being a team. That's part of winning chips.
Who led the Bulls in the 90s? Jordan. Who led the Lakers early 2000s? Kobe.
Shaq and Kobe.
Is LeBron leading?
Shaq and Kobe.
Nobody.
LeBron led 4 teams. He's got 4 chips. He led every single one of those teams.
Yeah. He led all
every
those
single
teams
one of those
with
teams. He led.
With
Even when the team like in Miami had already won a chip with D Wade, the year they didn't let LeBron lead, they didn't win. As soon as they turned it over to LeBron, they won 2 chips in a row. I just got to be honest about that.
LeBron didn't just not lead.
All that does is show you the direct correlation
I
between
just have to
leading
be
and
honest
winning
about
chips.
that. And then when they got to LA, hey, look, he got to LA,
You
he
can
led,
win
and they
all
won.
the chips you want. You could have Robert Horry, like.
But Robert Horry can win the chips, but he don't lead. He don't lead teams to chips. He don't lead, and there's a difference.
Good.
There's a difference. And that's why KD, I'm staying on topic. That's why KD and Kyrie can never be in these guys' category because they have never led.
Right.
Yeah, I heard. I think it was you, Elder. Elder, I think it was you who said this.
Well, go ahead.
I think it was Elder who said the Bulls got 6 rings because of Michael Jordan. Robert Horry has 7 rings because of the teams he played for. That's all it is. And I think I heard Elder say that in the past.
That wasn't me. That wasn't me.
I'm like, that's
Robert Horry
but that
was
wasn't
the
me.
best
I won't take
role
credit
player
for what somebody
ever.
said. That wasn't me though.
No, that's Scottie Pippen. But...
Listen to that chicken, Nick.
He left.
No, you're not gonna get that same energy, Lamont. You know that. These guys are not on the same level as LeBron. They're not relevant like that. They're just not.
But see, and another thing,
and that's what that's what they have to ultimately admit. The reason why it's hard for you to give that same energy is because that means you then have to admit we was just exaggerating. We was just saying all that just to say these 2 guys aren't on. Look, whatever you say about LeBron, failures and all, he's not. They're not going to be on the level. KD is never going to be on that level. There are levels to this thing. Oh, we got Mac Duff in here. We got a guy named Mudbone, and we still got Tricky Nicky's back. I don't know what happened.
Oh Lord, Tricky Nicky.
Hold on, we got Mac Duff. Mac Duff just pulled up. Mac Duff, what's going on, man? Mac Duff, what have you been hearing from the LeBron James hater communities out there? Have they been giving KD and Kyrie that same ether, or are they just kind of glossing over it and just kind of, trying to sweeten up this loss as if it's something that they can bounce back from next year?
Man, they putting Steve Nash as the blame. He ain't the right coach. It's crazy, man. Look, man. KD is the best player on the court, and he has a team around him. He is supposed to find a way to win. These games weren't blowouts. They was close. He choked in the 4th quarter. He didn't take shots. He was inefficient, which is not his resume. No, Jason Tatum blocked his jump shot. Like, he came up small, and he deserves all the ether. And this is a major hit to his legacy because I believe he's one of the greatest scorers, but I believe he can win a championship being a great scorer and lead a team, but he hasn't done that yet. Jordan has. Jordan averaging 30 and leading his team to a championship. Kobe is averaging 30, leading his team to a championship. If you're going to be considered one of the greatest scorers, you got to do that. You got to average 30 and lead your team, at least get out the Eastern Conference. So this takes a major hit not only to his ranking, but this also takes a major hit to his scoring as well. I can't put him. I'm not going to be putting KD as one of the greatest scorers of all time if he can't get out the Eastern Conference with his scoring ability. Facts.
There's one
I've
thing.
been
There's one
waiting
thing I
to
want
talk
to
about
say.
20. Can I go next?
Yeah, see, I'm hearing a lot of people blame Steve Nash, or at least attempt to blame Steve Nash.
Well, the two main things I'm hearing is Steve Nash, and then he is in year 15. That's the two things I'm hearing. And it's not that those aren't facts. It doesn't alleviate the other fact, though, that he still came up short. He still came up lame. He still didn't produce in the time where everybody say he's supposed to be the best at it. He's supposed to be Mr. Clutch. He's supposed to be Mr. Produce in the end. And he ain't do it this year. He just didn't get it done.
Remember, Kyrie said, "I'm glad I'm playing with somebody that can make a clutch shot."
Yeah.
Facts.
But he wasn't making them this year. So,
But see, I don't agree with people. I don't agree with people blaming Steve Nash. I really don't agree with people blaming Steve Nash because if I remember correctly, Kyrie Irving said they don't need a coach.
Yeah,
So,
he was stupid for saying that, though. He was
So
stupid
how,
for
how's
saying
that going to help Steve
So,
Nash?
how you gonna blame Steve Nash
He
if Kyrie
take
said
his
they didn't
voice
need a
away.
coach?
He don't
Hey,
have a voice.
Mingo, and Michael Land, y'all make sure y'all go one at a time so we can hear what y'all saying. Y'all was
But
kind of
what I was
talking over
saying
each other.
was Steve Nash. You can't blame Steve Nash if Kyrie said at the beginning of the season that they didn't need a coach. So you can't then turn around and say the coach is the reason why they lost.
Yeah, Kyrie made a stupid statement. But Steve Nash did a horrible job coaching too. Let's just keep it real. He's over. This is a job over his head. He's not prepared. He's not ready for this. Apparently, his assistants aren't as good. He's not helping like a coach is supposed to help. He's not guiding like a coach is supposed to guide. A coach's job is to set it up and put your players in a position at least to be successful. He's not even doing that. The players are having to overcome him. But typically on a good team, on a good team and a great player, offense can definitely do it. But a lot of times, most great players, they overcome their bad coaches by their great defense. And we know these two guys are not great defenders. They're not getting out there locking nobody down one-on-one and creating an opportunity from their defense. They're not, and this is why they're not successful, bro. All them other guys we named, they've had moments where they can do that. Even LeBron James. He's had his moments defensively where he has dominated games. Let's just keep it real. We have to be honest about that.
I agree. I agree with you, Elder. But even Allen Iverson got out the East, averaging 35. You know what I'm saying?
Allen
Get
Iverson
out the
was
East,
a pest.
bro.
Not that he was the greatest defender in the world, but boy, at moments he could be a pest.
But he was also he was definitely a leader.
KD's better.
That's what KD's not.
KD's better defensively than
He
Allen
didn't
Iverson.
win, but he definitely.
I think that's cap.
About 30 minutes.
What?
He definitely was a leader.
Yeah, the
Allen
Nets.
Iverson led the league in steals a couple of times.
Oh my lord!
3 times.
Three times.
We're not going to mention.
I think the
defense.
Nets. Where the Nets fucked up is when they literally traded Jared Allen, a defensive player,
I
away
agree
to
with
get
you.
James Harden. That was
Horrible.
the dumbest move they ever
Horrible
made.
decision right there.
Oh, no.
You took away one of the best
Horrible
defenders in all of.
If you got that
in
title
the
as one of
league.
the greatest scorers, bro, you're not supposed to be average. What 30 shooting 38, 39% from the field, 20 turnovers, taking one shot in the fourth quarter.
Facts.
Feel me? Choking at the free throw line.
Tatum
Like
locked that
you
brother up,
gotta get that smoke, bro.
Tatum
You,
made it
he's
hard.
not, you can't put him as one of the greatest scorers if he can't even get out the East.
Boston made it very hard for him. They really did.
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Played-
Come on, man.
Steve did nothing to help him to help him get out of the defensive entanglement he was in. Steve didn't do nothing to help that. I wouldn't be mad if they fired Steve Nash. I don't think he should have that job. I don't think he's the guy for that job.
I think he should get fired.
He can't get proven. He can't get them. He can't get you over the top guy in the first round. He definitely not going to be able to get you over top to win a chip. And here's the thing: if he couldn't really figure that out as a player, he's probably not going to be able to figure it out as a coach. So I just don't think he's the right guy for that job. I just don't. So if they wise, they'll go ahead and pay him, let him go back and play golf and do what he was doing, and get a championship-minded coach in there. Yeah, that's what I would do.
Yeah,
But okay, Elder, let me ask you this.
Lamont.
Elder, let me ask you this: if you was the president of the Nets or the owner or whatever of the Nets, what coach would you bring in for the Nets?
Everybody would like to say Mark Jackson. I think he's a good fit, but he hasn't actually proven that he can get a team over the top and win a championship either. Some people say he never got the opportunity, but I don't know. I don't agree with that 100%. but that's a popular choice because of the Brooklyn area. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to think who would be available that I think could get them over that top. If I'm
Dwight
going
Howard.
with the Nets, I'm telling you, I'm doing what the newer teams are doing. I'm going with that assistant that played in the league, that won chips in the league, that might have won chips as an assistant and know how to win, and give him an opportunity to get up
Sam
there and
Cassell?
do it.
Yeah, I was gonna say Sam.
If he could be that one, Darvin Ham could be that guy. You see what I'm saying? Look what Duke doing now. That he came from the Spurs championship organization. Look what the guy and what's the name is doing. All these cats, man, they done put their tenure in. They've been coaches 8, 10, 12 years. They won chips as players, as role players. They won chips as assistant coaches. They at least know how to do it. They've seen it. They've been there. I would trust one of those guys right now in this NBA more than I would one of these old heads. Now, if you're not gonna do that, you gotta. And if Philly flame out, I would think that Doc Rivers, at least he's proven he can get there, you know. And then if you got the right talent, they may be able with the two together. Because one thing Doc will do, he will boost your confidence up. He will make you believe in yourself. He will and he will ride you to the end. You know what I mean? He will believe in you to the end, and that goes a long way with a player. When you know your coach trusts and believe in you, it goes a long way. So if you can't get a guy like that, and Doc Rivers available, but everything else out there, I just don't know. D'Antoni definitely not the answer. He's definitely not the answer. He ain't proved he can win on the NBA level at any level, in my opinion. He can win a lot of games, but he can't win a chip. I just don't know who else will be available besides guys like that.
Better get somebody off the Warriors, somebody off the damn Warriors bench.
I would want somebody that is an incredible communicator, but not a pushover. You got to be that. And see, that's why I want an ex-player.
Mike Brown is a good. Mike Brown would be a good fit.
Mike Brown's okay, but he hasn't shown me as a lead coach he can get you over the top. He can be an assistant. He's proven that to me, but he hasn't proven. He's had couple opportunities. He ain't proven to me that he can get you over the top as a lead.
I think he struggles with the communication side of it.
I do too.
Being relatable with.
That's why I said these younger coaches that ain't had a chance. Like I'm very big on Darvin Ham, y'all. I know that's kind of personal for me. I go way back, but when you just listen to him talk now, he gets it. He gets it on this level. What they're doing right now. And he still know how to communicate. And because
do you believe a guy like Jay Wright could transition well?
No, I'm not bringing no college dude in. I'm not with the Brooklyn Nets. No, I'm not bringing no college dude for the
Brooklyn Nets is a pressure cooker job.
I give Jay Wright a chance with the Orlando Magic or a team like that to prove himself. The Pacers, someone like that. You know who just somebody just fired like with the Sacramento
Kings, yeah.
But actually, I wouldn't with Sacramento because Sacramento desired to get the playoffs so bad because they've been so down ever since Chris Webber and them left. They need an experienced head coach there, too, to get them over. Somebody that just at least pretty much guarantees you to get in the playoffs from the coaching standpoint. They need that kind of coach there. So I wouldn't do it in Sacramento. But a team that's been, low level that needs to come up, if Jay Wright really wanted to get in and he can press me in an interview, I may give him a chance there for sign him on a 4-year deal, 4th year, my option, maybe that type of thing. If I don't see major improvement, a leap in that 2nd year, he gone that 3rd. You see what I'm saying? Something like that. But I'm not a big fan on college coaches being converted. I'm not a huge fan on that.
I
wanted to say something about
But wait a minute, Elder. So you telling me if he was willing to coach, you wouldn't give Coach K a chance?
Coach K can't even walk right now, bro. So no, sir. I wouldn't.
Oh, he can't walk. What's wrong with him?
Did you see him, bro? Did you see him in the national championship or the
he had to
Final
get a
Four?
cart. Yeah, he had to
that
get a
brother
cart.
needed a wheelchair, bro.
What's wrong with him?
He like 80.
Yeah, he's old.
He's old.
Like 80.
He's old,
no,
man.
bro. I'm not giving Coach K a chance. I'm not.
Coach K ain't no 80, is he?
How old is Coach
He's
K?
up there. He's up there.
I think
I know damn well he ain't no 80.
He's old, 78. He's very old, bro. He's very old.
Yeah, he's
Hey,
75.
Lamont, I wanted to say something.
75, yeah. So he's very old. And if you watch him, he's got some serious health issues. You can tell that's probably was the main reason he retired this year.
I believe so myself.
He need a hip replacement or something bad, bro. So no, I wouldn't do Coach K. The only reason I made the statement a few weeks ago when I was on one of my guys' channel about old boy getting the Laker job, It's because the Lakers fired the head coach but didn't fire none of the assistants. So they on that same BS. And the only person I can think of that they could bring in that may even accept that kind of crap would be Juwan Howard. And especially what happened at Michigan and all that, they would be happy to get him out that contract right now.
Yeah, that's
dude,
going
all
to
that
screw
stuff.
the Lakers again, though.
Yes, I agree. But
they need to bring in a coach that's going to bring his own staff and have full reins and do it.
I fully agree, Lamont. I
can't do it like that.
Lakers fired the head coach, and think about it, not one of the assistants have been fired yet. Not one. They're still getting paid. So I'm like, the Lakers on that same BS, bro. They on that same BS. Now maybe they'll fire him when they hire the coach. If they get who they want. But if they on that BS trying to force coaches on coaches, the only person I can think of that will do that crap is gonna be him. Is gonna be Juwan Howard. I can't think any other coach is gonna accept that bull crap. I can't.
You can't win like that. Not seriously.
I wanted to say something about the net series, Lamont.
Yeah, go ahead, Cook.
Yeah, so I've been watching the NBA since 2010.
I'm old.
Go ahead, dude.
Go ahead, Finesse.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
we can now.
Okay, yeah. So I've been watching the NBA since 2010 when the Lakers beat the Magic in the finals. What I saw in the net series was tragic, ridiculous, sickening, crazy. It was bad, it was bad. But the reason why it was bad is because Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, they're the most skilled duo since whatever the hell. They've been best thing since sliced bread, and you couldn't beat the Celtics. Now, the Celtics are a great team, I can't lie. The way that Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum are playing right now is pretty cool. The way that they both are great, or at least, moderate, great, decent, whatever you want to call it, on offense and defense is pretty cool. We'll see what happens. We'll see if they can do what they did to KD to Giannis. I don't know. But, it was pretty sad, man. The thing about it is, what made it even worse is that clown, Ben Simmons, is bamboozling, robbing the Nets of money. I don't know what's going on with that dude, man, but it's sad because what we've seen over the past couple of years relating to the NBA champions from the past couple of years, the Raptors, the Bucks, the Lakers, defense wins championships. So, at least in my opinion. So if your best player is not good on defense, that's tough. But if two of your best players are not good on defense, you're not winning anything. So me personally, I damn near feel like when everybody found out that Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving were teaming up together on that, we damn near should have known then. This isn't going to work because they're not good on defense. You know what I'm saying? So I damn near feel like nobody should be shocked related to what happened in this past series against the Celtics. If you know that defense wins championships, Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, they're not known for playing defense. So nobody should really be shocked. I understand, people were shocked related to how Kevin Durant played, but the Nets not being able to get over the hump and win the championship, where's the defense? Nowhere to be found. Anyway, that's how I feel about the Nets, right?
Can I rebuttal about the Ben Simmons?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, me personally, why are people scapegoating Ben Simmons when he hasn't played all season? Who thought that this guy was going to get up and play in a playoff game when he hasn't had no tune-up games? He's not putting up no shots or I don't know what he's not. We don't know what he's doing. It's like who expected this guy to just get up and just go and play in the playoffs?
I guess the question is, why would you trade for somebody why would you trade for somebody that's not a guarantee?
You trade because he was the best asset you could get for James Harden. Maybe.
Yeah, you got to think long term.
And another thing is, a lot of people are sweeping this James Harden thing under the rug because this wasn't a part of the original plan. None of this was part of the original plan. They weren't supposed to get Harden. They weren't supposed to go get Ben Simmons. It was supposed to be KD and Kyrie winning a chip by themselves to prove a point. And I just feel like that when they changed course in the middle of the trip, that derailed everything. And if this was if LeBron had traded AD and went and got somebody else and got swept in the first round, this dude would have been getting cooked. But nobody is bringing up the fact that Kevin Durant went and got two superstars and still failed to do what to get this thing done.
Well, you got to include context with that. Come on now, you got to include the context with that, bro. Let's not forget. Let's not forget. Come on now.
What are we forgetting?
We're not forgetting that last year, and what game did Kyrie Irving get?
Who told them to trade for
We
Harden in the
just,
first place?
bro,
He
we
got
just
hurt in
can't.
game
We
4.
can't. If we're gonna do the context, you gotta do it for every single player.
You gotta do it for every single player, and they
You
don't
gotta
do
do
that
it
for
for
He
every
got
LeBron
hurt in
player.
game
because
4.
y'all blame
Y'all
LeBron
not
for
fair
trading
when
the
it come
whole
to that.
team.
Let's just keep it real. Y'all not
Let's
fair when
just
it
keep
come
it
to
real,
that.
and that's what Lamont is talking about. Y'all don't keep the same energy when it comes because y'all don't hear everybody saying, "Oh, KD traded the whole team. He traded all those players. Look at
And he
Jared Allen.
literally did.
He's an
Sure
all
did.
star.
Hold on,
Look at
hold on.
Sure
Karis
did.
LeVert."
So,
And
Do y'all remember? Do
nobody's
y'all
questioning.
remember the year where Kyrie said after the game, he was like, "We just don't have the team that can win." And next thing you know, they get to trading away the Jared
Everybody.
Allens and all their assets just to try to find another superstar. I mean, come on, man. It's just like no coincidence. They're doing the same thing that you could accuse LeBron of.
I think the one brother missed the 1 point. Just he was good. He had a great take. I would add to the 1 point he made about he said, you look at the last past championships, defense is what helped them win. I agree with that 100, but also they were the biggest teams too. They all played great D and they were huge. You got to have size. We'll see how great Boston defense is when they go up against Milwaukee because Milwaukee has incredible size.
Yeah, but
See,
if Middleton doesn't play, that's tough.
even without Middleton, they got
Even without the
incredible
ball
size.
movement.
Yeah, without Middleton, they
And
still
they got
got
great
incredible
shooting.
size.
They got a lot of
and they
shooters.
can shoot the ball. So Middleton definitely helps. Don't get me wrong; he's a key cog. I'm not downplaying him. I'm just saying that's a team with huge size, and playing against the Nets, they had zero size. All the size they had was old
and
can barely play more than 3-4 minutes at a time.
And that's another player that people need to stay on one side of the fence of. Because 1 minute you want to say Middleton ain't doing nothing, and then the next minute you want to say Middleton is saving them when it fits your argument. So if you don't like him, you just need to stay on one side of the fence with Middleton. I don't
He
like
has a role. He has a role in that team. But Giannis is on top of the world. Giannis the man.
Yeah, but people like to diminish Giannis, and they try to put Middleton. They try to boost Middleton to diminish Giannis, and then when it doesn't
Those are
fit their
normal
narrative, they
LeBron.
try
Those
to.
are normal LeBron lovers. People that love LeBron trying to pump him up or love a KD. If they love a player, they'll do that to do that.
Yeah,
But Giannis, you can't deny what he's done the last 3 years, bro.
Man,
He's on
Giannis
top
is
of
a
the
beast.
world.
I don't care what nobody says.
To be honest, I don't even I feel like who does Boston really have relating to size other than Robert Williams and what's his name, Horford?
Bro, they got
Yeah,
Horford.
Robert Williams.
Hold on,
Robert
Jason
Williams,
Tatum's
6'8".
6'10".
I'm talking about to stop Giannis. That's what I'm
They
literally
don't.
talking about that.
Well, the
They
thing
got
is,
they got okay size. Boston got okay size.
I don't think you stop Giannis with one person. You
Nah,
got to
you
stop
need a
him with
whole
a
team of
team.
people to stop that brother.
So with that being said, do you guys think the wall scheme can still work against the Bucks the same like Miami did in Toronto?
not a wall
Giannis done
scheme.
figured out that
It's
wall.
not a
Yeah,
it's
figured
a
it
wall
out.
scheme though.
Jason Tatum not 6'10". Jason Tatum 6'8".
So
Yeah,
so
they
you,
keep.
Horford,
Hold on. They said, hold on, my brother. They said Jason Tatum grew. I asked some people. They said he grew. He came in the league 6'8", but they say he done grew since then. I don't know that for sure, but
I thought you stopped growing when you reach a certain age.
no, bro. You can. There's people. Plenty of guys got to the league and grew. Tatum came to the league at 19 years old, so he was only 1 year from college, right? Duke, he played 1 year and came out. So
You can grow up
they
to the
said
age.
that he's 6'10" now, but
You can
I don't
grow up
know
to
that
the
to be
age of
fact.
25 years old.
Yeah, they said he's 6'10". I don't. Lamont, is he 6'10"? Do you know?
They said yesterday when he was playing, they said he's 6'10". That's what
I
they said
heard that
yesterday
like
during
3
the
or 4
game.
They
times,
fudged
and
that
then I
stuff
called
in
a
the
couple
NBA,
people
but
to
he's
confirm it.
definitely
They said, yeah, he done
around
grew.
6'10".
You got,
and I tell you this, that will make old boy really difficult because he like 6'11", 7 foot.
Who,
But now
Giannis?
you got a 6'10" guy with long arms and he athletic. And
He's
he
not as
coming
tall
at
as
you.
he's not as tall as Giannis, but he's still tall.
Hey,
Well, if he ain't as tall as Giannis, then he not 6'10", because Giannis about 6'10", 6'11".
They fudged that stuff in the NBA, but he's over 6'9" for sure.
Hold on. Now I think about it. Hold on.
He's over 6'9" for sure. And it has and it
That's
has
a
been
long
reported that he
wing,
has
bro.
grown since he came to the league too.
Didn't the Phoenix Suns have a great defense in the finals last year? Or am I reaching?
No, they had a great.
The
They had
Suns
a
had a
great.
good
Their
defense.
defense just wasn't better
They
than
didn't have what they were doing. They was running a fake stunt defense on Giannis, and as soon as Giannis figured out it wasn't real double teams, they were just making it look like they were going to double team. He fucking destroyed. He destroyed
Oh yeah.
Ayton.
So
deep fried their
Once he
tails.
figured it out at game 3 is
Had
when
him
he
for
figured
lunch.
it out, and it was wrapped from that point forward. They couldn't
And
stop
You
him.
don't
remember what
put
Giannis did
Milwaukee.
on his
Hey, if you don't put
remember what he did on
Milwaukee
the
away
final
early,
game
you probably
also.
gonna
So
lose
remember
them.
that he
Yeah.
learned that and he destroyed them.
If you don't beat Milwaukee in like 4 or 5 games, you're gonna probably lose to them because Giannis, he done shown he starts to figure that crap out as the series goes,
Yeah.
and he gets stronger and stronger, bro. So
Yeah.
So
that's why I
what
don't think Boston's gonna beat them, bro, because they're not sweeping Milwaukee, even without
Fife,
Middleton. They're
I've
not
kind of
sweeping.
laid up in the cut here. I did want to kind of make a point. I don't want to be on here all night.
Yeah.
Would you mind if I get to it?
No, go ahead.
First off, I want to definitely salute you for a great program tonight.
Appreciate it.
I have not always agreed with all of your takes, but I will say something about your take tonight. First off, I want to give a couple of props to a couple of panelists. Elder, you've
Yes,
been
sir.
spot on. I agree with I agree with pretty much everything you've said the entire evening since I've been listening. I haven't been on listening the whole time, but all of your takes, I agree with completely.
Salute, bro.
I want to get back in target with what I guess Lamont, that's your real name, set this program up, because it's important to know that there's a narrative. Once they started that narrative about KD, the greatest player on the planet, I do think that was fueled by LeBron haters, because some of these dudes like Skip Bayless, who can't stand, who can never say anything nice about LeBron. Now, I don't even think LeBron's the GOAT, but still in all, LeBron is a great player. And I think that you are right, Elder. KD is not on that level for several reasons. Nobody points out certain things. And if you're going to be that guy, this was the most epic collapse of a star on that caliber I have ever seen in my entire life. KD went from his Oklahoma City Thunder, who had actually gone to the finals, where they lost to LeBron. He went and joined a 70-plus win team that already had a championship and stars and a system in place to go win a couple of rings. He decided that he didn't like it. He wanted to come over to the Nets. Fine. Him and Kyrie decided that, hey, you know what? We can make our own legacy. However, like they had said, first off, Kyrie was the one who said we don't need a coach. And Kevin Durant co-signed that. And I agree with you, Elder. Steve Nash did a terrible job, but KD has to own it. And I'm very disappointed that people are not going at KD with the energy that they need to. KD played a terrible series, including the fourth game where he was like 13 for 31. Yeah, he dropped 39, but he shot 1,001 times, and I'm with him for that, because if you're going to go down, at least go down swinging. I don't know where he was in those first 3 games. I don't know what they planned on doing, but KD has to bear the responsibility for falling on his face in front of the world. And aside from that, this is one of the reasons I know Steve Nash was a terrible coach, even last year when they played him 1,000,000 minutes. Maybe some of that's starting to wear on him, all right? But the toe on the line, every year with the Nets, there's an excuse. I think they have a very dysfunctional organization, just to be completely frank with you. And for the person who talked about Ben Simmons, no, we didn't expect Ben Simmons to do a whole bunch. But Ben Simmons has a lot of issues. And if you take a look at the Nets organization between Kyrie and Ben, you have the most dysfunction. The biggest problem is that KD is not a freaking leader. Now, if you're going to call this man the greatest shooter on the planet and put him up there as the greatest scorer of all time and all of the stuff they've been saying about him, let's be real. He just played miserably, and he needs to prove that he can win and be a leader to take a team to a championship without all the accessory help. And they need to stop being shady also. That'll probably help him. I think the basketball gods, are frowning on these dudes until they get it together. They need to take a step back, get some humility, come out here and play basketball, and understand that it takes defense to win a freaking championship. Unfortunately, Kyrie and KD are both deficient in those areas. That's all I wanted to say. Great program, Fife. Those are my points.
That's what's up. Good point. Salute.
I agree with a lot of that, man. I agree with a lot of that for sure.
As we look, the crazy thing is, as we continue talking about this topic on a LeBron hater channel, they just dropped a video. Is Kyrie Irving really a superstar? Again, now having to backtrack off comments that you've previously made, claiming he was a superstar. You should have never had to question if he was a superstar, because any real basketball mind knew He was never a superstar in this league. He never should have been placed on that level. And so this is what you're going to find from all the LeBron James haters. They now, because they spent so much time elevating these guys, trying to put them up there with LeBron, putting them up there where they don't belong. Now you have to find a way. How do we reel this back? How do we backtrack from these flawed takes that we had when we elevated these guys? And now we see over the course of time that these dudes really don't got it. They really don't got it, especially when they're called upon to lead on their own. Not do it by themselves, because I don't expect them to do it by themselves. But when it's time to lead, and as Elder explained, you have to be able to lead to win championships. You have to. Or you have to have a guy on the team that's willing to take that role. Right? And KD won chips when Steph Curry and Draymond took that role. But when it was time for him to lead, even with great talent around him, they couldn't get it done because he doesn't know how to take up the mantle to be a great leader.
You know, I'm just surprised that nobody bought. They definitely saw. I think that you have a flat out point, Lamont, because they're definitely pussyfooting around with KD flopping so terribly. The guy choked. Choked.
Hold on, X-Man thinks Kyrie is a superstar. X-Man, you need to please come in the chat right now and please explain to me when Kyrie was ever a superstar in this league. Please explain to me when this happened. Kyrie has never been a superstar in the NBA. He's an all-star. He has never been a superstar.
Thank you for saying that, Lamont.
That is relegated to a very few class of people. And because y'all so loosely throw the word superstar around, when these superstars, as you guys label them, flop, you don't know how to backtrack out of it. Just don't label them what they're not, what they aren't. That's exactly what Elder was saying when he first came in. It's hard for people to criticize them because they know that they don't belong in that level, in that realm, to be criticized to the degree that the superstars are really criticized.
Well, what has Kyrie done prior to and after LeBron James?
Exactly, and that's one of the things too that I've noticed. It's because some of these guys play with LeBron, they're instantly superstars, so they can say he has all the help.
Let me ask Elder this question. Elder, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
For a stretch of time, when Ben Wallace was at his ultimate peak, was there a 2 to 3 year stretch where Ben Wallace, based on the way the NBA game was played at that time, slow, defensive oriented, would you consider for a short period of time Ben Wallace to being a superstar?
Wow. A superstar?
Ben was interesting for sure.
I would say no.
Yeah, me too.
I would have to say no because one part of being a lot about being a superstar goes off the basketball court, and you got to be marketable too. And I don't remember, besides outside of where he was at, Detroit or whatever, he wasn't like nationally marketed and all that. He was a great defender, all that good stuff. Kind of like Gobert, he's won three DOPs or whatever you call it. I remember Ben Wallace was the man. There was some hype around him, but a superstar.
Well, the only reason I say
I wouldn't have put him in that. I wouldn't have put him in that level. No,
I'm saying in the NBA at that time, the way it was played, more defensive oriented. Before they made these changes that opened the door up for all this scoring to start happening, it was a defensive player's game. It was your time to really reign and make a name for yourself if you could play defense. And he kind of led the way for at least a 2 to 3 year stretch where
I agree with that part. As far as the play
goes.
The part of being a superstar to me, though, goes off the court. I didn't see that out of Ben Wallace. Okay. That's what I'm saying.
He was one of the top
defensive end and all that. But
he was not one of the top. He was the top.
He was the top, yeah.
Yeah, on the court. On the court, he definitely.
But off
was
the court,
I
can't. He didn't.
Yeah, he was not very marketable at all.
He wasn't marketable at all. He didn't want a good speaker, none of that stuff. And besides,
he got more accolades than Kyrie.
I wanted to say something about you guys who said that.
I guess you do.
Before LeBron and after LeBron. So before LeBron went to Cleveland, let's not act like the Cleveland Cavaliers were not trash before LeBron got there. What was Kyrie supposed to do? And let me ask you guys this: does anybody remember the Bleacher Report put out in 2018 about the Cavs from Jackie McMullen?
What about it?
So, according to Bleacher Report, on January the 3rd, 2018, the Cleveland Cavaliers explored trading Kyrie Irving for Paul George and Eric Bledsoe 1 month before Kyrie Irving asked to be traded.
Yeah, and LeBron said, "Don't do it."
So hold on.
Well,
okay, hold on. So
I remember that story.
Yeah. So the question
I remember
is,
that.
yeah. Okay. So the question is, even though LeBron said no, the fact that the Cavaliers had that on their mind, why does anybody blame Kyrie for leaving?
He didn't
Who
say
blamed
no.
him for leaving?
First off, I don't believe LeBron said no. What happened was, from what I heard, was that Paul George was not going to commit unless LeBron James was going to resign, and LeBron James could not commit to resign. But just Kyrie finding out that he was potentially on the block made him want to leave. That's what happened.
Yeah. So does anybody have a problem with that?
I agree with that.
I don't.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Yes, because y'all getting on Ben Simmons for all that stuff they said about him. Oh, but they literally indicted that man. There's the difference between Ben Simmons and Kyrie. They literally was like, "Oh, we don't know if we can win with you." All they did was say, "Oh, we can get a better player." Like
I don't think people really. I don't remember people really bashing Ben Simmons for not wanting to play in Philly. I think people just
everybody's been
didn't
bashing
like
Ben
the fact
Simmons
that he
all
was
year.
willing to No, people didn't like the fact that he was willing to sacrifice the money the way he would. Which, me personally, I don't have an issue with what Ben Simmons has done. He's done what he thinks is best for him, and in this era of player empowerment, I mean, I'm not going to be mad at a man that's willing to sacrifice his bread in something he believes in. I don't care if what he believes in is 100% wrong. If he's willing to sacrifice his bread to prove it, I have respect for that, is what I'm saying. And
He wasn't willing to sacrifice it that much. He's suing him to get his money back.
Well, he's trying. That's the key. He's trying, and I mean
Right.
that's the system that's put before us.
And I don't blame him. I don't blame him
Why
for
leave
doing
that
that
on the
either,
table?
Elder.
Hold on. Why leave that on the table? There's an option for you to get it back. Now, if he doesn't, he's gonna move on and do what? Keep playing basketball. But he still was willing to put that bread on the table. I'm gonna tell you right now, most players are not willing to take a chance like that. Most of them. I guarantee 98% of the players are not willing to do what Ben Simmons did this year. Beliefs or not.
I guess
They're
the
not
question now is, where are the Brooklyn Nets supposed to go from here? Because Kevin Durant isn't getting any. You're not getting any younger. Kyrie Irving, his contract is up.
I hear they. I'm hearing. Hey,
believes in Ben
Lamont,
Simmons
what are you
anymore?
hearing about? Are they going to keep Ben Simmons?
They have to. They should.
I'm hearing he on the move.
You know what? The circus is about to begin, guys. Get your popcorn ready and pay attention over the next month or so.
They said Ben Simmons is in the same position that old boy is in. Because remember, Ben didn't want to be in Brooklyn. Ben, if he gets his choice, he's going to L.A. because that's the city he wants to be in. If not, his second choice, from what I've heard from him, is the state of California. So he's used Brooklyn just like what's the name has used Brooklyn to get to where he wanted to be. Harden didn't want to be in Brooklyn. He wanted to be with Morey in Philly. Now he's in Philly.
But that's totally different, though. Harden only had the 1 year left on his deal before he could, say they never traded for Ben Simmons. Harden could have easily went to Philadelphia anyways. If, not easily, they'd have to do a signing trade. But they'd have to do some signing trade. But
do you understand the signing trade is like one of the hardest deals to do because it hard caps a team. That's not an easy deal. You say it like that's just simple. You don't get a lot of signing trades all year. That's a hard deal to do because it hard caps a team, especially if you sign and trade a guy that's making $50 million.
They would have did it because Brooklyn wasn't going to get nothing in return.
Well, that's why they got Ben Simmons. That's why they got Ben Simmons.
But it's a difference because he has 4 more years. But he has 3-4 more years on his deal, so it's you can't be like, oh well, I'm just a layover. It's not a layover or anything. They're not.
Let me ask you this.
I don't think they made that trade for now.
No, I understand. But let me ask you this: you're the owner of the Brooklyn Nets, right? Let's put you in that seat. Do you want a guy with the history like Ben Simmons that's telling you he doesn't want to play there, would you want to keep him?
I don't think he would tell them that, but at
The
this
answer in
point,
short
yes,
is no.
yes, I would. I
You
would
wouldn't
keep
keep a
him.
guy around who don't want to
Bro,
be
you
there.
you wouldn't you wouldn't be you wouldn't be an
No,
owner of an NBA team long, bro.
he would just have to suck it up because at the
You mean
end
a
of the
GM,
day,
right?
He wouldn't
Suck
be
it
a
up. You
he
see how
wouldn't.
much?
No,
You
that's the
see how much
owner. Hey,
that Ben Simmons is?
that's actually an owner's decision. That goes above the GM, and the owner would have to make that because he's the one writing the checks, not the GM. The owner writes
Right.
them
Plus,
checks.
Ben Simmons has already shown you he's willing to
Yeah,
play all kinds of games
yeah,
with you not to hit the
yeah.
court.
That's why I preface it by saying a guy
no,
like Ben Simmons, and for him to
but
sit here and say, "See,
but
you," I think you said skip the money part, skip the business part. I'm thinking just basketball. Just suck it up, get out there. I want your talent, and you're not thinking about a disgruntled employee, bro.
the other players in the league are not going to allow him to do that because when the CBA comes up, it's going to
That's 2
be
years away, bro. The CBA is not
that
till the summer of 24.
and the smarter players in the league are thinking about that right now because
First
when it
off,
comes up and they say you don't play X amount of games, I need X amount of dollars back. That's gonna start being a problem with them guys who got.
they're gonna try to make a Ben Simmons rule. Don't get it wrong, but it still has to be agreed.
So
It still
him
has to
doing
be
that
agreed upon.
twice, the players would not. He would not be advised to do that.
Bro, I'm not
He
saying
was
that Ben
at.
Simmons. I'm not saying that Ben Simmons would do the same thing in Philly. I mean, in New York, the Nets, that he did in Philly. But he already got a back issue, bro.
Well,
It's not hard for him to just keep saying, "Man, I can't get rid of this back pain."
I think
That's
a
what
lot of
they do.
people. I
And
think a
then-
lot of people
and now you
forget.
got a player that's not on the court, and you paying $38 million.
Well, I think a
You
lot of
gotta-
people forget that you had to make the trade because James Harden was about to enter free agency because he refused to sign
and
an
he
extension.
wasn't gonna get nothing for him. He could have.
So if you allow that man to, if you keep him and upset him further, you're just going to allow him to get into free agency and you lose him for nothing. Getting Ben
Bingo.
Simmons, guy that's under contract for multiple years, you might not want him for shit, but you have a very valuable asset that a lot of teams still believe in. Like when Philly said he was available for trade, like 20 teams called. So you have a player that other teams will call and knock on your door and offer some very good packages for.
Some teams may not even see him for
that's
the
the
future,
goal.
but
You
they
have
see
to-
him as they don't even see him as their future. They just see him as the asset to get to their future. They help them get there. That's good business. So they
Plus,
have an
Ben
asset.
Simmons is young. Plus, he's young too.
They
He
have
has
a
that on
good
his side.
asset right now. If you get him what he wants, you may get back valuable assets to push you where you want to get. So you got a lot of teams in California. You know that, right? If he says, okay, I may want to be in LA. Well, I'm not trading to the Lakers or the Clippers, right? Well, there's other teams in California. You got Golden State. You
No,
got
they're
Sacramento.
just Sacramento because Golden State's not. Who
They're in
who
California.
they take?
Golden State was interested. They didn't want to pay
Golden
that price.
State, all them
Yeah,
California teams are interested. All of them are.
But
and hold on, and you have 3 and 4 teams that can get involved. You don't have to do a direct trade with one of them. You get the assets you want to get him where he wants to be. But again, if you got 4 California teams, that gives you 4 options instead of just one. The one option of making him play, that's not a good option for you because he's already shown you that ain't gonna work with him. And that's why I said a player like Ben Simmons. That's why I said that in the beginning. A player like Ben Simmons. You ain't gonna force him to do shit. He done showed you I'm willing to sacrifice that bread. But I'm going to figure out a way to manipulate the system to still get my money while you get nothing from me. No, if I got a guy like that don't want to be on my team, believe you me, I'm getting rid of him. I'm getting rid of it. Now, I may get at front. No, we're going to work out. We're going to work things out. Oh, Ben's going to be happy here, blah, blah, blah. And the whole time, I'll work behind the scenes to get rid of him, bro. I want somebody that's a willing participant. And he's a valuable asset. I'm getting 2 or 3 valuable assets for him. That's just how the business works, bro.
Especially after this season, because it's so disruptive to try to keep a team cohesive. I think the Nets have gone through so much, between the stuff they went through with Ben and Kyrie, that's why I'm saying get your popcorn ready. I think this month or two is going to be very telling about what's going to happen. If KD picks up and says he wants out, it's going to get crazy over there.
Here's my thing too with that team. You say you want to be the GM of that and force him to play. Now you got your 3 superstars, and none of them are leaders. Not a one. How do you expect to have any team camaraderie, any team? That's going to be a disaster waiting to happen. Now, talent-wise, you got ultra talent. But you just seen ultra talent not going to win it for you in the NBA. You need a lot more than that, bro. A lot more than that to win the NBA. And you got 3 guys that have been issues, problems, disgruntled, injured, you name it. All of that fits all 3 of them guys. And you want them to come together and say, oh, we can mesh together and become one and win. Bro, it's not going to happen. You got assets, get the best you can get for those assets. And that's what I would do if I'm Brooklyn right now. Because they burning a lot of money. They got money in a bag with holes right now. Betting on guys that are weak-minded.
I don't really see Kevin Durant winning another championship. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't either.
That's hell.
I don't see. Only way I see them doing that is if they go to a team that's got a real true leader. If they demand a trade and they go to a team that has a real true leader, then they can.
Yeah, that's what they got to do. They gotta trade some of their pieces, specifically Ben Simmons, and get something.
Hey, y'all never know in this NBA. Mess around and we might see KD paired up with LeBron.
Right.
LeBron somehow.
Because
Don't say he can't win another chip because this NBA is like no other right now.
You notice I didn't say he can't win one. I said he gonna have to get on a team with a leader though.
Yes, he gonna have to get with a leader. Yes,
he ain't gonna win one with him leading. I don't believe that.
See, the thing is, right now you got guys like the Nets just got finished experiencing Ben Simmons, James. These dudes are forcing their way out. So don't get it twisted. Right now, a player can just say, "Hey, I want out," and then what are you gonna do? Just like
Didn't Ben
Elvis saying.
Simmons. Didn't Ben Simmons say he wants to stay in New Jersey, Brooklyn?
They're saying all of that stuff right now. They just finished
You got
losing.
a troll in there, huh, Lamont? You got a troll in there?
What's
that? Don't trust.
Guy said Russell declining his player option. That's got to be a troll.
But listen,
whoever he is,
don't trust anything that these
47
players
million.
say right now.
Russ declining that shit. That's a troll.
Listen, don't trust anything that these players say right now because all of that is just PR.
Yeah, Durant's gonna be agent. I think his contract is up after next year.
No. He just resigned, bro. Durant just resigned.
Oh, damn.
Right, literally.
He got an extension, so but that don't mean he can't demand a trade.
Yeah, you're right.
And what you gonna do if Durant say I don't want to be here? You gonna make him stay? Hell no. That ain't gonna help. That ain't gonna help. I'm not gonna win. I've never seen a team force a player to do something and then they end up winning from it. Never. Not in this era, I should say. Not in an era where player empowerment is. Now, back in the day, yeah, plenty. Because the Bucks was trapped. They couldn't do nothing. So, hey, they just were professional. These guys today ain't want that professional stuff. They would give me what I want, when I want it, how I want it, or I'm going to make this shit difficult for you. And they can take the public scrutiny. They can handle it. They know that any publicity is good publicity. They all into advertising today.
Yep.
That's the first model of advertisement. Any publicity is good publicity. Just get your name out there. Get your name in people's minds. That's all you care about in advertising.
Yep.
Yeah.
Quick question I got for you guys. With specifically what you guys are talking about, you think like KD's ego is gonna allow him to say, "Okay, trade me," because deep down he knows, let's say he can't lead a team on his own. Because a lot of the podcasts and shit that I listen to with his interviews, the way he and Kyrie be talking about basketball, it's like they act like they have some greater knowledge than other people do about basketball, including other players. So I don't know if a guy like that, especially the way he left Golden State, if he's going to really want to leave a Brooklyn situation. I think he wants to lead that team. But I agree with anybody else saying they gotta get a leader in there. He's not going to be the leader to do it.
Well, there's a lot with that. So think about what he just experienced this season. There was so much uncertainty. There was moving around. The Nets are so fragile right now. Even the coach, that was the coach that they wanted. So I think that I would not put anything off the table. I would sit back and watch what happens over the next couple of months because, KD is also kind of thin-skinned and you don't know what these dudes might do these days. So I'm not sure how everything is going. These guys want to play together right now. He might think about it after a month or so on vacation and decide, hey, you know what? I'm tired of this. You don't really know what might happen. You don't know what Kyrie might decide. They sound like they say they want to stay together right now, but you really don't know. Just like Elder's saying, and just like Lamont, you can force your way out of a situation if you don't like it. And do you really think that KD liked how this season went down?
Yeah, that's true.
But
That's
you
true.
know, I think we forget that the good thing about the Nets is KD doesn't have to leave. With them acquiring Ben Simmons, a very tradable asset, what Kyrie said in that post game conference is something that y'all want to take note of. He says, "I look forward to taking part in being a part of the management of this team." That means him and KD are going to be actively participating in what they do with regards to the players they bring in. And to get some of the players that they're probably thinking of, you may need to use Ben Simmons as the trade bait to make that happen, because there's really no other way. They don't have any assets outside of that. I mean, you have the Bruce Brown contract. I mean, you can bring him back, maybe sign a trade.
What's his name? Joe whatever. You got him.
Yeah, you still got Joe Harris coming back healthy. So, I mean, the most valuable asset right now is Ben Simmons.
Well,
I do not believe they trust
him. You got the shooters. You could give up one of them if you want to.
Yeah, and to be honest,
you could
Brooklyn,
give up one of them.
Yeah,
but shooters at a premium right now. I don't know if they give
that's
up
why
Joe
I'm
Harris.
saying they may be.
No, they need
assets. Seth Curry and
they need size. They need size in the paint. Forget
well, I'm
shooting.
saying you could give up a Seth Curry and maybe get you a quality wing for him.
Right, because they got three. They got basically three of the same player.
To me, he's probably their best asset because Harris is overpaid. Curry is on a very good contract, very good. And he's one of the best shooters in the league. If they decide to move him because they still got Mills and all the other good shooters and get Harris back, that's the one that can get them probably the best quality player back. Next to Ben Simmons, of course. Next to Ben Simmons. Yeah.
I wouldn't.
The Nets.
I wouldn't trade Seth Curry. I would trade Joe Harris. I would keep Seth Curry.
The problem is getting see with Joe Harris, his contract's bad. So now you're not getting a quality player. The people not going to give you something quality for a piece of shit. A guy that showed you can't. So you're not going to get back what you need for that. That contract's too bad. When you're giving up quality, you can get quality back. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
You know,
they got those Philly picks too, right? I think they got two of the Philly picks. You can get a quality
player for Joe Harris if you take a worse contract than Joe Harris is back. Like if you say I want a quality wing, Philly will give it to you, but you got to take Tobias Harris. You see what I'm saying? You gotta take a bad. That's how it works. You're gonna have to take a really bad or hey, we'll give you Gordon Hayward. You want a wing? Hey, give us Joe Harris. We'll give you Gordon Hayward. You see, it's that kind of deals, and nobody gonna do that stuff. You'd be better off just keeping Joe Harris.
Yeah, the problem with the Nets is that they need size, and with them paying Ben Simmons, they don't really have a lot of money to make their team better related to the bench.
He gives you good size and rebounding and scoring.
Yeah, if you can convince him to buy in, if you convince Ben Simmons to buy in, and he's locked and loaded, there's a problem next year with there's going to be a problem.
But the problem is, it's a lot of what if.
It ain't gonna work.
If. Come on, man.
But the good thing is that unlike the Lakers, they have good ifs. They have good problems.
Facts. That's true.
The Lakers have a whole bunch. Like, there's a lot of teams with a ton of bad problems. The Nets still have KD. They still have Kyrie, two very good players. They still have Ben Simmons, very good player, very good asset. They still got Joe Harris. They still got Bruce Brown. They got some good problems. Like, so, they're not in a horrible situation. Like, their problems are very fixable. I really want to see what type of player they can bring in that's going to be the locker room voice, that's going to dominate the locker room. Because let's say they get a hold of a player like a Pat Beverly. That completely changes the narrative because now you have your leader. And that's really all they were missing to me.
He just resigned. I don't think Pat Beverly's that type of leader. He can lead you defensively. He can't lead the whole team, though. Like
I'm just saying they needed some type of vocal presence. They had none.
They need I think they need a veteran guy. They need
defense. That's what they need.
They need defenders too, bro. They need somebody. They get somebody back, especially if they give up Ben. They got to get defensive. But if they keep Ben and get rid of one of them other assets, you have to get defense. You have to get defensive.
But who do you think is out there other than Jonathan Isaac? I know his name's getting thrown around a lot.
What I'm trying to think about is a guy that's on a team that's a leader, that's really good defensively, and his situation may not be what he wants, and he may be willing to join the Nets and help them get over the top. That's how you
Hey,
got to
here's
look. You
the
can't look
thing.
at free agents. You got to look at
KD and
somebody that's under
Kyrie are not
contract.
good managers.
Somebody that's under
Period. KD and
contract that's
Kyrie are
disgruntled.
not good managers, and they're gonna want to bring in somebody that they fuck with. And I just think they need to really evaluate their leadership over there. Take time, relax, go on vacation, think about what y'all really doing over there.
Hey, what you got? What you got to think about Ben Simmons, Joe Harris, and a few picks with Rudy Gobert?
You said Ben Simmons. No, that'd be horrible. No, because they need bodies. You can't give up 2 good bodies to get, because there's only so much I mean, they need bodies. That's what they need. Depth. That's how the Celtics beat them with.
And
depth.
those wings would expose Gobert over there in the East. They would expose him and put him in a pick and roll, and it'd be over for him.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's not your answer.
I don't know what the Nets do. It's
teams
sad.
are starting to figure out how to scheme against Gobert, and they've really nullified his effectiveness.
He's not your answer. He's not your answer in that scenario.
They do Luka cook. They do Luka cook his ass.
I mean, I saw like a stat where Rudy Gobert barely has any blocks against the Mavericks. Like, they've completely nullified his ability to be effective.
Keep him off the floor. When you stay in pick and roll, he can't play. So
and Maxi Kleber was just. Remember when Maxi Kleber hit 8
That's
of 11
right.
from the 3-point line?
Mm-hmm.
That just like. This is how we beat the Jazz. Put a shooting big out there.
Jazz gonna
stay on the
blow.
3-point line.
And those dudes outrun them also, Lamont. They outrun them, and they go to the wings. They got bigs that can shoot, and that's how you get them off the court. And also that pick and roll, like you
Jazz
said.
is about to blow it up. Who was that said they're interested in him? Somebody came out already and said they're really interested in him if he becomes available. A good team. I can't remember who it was. That if Gobert become available, they interested. They want to trade.
Dallas has been interested in him for a while.
As long as you have perimeter defenders, you should be good with Gobert. The problem with the Jazz is
you got to have really good perimeter defenders to work with Gobert. Really good.
But the thing about the Jazz, I mean, think about the math. I mean, if the math thing is true, who are they going to trade for Gobert? who are they trading? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hardaway. He gonna be the main piece. Hardaway, he will be the main piece
because they're winning without him. They're winning without him,
and they will probably throw Dinwiddie in there because his contract. They would like him, but they'd be willing to give up Dinwiddie for Gobert. So,
but Jalen Brunson has showed you he's good enough to be the second option.
And the good thing about Gobert, he don't need the ball.
Yeah,
he don't
gonna
need it.
Want it though. He's gonna
Porzingis wanted the ball too much. I feel like.
Gobert will want it, but he'll get it a lot more playing with Dallas because, oh boy, he knows how to feed it to big men. Luka does, and Brunson do. Oh boy,
I'm sitting there watching Luka feed Dwight Powell. I know he'll feed Gobert.
Yeah, he'll feed Gobert. Yeah, oh boy, don't feed Gobert. That's the biggest problem they got offensively there. Mitchell will not pass him the ball at all, bro. He won't, and Gobert will pump that.
That Utah situation that shit is sad because Donovan Mitchell's supposed to be the dude.
They gotta blow it up, man. They're done. They gotta blow that shit up. We've seen this. We've seen that story already. A few years now in a row.
I would trade Donovan Mitchell if I was them, to be honest.
I would.
They gotta blow it up. They gotta reset.
Donovan Mitchell.
I wouldn't trade Donovan Mitchell. That'd be stupid.
I would.
No, hell no.
Yeah, but the problem with Donovan Mitchell is you can't have him as your number one. He's a easy number two.
And
he's a great number two.
Who in the hell wants to play in Utah? Come on,
exactly.
Yeah, what's
they
up,
gotta blow it up. They gotta blow it up.
He's too selfish to be a number two, though. He's too selfish. He won't let Conley play point guard right now. He won't. He won't let him. I'm gonna tell you right now, the one thing I'm kind of afraid of, because the one thing them sorry ass strippers have been missing is a quality point guard. And if Utah blow it up, the Clippers got the assets to get Conley. You put Conley on that team, oh my God. I don't want to see that. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I don't want to see that.
Hey, Conley on the Nets.
I'm talking about Conley on the Clippers. If they blow it up, the Clippers have the assets to get Conley. Even though we still got that high salary, they have the assets to get Conley.
You still have to bank on Kawhi and Paul George being healthy. Come on, man.
They'll be healthy next year.
Bro.
We'll see. We'll see.
Hey, you gotta bank on Conley being healthy. But I tell you this, I don't want to see that. He brings so much organization to them. He brings so much poise and talking about getting them dudes easy shots. Those dudes, and he still ain't no slouch defensively. Now he a little dude, but he will at least give the effort as an old man. You ain't got to have him out there 35 minutes. You know, give him a good 25 to 28 minutes. That's all he needs. Oh my God.
How long are you guys?
But who would they give up for him though? Who would they
Bro,
give
they
up
can
for?
give up Marcus Morris. That's the main guy that
Robert
can
Covington,
salary.
Norman Powell.
But Covington got to resign, but they got plenty of assets to give up to get him if they
Zubac.
want. Yep, they can move Zubac if they want to, but I just that'd be the main clog you got right there with old boy. You can
But
give
why
him
would
up.
they move Zubac? Well, who gonna be the center then? Who gonna be the big?
Man, they got Hardenstein. They got. I'm just saying. I think the main person you give up is Marcus Morris, and I think they would take him because if I'm not mistaken, is Morris on that last year of that deal next year?
Let me find out.
Under the 3-year deal that he signed?
Yeah, I think it was. The problem with the Clippers is that they don't have a point guard
that makes him even more attractive. If Marcus Morris is on expiring, he's even more attractive. It's only $16 million. And see, the Clippers will take the salary. They'll pay the salary for the right player. So they may throw Powell in that deal, y'all. No lie. They may do Norman Powell and old boy. Yep, they'll do Norman Powell and old boy. Because they would have, what's the name? They would have Norman Powell locked in. So they can do Norman Powell and Marcus Morris, and that's the deal right there. Boom.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. If the Clippers don't win next year, I give up on them, man.
Y'all gotta realize winning a championship is hard because it's about there's so much luck that's involved too.
Very hard.
Being healthy, timing, scheduling.
That's why I be tripping on people that be tripping on the Lakers. They said LeBron and came and destroyed the franchise, this, and that, and they like, man, you satisfied? You don't compromise? You good with one chip?
Yes, they got one chip.
You know how hard it is? Do you know how hard it is to win a chip, bro? How hard it is? Kobe got 5 in 20 years, and that's incredible. That's like the apex of the apex. Him, Duncan, and Jordan, all these guys 5 in 20 years, 5 in 15 years, bro. Winning one, I said every team in the league would have sacrificed they franchise for 4 years to do what LeBron did in LA. If it guaranteed them one chip, every team in the league would have done.
But look what Toronto did just to get one with Kawhi. They knew Kawhi was going to walk.
Got it.
They will never. They're gonna build a statue of Kawhi when he retires. They're gonna retire his jersey and everything because of just one.
Took the chance and got that one, bro. Probably I'll never get another chip. Took the chance though.
Yeah, the thing about
people act like chips just come you get them anytime.
It's a little different.
I know they make it seem like it's so easy. Like
but see them teams. Them teams that y'all naming is not on the same level as say a Lakers. Them guys got 16 championships, Shawty. I mean, they got 16 championships in their history. No, I'm saying not counting the LeBron one. Not counting the LeBron one. They got 16 championships.
Well,
I mean,
sometimes your geographic.
But wait a minute. Just one championship ain't gonna make a difference when you have 16 championships.
Yes, it do.
You see what I'm saying? That's the difference.
One championship brings in billions of dollars.
It does, but when you got 16 of them things,
16, you won't.
It's different. You can't compare that to a Toronto Raptors with just one or another franchise with just one.
No, it just tells
not
you
the same thing.
It just tells you. But we literally just watched the Lakers literally sacrifice and mortgage all of their future just to get the 2020 chip. They'll do whatever it takes to get the next one, just like Toronto did whatever they could to get the one that they got. Teams will mortgage and sacrifice everything if they see that window of opportunity to get a chip.
Yep.
Look at how much money the Phoenix just paid Chris Paul. And he's about to be 37, 30. By the time he's 40, that money is not going to be worth it. But they're chasing the one chip. As long as Chris Paul gets a one, all that money they paid him is worth it.
Be worth it. It'll be worth it. And that's why the Lakers finna sell out this year. Try to do it again. Because that window is there for them.
The Lakers, what they did this year, they're going to do the same thing next year. They're going to make moves to surprise everybody. They're going to look like a roster. They're going to have a roster that everybody's going to say at the beginning of the year could potentially win it all. That's what you're supposed to do when you chasing chips. And there's so many franchises like the Kings and all these other teams that, like the Bucks were doing at first, that will sit idle and not do anything until your superstar says, I'm about to leave if you don't start chasing rings.
Well, and then you lose your money when your superstar gone because you don't have the local money and nothing coming in. All that's gone.
Imagine if Dame flexed his muscle on the Blazers and said, I'm out if y'all don't start sacrificing shit to make shit happen, which is what he probably did going into this season.
Yeah, he about to. And it's too late because Dame, 32 now? What's Dame, 32 years old? Man, it's too late. Yeah. Too late.
Yeah, it's too late.
And the money, he should have flexed it 3 years ago. He really should have. And that's what younger players are seeing. The younger players are like, you know what? I'm not finna be the Dame Dollars. I'm not finna be the the Charles Barkley. I ain't finna be this guy that stay in one place 10, 12 years, and they don't put the team around me, and I got accolades, but we ain't winning. I'm gonna be paid no matter where I go. When you're on that level, you already know when I'm a superstar, I'm gonna be paid no matter where I go. I'm a max player. But let's get the other stuff that takes my money to that ultra level, because now you can pay me outside of basketball. And I'm marketable because I'm a winner. Yeah, these cats, man, they all think they that. So they pushing their brand more than anything. Once their brand is built, then they'll worry about winning. That's how they look at it, unfortunately. Hey, salute One Cool P. When that hurt, I thought I saw her.
Yeah, One Cool P. Yeah,
Salute
she was
One
telling
Cool
everybody
P.
smash the
Talk to
like
her in a
button.
minute. I ain't talked to my sis in a minute.
Yeah, she's coming off a second knee procedure. She
Oh,
had
man.
one major knee surgery.
I remember
Then she
that.
had a second one, just non-invasive to break up the scar tissue, but she's hopefully can get back from that. So,
And I've been so out the loop for the last month, man. You know I got you lifted, sis. Yeah. As soon as I had this baby, I'm headed to Houston too. I'll be down there in a few months after I had this child. So
congrats on that too, man.
thank you,
Big
my bro.
time.
Yeah, it
Congrats.
should. I think we're 38 weeks today. So
How many is that for you then? What would this be?
will be 6. Yeah.
6 of them.
Yeah, this
Man,
be.
that's beautiful right there. That's what's
Yeah.
up.
Yep. 6. So they spaced out though. I got them as young as gonna be an infant and as old as 32.
Man, that is crazy right there.
Yeah, I know. But I started young.
That is crazy.
Yep. Oh yeah. Man, it's 12:30 on Central.
You said what? Say that again.
It's 12:30. It's time. It's late for me.
Yeah, it's only 9 here, so I got a couple more hours to cook, man.
All right.
On the West Coast.
I'm gonna get
Hey,
out
Elder.
of here. Yes, sir.
Hey, appreciate you pulling up. Hey, make sure y'all check out Elder, because I wanted to ask you. I forgot I had a question for him on his way out. It was actually a really important question. I'm probably not gonna remember it in time, but make sure y'all check out Elder. You still doing that show with Kareem?
Yeah, we're gonna actually. I'm supposed to be doing one. I told him tomorrow night, but it ain't gonna happen because I'm gonna be in the air tomorrow night. I ain't gonna have 0 reception where I'm at tomorrow night, so it'll probably be Thursday night. I'll probably do another show Thursday night with him. Yep.
Okay, yeah, y'all make sure y'all check that out because it's actually pretty. It's a pretty good show, man. Elder and Kareem show, man. They doing a really good job with that.
Appreciate that, Lamont. Appreciate that.
Sir.
Yes, sir. Salute. I'll see y'all around. Bless y'all, my brothers.
All right, salute, Elder.
Take care, man.
Do y'all think the Suns can get back past the Mavericks with a hobble Booker?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mavericks ain't that good of a team. Why is everybody hyping the Mavericks up?
I don't know about that. The Mavericks are a good team.
They all right. They all right.
Number one, the Mavericks play defense. That's something a lot of teams don't do. So you got to think about it like that. When you got defense and 3-point shooting and a playmaker like Luka, a lot of things can happen for you, especially when you rendering people over 7 feet kind of useless.
Look. This is how you know they're not normal. Like for a team that only has one all-star player, right? When we're in an era where most of these teams are trying to find a way to get 2 and 3. If you look at the Bulls, 3 all-star, right? Even including Lonzo Ball, who was rated like the number 1 free agent coming in. If you look at the Mavericks roster, outside of Luka, what's special about that team? That just tells you it's a great organization, great coaches, and a whole bunch of players who brought into their role. I wouldn't want to play the Mavericks. I wouldn't want to have to deal with Luka. Luka's already came out and said the NBA is easier to score. He feels like it's easy to a certain degree.
We already know that, but at the same time, though, that Mavericks team is not as good as y'all try. I mean, they playing the Jazz. I mean, come on now. I mean, this where I'm going with this. Luka's entire career, he haven't made it out the first round until this year because he playing the Jazz. They solid.
He's playing the best 2 wing defenders in the league.
It doesn't matter. Y'all, if he's good, if he says easy to score, then why didn't he beat him?
He did score. That's the one thing he did. He was
averaged 40.
All the
Yeah,
Clippers.
he was averaging damn near 40 a game.
Well, it doesn't matter. He still
Clippers
lost.
are a better team. No, the
He
Clippers
lost.
are favored.
But Remego
matchups
Jester,
are
you're
better.
following in that same philosophy that we talked about LeBron. Clearly, when they played, the best player on the floor was Luka. on the same floor with Kawhi, on the same floor with Paul George, when they played, the Clippers had the better team, but Luka was for sure the best player on the
No, he
floor.
wasn't. Cause
Yes,
he
he
lost.
was.
Yeah,
Yes,
he
he
was
was.
for sure, man. For
Man,
sure.
what
That
you
is
talking
not
about
even
here?
questionable. That's not even
Absolutely.
arguable.
Yeah,
What the
he
hell are
kind
you
of
talking
tripping.
about here? He lost.
Dude's got 40 point after
Remember
40
them.
point games against those
And
guys,
so
man.
what? He lost.
And this is against the
Hell.
two
Yeah, because the
best
Clippers are
perimeter
a better
defenders.
team.
This is arguably the two best
He
perimeter
lost.
defenders
Same
in the
thing.
league.
He
In the
lost.
league.
What does it
Paul George
matter?
and Kawhi Leonard, you can't get no better than that guarding Luka. And he
He
made that look like light work.
Yeah.
lost. So it doesn't
Kawhi,
matter.
Paul George, Marcus
I
Morris,
know, but
Patrick
it's not
Beverly.
1v1.
They threw
It's
everybody
team
out.
versus
You
team.
know what we call that? We call that empty stat.
That's not no empty stat.
We call that
No.
empty stat because he lost. He
No,
lost the
it's
game.
The
it's
difference
irrelevant
is
stat.
empty stats
It's
when
not
you a
empty
bus rider, but when you
It's not
drive a
irrelevant.
bus,
because it didn't lead to a win.
Yes, it did it. It did it. My point exactly. It
So you
didn't lead
saying
to a
so you
win. He
saying
I'm agreeing
empty
lost.
with you.
stat is irrelevant
But
if it
it's
don't
not
equate
empty
to a
stats
win?
though. It's not empty stats.
He lost. I don't care nothing about no 40 points,
All
80
his
points,
points
whatever.
mattered.
He
So
lost.
Jordan's 63-point
Doesn't,
game against the Celtics don't mean nothing.
doesn't matter. He lost. Right.
Come on,
He
that's
lost.
cap.
It
That's
didn't
cap.
matter.
That
so
is
He
every
lost.
time somebody did good, if they lost, it didn't matter.
It doesn't matter because it didn't equate to anything. What did it accomplish? Okay, they
I
averaged
heard
probably
Lamont
before.
say in the
What did
past
it
that it didn't
accomplish?
matter that Jordan scored 63. He lost.
What did it accomplish? Okay, Jordan scored 63 points. What
Yeah,
did it
but
accomplish?
you can still give respect as it was a great game.
What did it
Everybody,
accomplish?
because
Not a
anybody
damn
with
thing.
eyes, no, but anybody with eyes understood that the Celtics team was far superior to the Bulls team. The fact that Jordan put up a great performance, 63, that's a historic performance that nobody forgot. That's why we still talk about it to this day. We still talk about Devin Booker dropping 70. Why?
Larry Bird called him
In a
God.
loss. But the thing is, it's historic. It's historic.
No,
You just give
no,
credit where
Lamont,
credit is due.
no, Lamont, what's historic is when Kobe put up them 81 because he actually won the game. When he did that, he put
They
up
were playing.
81 and they actually won the game.
Yeah, but that's one game,
no,
dude. You're
but
talking about
nobody
a
But it
cares.
playoff
doesn't
series.
Hold
matter.
on, when
But
Kobe,
that's
Kobe,
my
if they
point.
would have lost that
That's
game,
what makes
nobody would have
it.
cared.
That's what makes it historic
Even if
because
he
he
would have
actually won the
lost,
game while putting up those numbers.
but even if he would have lost, we would still talk about the 81-point game.
Yeah, he won. That to me,
Hold on,
that's all that
the
matters.
thing about that game that nobody talks about is the fact that they won. Nobody cares. We talk
Yeah.
about the performance.
I do. I care because they won, and I say that all the time.
That's been disingenuous though, because
How's that
nobody
been
cares.
disingenuous?
Nobody
They
cares
won.
that the Lakers, who weren't a real
I
contender
do
at that
because they
time,
won.
beat the Raptors. But that was a
Nah, the
historic
Raptors
performance.
was actually beating them, Lamont. They had them down by like 10 in that
But
game.
the thing is, win or loss in that game,
They had him down
it was
more than 10.
overridden by the performance.
By like 15 maybe then.
The performance
Yeah.
killed winning and losing.
Well, I don't care about you putting up all these stats. If you lose, to me, that don't matter, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
but you got to think, me and Jester. Not
It
everybody
doesn't
has the
matter.
luxury of having a great team behind them. Luka, unfortunately, he don't have the luxury of passing the ball over to another all-star wing or dumping it down to an all-star big. He don't have that luxury. So he has to do everything in his power to win. And at the end of the day, if they lose, we can still turn and look at Luka and be like, that's an excellent player, win or lose. Just like we look at Jokic right now. Nobody expects Jokic to beat this Warrior team because he don't have Murray, he don't have Porter Jr. Those guys aren't healthy. And nobody thinks that Bryn Forbes and all these other road guys are going to help him win a game. Jokic is still great. He's still putting up his 37 and 16 in dominant fashion. He's still doing Jokic things, the things that made him the MVP. He just don't have the team to beat the Warriors.
And if Draymond don't foul out, that series is over.
Yeah, very likely. Yeah.
That series is over. Like, so
There's a lot of things with Draymond that changed history. Huh?
These refs have been fouling a lot of people out. The foul against Jason Tatum, to foul him out was horrible. Some of the fouls I've seen get caught against Karl Anthony Towns have been horrible.
Dude, the foul on Ja Morant was ridiculous. That dude shot 8 3-pointers in the final 2 minutes. 8 free throws in the final 2 minutes.
I think the refs called too many fouls. Anyway, that slows the game down. It makes it boring.
I mean, not really. You look at what James Harden is doing. Like, getting no foul.
Salute to Elder, man.
Boring.
Appreciate you pulling up, Elder, man. Thanks for pulling up, man. Good to see you back on the panel, man.
Y'all think Toronto can do it?
Nope.
No. They're just a well-coached team. They're a great team. They're going to compete. But again, I think it's at the end of the day, the better team's going to rule out.
I think it's
So
going to
y'all,
go
so
7
y'all
now.
think,
I don't know, man. Doc Rivers.
so y'all think Nick Nurse is a better, what is or was is a better coach than Dwayne Casey when he was
Well,
coaching the
Nurse,
Mavericks?
you
I mean
know
the
how like
Yeah, I
coaches
don't know.
get
Probably.
stale. He was a better coach probably for the moment
Sorry.
because what they were doing with DeRozan and Lowry just wasn't working, and you know they just made a drastic overhaul with the Kawhi stuff. You know they said, "Freak it, man. We're gonna go all in this year and try to get that one chip," which worked out for them. They did get. I mean, some would say it's due to injury, which I believe too, because if Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant don't get hurt, I think that kind of series is probably like a
they would have
4-1.
got swept. They would have got swept.
Yeah, like
They would have got swept.
I don't believe that they win that series at all. But
Yeah.
hey, it worked out for them. So you got to think if we the same result is happening every year, year after year after year after year, and we don't never change nothing, what do we expect the result to change? You know what I'm saying? They had to do something. So it ain't necessarily about Nick Nurse being a better coach than Dwayne Casey. They probably just needed a new voice.
But do you think they did him wrong by firing him right after he won Coach of the Year, though?
Yeah, I believe so.
No,
I do.
What are
no,
you talking
because
about? The Raptors coach?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dwayne
no,
Casey. When
no,
they fired
because the
him
way they
in
lost
2018
the
after he won Coach of the Year.
the way they lost that series, and it was no Kyrie, no Isaiah Thomas. It wasn't even a team that they put together at the beginning of the year. So no, I don't believe that at all. They did him wrong.
Yeah,
They
the
probably
fire
kept
coach of the
him.
year though.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You can't lose like that.
He didn't
But he
win Coach
won
of the
Coach of the Year though.
Dude, that.
Didn't they get swept?
Yeah.
No, in the second round, not in the
Yeah.
conference finals. And like literally, they got swept by LeBron. It wasn't like
That,
anybody else was doing anything. They'd be like, "Oh yeah, I can see why they
that's when
won."
I
It was
lost
really
all
just
respect for
LeBron.
DeMar DeRozan.
I don't lose respect for him. I just understood what he was. He can't be your number one guy. He has to
That's
be
not.
Yeah,
your
It's
two.
not because he lost, Lamont. It's
Like imagine what he would have looked like if somehow the Lakers were able to get a hold of him, and he's two behind LeBron and AD.
I mean,
Probably
you
looks
remember
a
what he
little
said,
different in LA.
Lamont? You remember what he said in the post game in that series? He got swept. He's like, if we would have had LeBron James, we would have won too. And I'm like, what the hell are you saying?
I mean, it's kind of true.
That,
But
I
come
mean, yeah,
on,
he
man.
said
That
what
don't
he
mean you
said.
say that as a competitor. I get it. The dude, that's LeBron is his favorite player. It's been known. The dude he's a LeBron fan. DeMar DeRozan looks up to that guy. But damn, dude, sometimes you gotta even if it's your idol you're playing against, you gotta go
Hey,
at
bro.
him.
When I played in high school, when I played against Mike Conley and Greg Oden, I said the same goddamn thing. If we had them two big motherfuckers, we would win too. Sometimes when you just that nice, I don't care what type of competitive spirit after the game is over with, you just got to shake their hand and be like, God damn.
I'll never forget. We played. My high school had played against Mike Conley. Dude went for like 50 on us, and it was just like nothing nobody on the team could do, like at all. Like
Mike Conley had 27 assists.
like
Greg Oden had 18 blocks.
Like we was just sitting there in the fan section looking like, well, you know, it happens.
and you crazy thing is, I had my career high in that game in high school. Had 43 points. Career high. We still lose.
I remember it was a guy, he went to Ohio State, DeVere Posey. We played against them in a passing camp, my high school, and I had like 3 interceptions. Dude had like 4 touchdowns on me.
Yeah. Look, Elder coached him. See, Elder said that was the only AAU team to beat him. I'm talking about that pairing right there. That was ridiculous right there. Like they were just nice like that. Super
Like
nice.
it sometimes people are just so good, it doesn't matter what you do. It literally does not matter. Like especially at like lower levels, it means absolutely nothing what you do. Now when you like that's the thing. That's my biggest problem I have with Steve Nash and Kevin Durant. I feel like it was things they could have done to make this series be better than what it was, and they didn't do those things. Steve Nash allowed too much hero ball to be going on, and Kevin Durant didn't play big enough. You should be taking Jason Tatum to the post. You shouldn't be. He shouldn't be dribbling the ball up court 94 feet because guess what? You're 7 foot tall and I'm a little shorter than you, and I'm going to get into your body every time. So of course you're going to have a hard time bringing the ball up the court 94 feet.
But Winston, here's the problem: as Steve Nash is a coach, going into the offseason and going into the preseason, that coaching staff sat down and they came up with a game plan for the entire season. They came up with an offense that they wanted to run, and that was all revolved around having Kyrie, James Harden, and KD all playing. Now, do you know what happens to all those plans, those months and months of preparation? When the season starts, one, Kyrie's not there because now he don't want to play. So now all the months and months of planning and preparation that you had goes into the garbage can because now you have to start Patty Mills, which completely changes the dynamics of your team. Okay, so now KD, who's already compromised with injury, right? They probably didn't want to put too much wear and tear on him, which is why they brought in Harden. Now he has to play extended minutes, and then he goes down with injury. And now Harden's left out there by himself, but we know he's a sensitive superstar. He didn't come there for this garbage. He came there to play with two superstar players so he can win a chip and get this stigma off his name of not being clutch. Next thing you know, he's by himself looking like he's back with the Houston Rockets again. So he checks out. Now he don't want to be there. How does Steve Nash accommodate all these things happening at once that were all unplanned? And how does he make changes all of a sudden in the playoffs? Because you trade James Harden because you have to. You bring in Ben Simmons. You expect him to play. All of a sudden, he's not mentally ready. All right, now Patty Mills has to readjust to a new role coming off the bench when he was starting at first or coming in and out the lineup, one game playing, one game not. Kyrie Irving destroyed the chemistry of his team this year. He even said it himself after the game. He admitted that it all ended up being a big distraction. And he said we couldn't gel. That was the problem. There's nothing Steve Nash could do to fix that. Nothing
they could have ran some plays. They didn't run any plays. Like
yes, they did run plays.
I couldn't tell. It's really kind of just, oh, Kevin, your turn. Kyrie, your turn. And Kyrie was kind of, and I agree. Kyrie ruined their season. Whether like your choice to get vaccinated or not, that's on you. I'm not really like big on forcing people to do things they don't want to do. So that's kind of like, if it was probably for any other reason, I would be like, oh, well, that was kind of, as selfish as it is, I don't see it as being too selfish because at the end of the day, if you don't want to take the vaccine, bro, you shouldn't be forced to. That was kind of different to me. But in the grand scheme of things, I do agree that he did ruin the team. And like I was telling people, those 60 points and stuff, it wasn't happening like that when you're playing every night.
Well, when you play against a team that's already locked in, their chemistry's set, their rotations is set. Remember, all Jason Tatum said, the only difference was we got healthy, we got all our guys back, our chemistry kicked in, and we went 24-6 after the All-Star break, something crazy, maybe better record than that. They was locked in, ready to go. The chemistry started to gel. The Nets didn't have that. The Nets was barely, by the end of the year, they was hoping to get out of the play-in and not be a part of the play-in. They made the 7th seed. They avoided the second play-in game because they beat the Cavs, but they're still a 7th seed. They came into the playoffs as a 7th seed. They got swept like a 7th seed. It doesn't surprise me that they played like a 7th seed when that's Kyrie set them up to be a 7th seed all year. It's time to give him ether for that. He kind of blew up everything.
I don't, but I can't necessarily because they were just both of them. I can't really like let Durant off the hook though because he was just playing horrible. Like he's just playing horrible. Like and my like I said, the problem with Steve Nash is just like, dude, you didn't. It seemed like they did nothing to make it easier to make these buckets easier for Durant.
Bro, there's literally the offense that you're hoping that Steve Nash would have figured out. You're talking about a guy who's elite with the offenses. The offense that you're talking about doesn't exist unless you have literally a robot out there setting perfect screens or doing stuff like that. It doesn't exist because they can run one play one time and then all they have to do is see it one time and it's dead. Most teams run systems like the horns, 4 corners, 4 out, 5 out. They run systems and tell players to really kind of freestyle it because once you become predictable, you're too easy to guard. That's something Elder would tell you. They run a horn set. They run the best horn set in the league. The Boston Celtics blew that shit up with great defense. Just give them credit for one of the best defensive performances we've seen in the playoffs.
No, I definitely give them credit, but I just can't. Like, all right, so like, I'm kind of with the main goal of the show. Like, is Kevin Durant receiving the proper amount of like disdain that like other people would receive if they would have did this? If LeBron James would have got swept in the first round, it'd have been so. Oh, you never compare him to Jordan. Never do this. Never do that. It'd have been so many disparaging things said about this man that I refuse to let Kevin Durant off the hook, especially when he's turning the ball over at the rate he was turning it over at, and he's missing the shots that everybody, we all watched the game, we all seen him make a million times.
But again, that's because LeBron's in tier 1, and tier 1 players get scrutinized a certain way. We understand that KD's in that second tier, and those guys really don't get scrutinized as harshly by just common sense, realistic NBA fans who don't jump overboard every time they see something happen. They understand that it's only a certain level of criticism you can give to KD because we understand he's not a leader. We understand he doesn't want to be a leader. He just wants to be out there hooping. So we know that there's a cap on how much criticism we can give him. That's why I was focused on the haters. See, the haters are extreme even when they're supposed to be a level of common sense. And so I'm just saying, are they going to be extreme with all players, or is it just extreme bias for LeBron James?
I'm pretty sure it's just for LeBron James. It's not. It's just,
Yeah,
it's
sure.
not. They would never. It's just like you said. Like now they're saying, is Kyrie Irving a superstar? He was never a superstar.
He was never a superstar. Never.
He was a star. Never a superstar. Superstar
Yes.
and star are two totally different things. So
that's the problem. Like X-Men said it, and you would think if you talk to X-Men that he's a sensible basketball mind, but he's even been tricked into believing that Kyrie is a superstar. Kyrie's never has been a superstar.
Nah, Kyrie not a superstar.
I think what people
shot.
do with Kyrie is his game is so freaking aesthetically pleasing to watch that people confuse that for a guy that's a superstar. He's a box office draw. People will watch him play. His highlights could be played over and over again. So I think because of stuff like that, people are confusing him for being a superstar.
All I want one of the people that believe Kyrie's a superstar to please come in and explain what made him a superstar. When did he become a superstar? And if he is a superstar in your mind, why aren't people giving him the same level of criticism that we say that real superstars receive, like a LeBron, or even the criticism that we saw, let's say, a Joel Embiid take when they got bounced out of the playoffs unexpectedly? Like, he hasn't even received that level of scrutiny. Why people always giving him the pass, I believe, is because I believe most fans understand he's not truly that guy. That'd be like giving CJ McCollum high scrutiny for the Portland losses. CJ was never going to get much scrutiny because we all understood who he was and what he was.
Well, Lamont, let me ask you this then. Do you think, in your personal opinion, do you think guys like, well, first let me ask you this before I get to that. Let me ask you this. What is your criteria of being a superstar?
I don't really have a set criteria. I just think you are or you not. Like I think you kind of know it when you see one. And I believe being a superstar, it can move. I feel like there are some years where you can be, like I feel like you can go on a stretch where you're a superstar. Like I felt like there was a stretch where Russell Westbrook was a superstar in the league. But he's no longer a superstar. You know, you can't once you get labeled something, it can be removed. And I feel like people are really running with the year where Kyrie made that shot, and they're using that one single moment because that was a superstar level shot. That's a superstar shot, but they're using that moment to define his whole career and say, yeah, he's a superstar, but he's not a superstar by any means.
You got to think it was at one time people were literally trying to I've had so many like people scream in my face that Kyrie was better than Curry.
Yeah,
that's
what I'm saying. I never understood that.
Yeah, I never understood why they would say those things. And then they'll say the same argument that applies to both. They'll be like, "Oh well, they were searching Curry out on defense. I mean, they searched Kyrie out on defense."
Yeah.
Like it's the same thing.
He was never going to come on the panel.
Monetary motivation says Kyrie is in the 50-40-90 club. He scores 30 to 40 points on a regular basis. He doesn't do it on a regular basis because he's never averaged 30 points in a season. So he doesn't do it on a regular basis. And there have been a lot of players in the 50-40-90 club. And generally 50-40-90 guys, most of them aren't looked at as superstars. I think Larry Bird might be the only one.
That's not one. Dirk Nowitzki was a 50-40-90.
Chris Middleton 50-40-90.
Chris Middleton 50-40-90.
I know Reggie was. I know Reggie Miller was.
Steve Nash.
I think he did it twice.
Yeah, Steve Nash was 50-40-90.
Just because
had a
50-40-90.
That's why I want him to hit the link. I really want to get his thoughts on why Kyrie's a superstar.
He trolling. I be going back and forth with him in the comment section all the time. He ain't gonna come on here.
Oh, okay.
I always be trying to get him come on here.
Damn, monetary motivation, man.
I don't think Kyrie, me personally, I don't think Kyrie is a superstar. Personally, I don't think so.
He was never
all-star. He's an all-star.
I don't think
he's a superstar when we need to talk bad about LeBron.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the only time he was a superstar.
Yeah.
Nah, I never thought Kyrie was a superstar. But the thing is though, he has the. I would say it like this. I'm gonna put it this way. I don't think Kyrie is a superstar, but he has the talent to play to a superstar level.
Yes,
I'm gonna put it that way.
He don't.
That's how I always say it.
I don't believe he has superstar talent.
He got.
He definitely has it.
He's got superstar talent.
Yes, he does. He has. See, if Kyrie was consistent and not with all this stupid shit that he be doing, all this crazy stuff he be doing, and actually play and not be with all this dumb shit, yes, I'm telling you, he will be up there.
That's every player that's not a superstar.
Every
player that's not a superstar, if they were consistent and played like this all the time, they would be superstars. But superstars actually just do that consistently all the time. You either
and then plus Kyrie get hurt a lot too. Kyrie get hurt a lot.
Yeah, you know the best of
like Kobe had.
Look, Herman,
the best,
being talented,
the best ability is available.
Tracy McGrady is one of the most talented players of all time, right? But it doesn't really equate to much if you aren't able to turn it into superstardom on the floor.
Hey, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Okay, how's it going, Lamont? How's it going, Lamont? And Jester, everybody. I just want to say a few things here. No, Kyrie is a phenomenal talent, but like the guy Jester said, I don't agree with him a lot, but he said that he has moments where he does show his superstardom. But yeah, I agree. When I think of a superstar, I'm thinking of a guy like Giannis, LeBron, Kobe, guys who could dominate the game throughout most of the game, if not the entirety of the game, consistently in big moments. We saw on both ends, exactly. Yeah, because like when I watched LeBron back in the day and Giannis, of course now, they just galvanize and impact the game on all levels to where like you feel a certain calmness if you're rooting for that team because like they got this in check because obviously like I said they keep saying it's kind of side note but they keep saying KD Giannis. Reason why I have Giannis substantially higher than KD as an all-around player right now because I could be wrong and Lamont you can rectify this but I said that KD. No, hold on. Yeah, I agree. KD to me is a two-dimensional scorer predominantly. What I mean, he can hit beyond the arc. He can shoot mid-range, but does he attack consistently? Giannis can. His shot is improving. He's improved something every single year. He defends, can get you 33, 18 like we saw nights ago. Then he followed that up with 32 and 17. He's a complete player. So to me, there's no comparison because if KD's not consistently scoring with high efficiency, what else is he really doing? That competes with Giannis. So I listen, KD's is he a superstar right now? I guess I don't know, but like superstars, how many superstars are in the league? I mean, for being honest, that's my question. Yeah, okay, but that's what I wanted to say. I mean, and Kyrie, he doesn't. Exactly, but Kyrie could be a superstar, but yes, like when you have 10 points. When you go 4 for 13, then the following night you had that terrible performance. And I'm a Kyrie fan, like I'm a LeBron, but he's not a superstar, man. I'm just sad to say.
Yeah, like people been overrating KD for a long time. Not me, but a lot of people. But he was never what people thought he was. He made it to the finals as a leader, as the leader of his own team. Took them to the finals. He didn't get it done. Cool, but he still got there. After that, what happened? It was like downhill. He blew a 3-1 lead to the same team he went and joined the next year. He left them, and look what happened since he left. And then y'all remember the interview when he crying about he never synced the defense, triple teaming them and guarding them so heavy. Like he got spoiled playing with Golden State because you got so many stars and great shooters that you couldn't double him. He's an ISO player. A great scorer, but it's more to the game than just scoring. It's more to offense than just scoring. So how can you rank this man above a player like Giannis who can give you them buckets, also lock the next man down on defense, win the defensive player of the year, rebound and assist?
Yeah. And that's why I couldn't give
and that's why I don't give them dudes too much slack for losing. I'm just mad the way they lost and they deserve everything they get because of the way they lost because they talk so much shit. But when you take two guys who got used to being a sidekick and think one of them going to be the leader when neither one of them can determine who's the leader on this team, you got a problem. And then you got a coach who actually blew a 3-1 lead when he was playing. So what the fuck did anybody expect was going to happen?
We got a question on the screen. June House says, can you tell your panel that Anthony Davis is not a superstar? I think Anthony Davis is one of those examples of a player who, at one point in time, had some superstar seasons, but he's regressed.
Yes.
In 2020, you couldn't tell me that Anthony Davis wasn't unstoppable, one of the top 5 players in the league. You couldn't tell me that. He should have won. He could have easily won MVP and Defensive Player of the Year, just like Giannis.
He's top 5 for a while.
So he's one of those examples of a player that's kind of regressed from superstardom, and you cannot label him like that anymore.
Like, people got mad at me because I said I always had Kyrie ranked ahead of KD. And I said that because I watched Kyrie deal with coaches night in, night out. Their game is to stop Kyrie. Not the second best player on the team, but to stop Kyrie. Kyrie went to 2 straight finals. He won a chip in his first one. KD didn't do that. And then he got multiple MVPs and a unanimous MVP. So it's levels to the shit. So how can you put him or hit a Curry just because he joined Curry team with all these stars and he got the finals MVP? Look at their resume. He might just be a better scorer.
I hear what you're saying, my guy, but you can't let a dude come to your team and win the finals MVP over you.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Well,
because
if
Curry,
you really look at it,
how can you stop it if the voters
that is a testament to Curry's greatness.
Curry's greatness.
Stop who voters
because the ability to
that's how humble that man is.
Yeah, if you understand that KD
needs this, get out of here with that nonsense.
If you understand that KD
better than Durant,
what's nonsense about it?
In series.
Hold on,
that's true.
Steph Curry understood like you can't have all of these ISO alpha type of scores. Somebody's gonna have to voluntarily say, I'm going to take the second fiddle role to KD while he cooks.
Like
And he voluntarily took that role, and he did it. We've seen so many teams. We just saw a collision course where Russ was never able, or LeBron combined, they were never able to figure it out. Who's going to regress? Who's going to take a lesser role and then star in the role? But the teams that do figure it out start winning chips. And nobody wants to give Steph Curry credit for that because he was still putting up very good numbers while taking a lesser role. And y'all still want to act like he did something wrong there by being a good teammate.
No.
That's part of being
Lamont,
a team.
he's doing.
So you would
Lamont,
rather
he's doing that right
have
now. Lamont,
in-house
he's
beef.
coming off the
With
bench,
Jordan
averaging
Poole.
27.
Yeah, coming off the bench. Coming off the bench. What other superstar
Averaging
you know would do
27.
that in the playoffs? Be humble enough
Man, come
to
on,
come
man.
off
Stop
the
it,
bench.
man. He do coming off injury. That's the only reason why he
Bro,
doing that.
man, no.
Stop it, I
Bro,
say.
bro, he just
I'm
dropped
trying to
30
give
against
him
the
credit
Nuggets,
for
bro.
that. Dude coming off an injury. That's the only reason why he coming off the bench. Stop it.
The whole Kevin Durant was
Stop
Finals
it.
MVP
Wait,
stuff was
but-
that was just LeBron. The people
Wait.
were so they hate LeBron, so they figure we got to make Kevin Durant Finals MVP to boost our argument to say that he's the best player now.
That's
When
cap.
really,
That is so cap.
if you watch the games,
That's
Curry was
cap.
playing way better than him.
That's
Curry played better than Iguodala.
Kevin Durant was the
if
better
you
player
watch
on
the
the
game,
team. It's just
They
that
gave it
simple.
to Iguodala because of key moments, not because of the whole series, just because of key moments.
because after Dellavedova went to the hospital, after Curry sent that man to the hospital, because we're not gonna act like Curry ain't
Well, Curry
sent
and
that man to the
Curry and sent to the hospital. Like Dellavedova was just expending his energy because he's not used to those minutes. Because he was giving him hella problems, but Dellavedova was not used to that high leverage.
Like he was
trying to keep up with Curry.
He
couldn't keep up with Curry.
Yeah, he couldn't. You're right. Yeah, I agree.
He was out there pulling up Pat Bev. He was running around, making it look like he's doing a whole lot more than he is. Curry,
that's true.
If you watch, especially like the games they lost like 4, 5, and 6, you start looking. Curry was tearing that man a new asshole. He just really wasn't competitive at all.
No. A production standpoint, it was at least one game where he gave him 20, and then he was ripping Curry because Curry can be ripped at times. I love Curry. I'm just saying, but hold on. No. I just think Dellavedova, he wasn't acclimated to playing those high minutes because you remember Curry was struggling to bring the ball up the court, like similar to Tony Allen that same year in that playoff run. He couldn't get the ball up the court, and he was getting ripped and everything. And he got 20 put on him by Dellavedova, but Dellavedova just ran out of gas because whether he's not in shape, or whatever, he had to get the IV.
Let me give a shout out. Let me give a shout out to Elder real quick for hitting the cash app. Appreciate you supporting the channel, man. That was big time right there. Appreciate anybody and everybody that supported the channel via hitting the cash app tonight. Much appreciated. But what you're saying about Dellavedova is cap.
Okay, it's cap. How so? No, I'm saying
Dellavedova never stood a chance trying to guard Curry. Dellavedova was being a pest. He was doing a lot of things off ball, but outside of that, the thing is that don't really work. That he wasn't doing anything that Steph Curry hadn't seen all year. He wasn't doing anything that Pat Beverly hadn't tried. He wasn't doing anything that almost every team with a scrappy defender hadn't tried. Sometimes players have an off night. Man, come on. People really credit again. Give him a good, give him applause for a good effort. But there's reason he's out of the league for a reason. There's a reason why he struggled to keep a job. Come on, man. Y'all
hold on. Well, no. I was specifying that one game. No. For whatever reason, I'm saying when he was on him because that gave Curry problems for that one game. I'm not saying that he destroyed him for the entire series. That's a misnomer that y'all are running with. I'm saying for that one game, whichever game, I forgot what game it was. It was in
But he didn't even destroy him that game.
No, I'm saying no. I didn't say he destroyed him. I'm saying he's giving him complications. I mean, for whatever reason, I'm saying for that particular game, that's what I was saying. And then my biggest point was that he expended his energy because for whatever reason, out of shape, not used to the moment. Yes, because the guy said that Curry. The initial point was that Curry was dominating him to force him out, and I'm saying no. Dellavedova did a hell of a job for a guy as trash as he was, and he was giving him problems, whether y'all want to admit it or not. I mean, for that one game, and then he got tired.
The only problem in that series really was Harrison Barnes was soft.
Yeah,
that was the only problem.
And they couldn't guard Livingston either. Go ahead.
Series.
He shot
With Harrison
7%
Barnes
those
being
last
Look,
started.
at
3
any
games.
star, they get them chips too.
7% his last 3 games of the final.
Do anybody
Like,
feel the same way about Wade
Harrison.
for taking the backseat to LeBron?
So Curry averaged 25, 6, and 4 versus Dellavedova.
That's pretty good.
On 51% shooting from the 3-point line.
That's great.
I don't know why y'all keep talking. This is
percentage
career. Look, y'all, I don't know why we keep acting like Dellavedova was really putting up some form of resistance. It was no.
He was out there dying on a cross. I'm trying to tell.
Oh yeah.
You leave that alone right there.
I'm watching the game like I don't get why they're trying to like the whole focus. Oh, we gotta get that's why sometimes the media, they do it right. They have the right people. But when they gave that Finals MVP to Iguodala, I said they're just doing anything. And then when they turned around and gave the Finals MVP to Kevin Durant
in 2018,
when Curry was the one. Curry was literally destroying them.
Nah, Kevin Durant deserved both of those MVPs.
No,
I agree with you. I agree with
2018 should have been Curry.
And the
first 2017-18 should have been Durant, like it was.
No,
I agree.
Should have been Curry.
Everything KD did in that first finals, they went. LeBron really canceled that out.
Nah, I agree with you. 2015 should have been
KD
Curry.
changed the series.
2018, I might can give it to him just because he kind of averaged a triple double. I give that to Durant. But the 2017, no, Curry was killing them.
Man, Curry wasn't doing nothing.
But KD altered the entire complexion of the series, like just when he was inserted. Yeah.
You got to guard niggas from half court. You can't double.
Without Kevin Durant being on that Warriors team,
they were
last
still
time
making
I
the finals.
checked, the Warriors blew a 3-1 lead in the final. Last time I checked.
Yeah,
Hold on, Mingo Jester.
Draymond don't get suspended.
You know that same.
Nobody want to hear that. They had him in game 6 and 7.
Don't matter.
They had him in game 6 and 7.
Mingo Jester.
It would have been over in 5.
You said in 20.
They had him in game 6 and 7.
It would have been over in 5.
Hold on. You said in 2017, Steph Curry wasn't doing nothing.
Listen, man. He was playing okay, but he wasn't.
Hold on. What you mean playing okay? He was averaging.
He wasn't fucking with Kevin Durant.
He was averaging 27, and 10.
What Kevin Durant averaged?
KD's field goal was higher though. Go ahead.
What Kevin Durant averaged?
Kevin Durant was averaging 35 and 5.
Exactly. Not even close. Not even close.
What you mean it's not even close?
35
Okay, hold on, but the 10 assists. Hold on, the 10 assists.
35 to 27.
Hold on, but Mingo
not
Jester.
Even close.
Hold on, but 10 assists to 5 assists ain't close.
Dude, he's a point guard. He's a point guard. He's supposed to average 10
Okay.
assists.
Oh, Mingo Jester. 2 steals, 2.5 steals a game to 1 steal a game ain't close.
Dude, that's one. Really, Lamont.
What you mean?
What you mean?
That's why y'all be ranking players so high.
Stop it. Kevin Durant was clearly the best player in that series.
Hold on. You just said, Mingo Jester. Mingo Jester just said, okay, I'll give you the 35 is a drastic difference from the 26.
It's a big ass
But
difference.
27 a game ain't nothing to slouch at.
It's not.
But then you say there's a big ass difference.
Though.
The assist, Curry beat him in assists. That's a big difference. Curry beat
So
him
what's
out
the
in
percentages?
steals.
What's the shooting split?
Curry beat him out in steals. That's a big difference.
What's the shooting split?
Okay, so
how many rebounds they had?
Steph Curry shot 45% from the field, and he shot 39% from the 3-point line, while Kevin Durant shot 55% from the field and 47% from the 3-point line.
There you go.
Yeah, but why was
Kevin Durant was taking
because they were guarding Steph.
Kevin Durant was definitely taking open shots.
Kevin Durant was taking open shots. That's all you just
saw my community post.
Man, y'all need to stop it, man. Kevin Durant was clearly the better player in that series.
But Lamont.
Okay, so Mingo Jester, let me ask you this question. If points per game automatically make you the better player in a particular series? Hold on.
In most cases, it does.
Hold on, Mingo Jester, let me ask you a question. Hold on. If points per game make you the better player, then how come Steph Curry didn't win the Finals MVP over Andre Iguodala?
Because it was. I already said that Steph Curry should have won the Finals MVP in 2015. I said that before I started. I already said that.
So you know that the Finals MVP. So you know right there that sometimes the Finals MVP gets dished around.
I said that before I started.
Unfavorably.
Biased.
But all I'm saying is
because he helped change the series as soon as his presence was felt. That's why they gave it to him, because when he got into the series, he kind of really shifted things. Now I think Curry probably should have won it.
That goes to all the other statistical categories: rebounds, steals, blocks, defense, defensive utility, usage. What?
Y'all can't argue that, man.
If they would have just ran the points per game like Mingo Jester's doing with KD, then anybody would just say the guy that scores the most points is the best player.
Man, come on, Lamont. You know better than that, man. Stop it, I say. That's a casual argument. Stop it.
I mean, I think he should have gotten one of them.
No, but what I'm telling you is, Lamont, see, you what you're trying to do is, you're trying to say that points is the only.
Okay, so what made KD the best player in 2017?
Reason why I say points is the main thing that matters, because that's what you win with, points. But what I'm saying is, KD is not a but you win with points. Who win the game? The one who got the most points, right? The team who got the most points win the game.
You win with defense.
But all I'm saying, but besides that, basically what I'm saying is Durant is not a defender. So the main part of Durant game is his offense, his offensive whatever. The main part of his game.
The main part of Steph Curry's game is offense.
But that's the point I'm making. His offense outplayed Curry's offense. That's what I'm trying to say. Now you see what I'm saying. His offense had a bigger impact on the game.
I mean, his field goal was higher.
So 27 points a game don't have an impact.
It did have an impact, but 35 points though, Lamont.
The higher field goal, I believe, percentage.
35 points though. Come on, bro.
Okay, but what about all the other statistical categories?
They don't matter.
When you averaging 35 points, it really doesn't. The assists was good. Wait a minute now. Those 10 assists,
LeBron 33 in a triple double, and they lost.
You said what now?
LeBron on the floor, 33 in a triple double.
That's what makes LeBron the best. His intangibles in every category.
We're not talking about LeBron, man. Don't bring up LeBron. Why y'all always talking about somebody?
Why'd you get so emotional over
that?
But
y'all do it.
Damn.
Nah, cause y'all always say don't bring. Why y'all bringing up LeBron? But y'all do it.
No, I'm just.
We're not talking about LeBron. We're talking about Steph. You said Kevin Durant. We ain't talking about LeBron.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
But you're saying somebody averaged 35, and that was the main reason.
Okay, hold on. Mingo Jester, let's do this. Watch this. So Andre Iguodala won the Finals MVP in 2015, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay, now Steph Curry averaged more points. They averaged the exact same amount of rebounds. Steph Curry averaged more assists. Steph Curry averaged more steals, and surprisingly, they actually averaged the same amount of blocks. How did how did
Lamont,
Andre Iguodala's numbers, because anybody with two eyes knows what Texas said. He said Andre Iguodala's impact, even though it didn't show in the numbers, was so great in that series. They just had to give him the Finals MVP,
man,
even though the numbers don't show.
No great.
But had they have hold on, but had they have just ran to the numbers like you ran to the numbers with KD scoring,
Lamont, Andre Iguodala's impact was not great. That shit was trash. Whoa. LeBron still averaged 35 points. 35 points, 10 rebounds, and like 8 assists or something like that. How's his impact great? What did he do?
Hold on. Mingo Jester, you got to say this on the big.
What did he do?
He wasn't scared to take them shots.
Mingo Jester, what did you just say, man?
Lamont, LeBron for that series.
No. Andre Iguodala didn't have an impact. You said
and like 12
didn't have an
rebounds
impact
and like
in 2015.
8 assists or 9 assists or something like that.
You know the thing about that 35 points?
What's the thing about it?
Got the ability to focus on dropping that.
Lamont was talking about LeBron. We were talking about 2015 though.
Giving you 27 and 10 and playing better defense than you.
Goodness. Lamont was just talking about 2015.
Oh no,
that's the same reason Kawhi got it though.
Hey, salute to Sonny. Salute to Sonny in the Cash App, man. Appreciate the support for the channel. He had to hop off the panel, but Sonny, I appreciate you pulling up. I know it was your first time today. I think you've hit the cash out before, and I just didn't get to call it out. But salute to Sonny for supporting the channel with a very gracious donation, man. Appreciate everybody that's hitting the cash app tonight, man. It's much appreciated, man.
See, that's one of the reasons why people don't give Pippen no credit either.
Yes.
For when Pippen doing everything that he doing on that floor, that gives MJ the ability to just focus on scoring and playing against his man. Like he
MJ was
true. He didn't
how
got to worry about
that's
rebounding.
cap. That's cap.
When he
That's not fact. That's cap.
every year.
That's cap.
But so Mingo Jester, if it's not true,
you got to understand something.
Then how come
not
you
only
never won without him,
bro?
You got to understand something. Not only was Phil, and I mean say not only was Jordan doing it on. Jordan was also a great defender as well.
But Pippen did all the other.
So basically, what I'm saying, he wasn't just doing it on the offensive end. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I say he was guarding his man too. I said that. What I'm saying.
Then you had
Pippen
Rodman on the boards.
While Pippen doing what he's doing, that gave MJ the freedom to focus on just that.
Like with Kobe and his teams, like you had Derek Fisher, you had other guys around Artest doing all the nasty gritty work.
Nah, that's just the
you
system that they ran. That's just the system that they ran.
But you always correct.
The triangle offense doesn't
I don't even
allow
know what you want me to
that.
correct. You correct it if you hear something.
He just said Michael Jordan only played just focused on offense.
He did
primarily.
Jordan was a great
He's defensive first team. He has
Jordan was a great defender
He led the
too.
league in steals 3 times.
Who said he wasn't a great defender?
You just said all you had to do was focus.
Hold on. First of all, Michael Land,
what he said, offense and guarding his man. What is guarding his man? Is that defense?
Yeah.
All right, so backtrack. What you saying, bro? Don't put words in my mouth.
Backtrack. You said guard his man.
I said something that I didn't say.
And all Pippen did was guard his man. I mean,
that is not true.
Nope, that's not that. He did more than guard his man.
Oh, Michael Land, you want me to show you proof?
Yeah, do
Pull up
the
Pippen
rebounded.
We do this all the time.
Hold on.
I'm not looking at the screen right now, but you
need to.
I don't need to.
You don't want to see the facts?
No, there ain't no facts. What are you gonna do? Show some highlights of a game where he actually where he did something.
The facts. I'm just
Pippen was a Swiss Army knife, and then you had other.
Michael Jordan brought it every night.
Hold on, Spiffy just pulled up. Hey, Spiffy, what you got on this? You hear all this stuff going on?
Who said he didn't?
Okay, I'm gonna be quiet.
But it's plenty of times Pippen gotta go guard MJ man.
Can you hear
Hold on, yeah, we hear you, Spiffy. No, Pippen had to guard the entire.
He guarded Magic once, and now he's the
savior. Is that cat? He did it more than once.
No, hold on. All right, we gonna give him the facts right here. We gonna let Kobe Bryant break it down for him. Since we not credible, we gonna let somebody who I know. We're going to let somebody who I know he thinks is credible explain Scottie Pippen's ability to defend not just his man, but actually defend an entire team by himself. One of the few players in NBA history who can take away 3/4 of the court with his activity. Oh, I got the video queued up right here. We're gonna help him out.
Watch the entire 90s.
Now you couldn't have been watching if you didn't know that Scottie Pippen could take away 3/4 of the court.
He couldn't have been in there 3/4 of the court.
You wasn't
That's
watching.
some bullshit they want to say now because he
What
has
was
6
you
rings
watching?
playing with Jordan. He played.
Hold on, Michael Land.
It works both ways, yo.
What's Scottie Pippen's trophy case? What's in trophy case besides 6 rings playing with Jordan?
That's a casual. He did all the intangibles.
Hold on, Michael Land.
All he had to do was play.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna put you on mute. Hold on, y'all. Let me play this. It's only 2 minutes long. We're gonna let Kobe break it down to him. Since we lying.
Scottie Pippen. I mean, this guy was a genius. His ball pressure, playing passing lanes, blocking shots, taking charges, and he played with a passion on the defensive end of the floor. Like, no, this is the most exciting part of the game to me. All right, so here again, Scottie's initiating the action. He's making Mark work to bring the ball up the floor, okay? That's one. Now, where he's pushing him into situations where Mark can't really attack. Right here, you got Michael sitting here waiting, right? That area is clogged up. There's nowhere for him to go. So Scottie's fully aware of that, so he knows you can put a lot of pressure on him in these areas because there's nowhere for him to drive. And so now, where is Mark looking, right? He's looking for these curl actions here. Yeah, he couldn't run the play, right? Scottie took the play away from him. Here he cuts the angle off. Now Mark says, okay, I got to attack him. He's bodying up on me. I'm going to attack him. Mark attacks him here. But now Scottie, sensing that Mark wants to feel the contact, right? Because Scotty's been bodying him this whole time. So now Mark seeks the contact and Scotty just backs up. Scotty just backs up. I mean, that's just brilliant defense. I mean, think about that for a second. I mean, he's bodying Mark the whole game. Body him. Now Mark's looking for Scotty's body, and Scotty just moves back and lets Mark lose his balance. Man, that's a game of cat and mouse right there. Okay, again, Scotty's making the reads. He knows this action. Right, he knows it. Here it is. He knows the ball comes back there. He knows they're looking for Starks coming off of a double screen on the weak side. So he tries to get his hand in that passing lane. He misses it. But this shows me that he is keenly aware of the actions that are taking place out here on the floor, which means he prepares. So if I'm this draft pick coming into the league, I know I got to do my homework. Homework could give you all the answers, right? Scotty knows what's coming there. Right now, this is unbelievable. Look at all the ground this guy covers. Here, down, there. All right, but it's the activity. He plays defense with an energy. Too many players today play defense just to play defense. He's attacking these offensive players. He's going after it. He's playing with an energy out there. If I can learn how to cut angles off like Scotty, be aggressive on the defensive end of the floor like Scotty, I think that'll just take my game and the team that drafts me to an entirely different level. For more analysis, go to detail.
Mind of Kobe Bryant.
All right, we'll let Michael Land respond to Kobe.
I really don't have no response to that because like I said, he just highlighted a few plays. Nowhere in there did I hear him say he was the more important defender on the Bulls than Michael Jordan.
What?
You said what he said verbatim. You take over half a court. I'm like, damn, you said that earlier. So you're just speaking his own words.
No, but remember, this is all backed up by video documentation. Like, it's easy to repeat what he says when I can actually go pull up game footage of multiple games, and he's doing the same thing. So it's consistent. Scottie Pippen's defense, what he did great, was consistent. So the statement should be the same. It should not change.
Here go another example. Look at Jordan numbers back in the day before he started winning his chips, when he had to do a lot on that floor and was running the point guard and all that shit because he didn't have the right roster around him to play the way he started playing in the 90s. He had to do a lot of work. Now, you get him in the Phil Jackson system, and he used other players to take that pressure off of Jordan. He ain't got to worry about getting all these assists and all these rebounds now because he got other players to do that work for him. Now he can focus on his strong suit, scoring and locking down his man.
But MLE, the one example, this is how you know a great defensive team helps great scorers. Look at KD when he was with the Warriors. The Warriors had the #1 defense in the league, primarily because of Draymond, Clay, and the guys that was really true defenders. Iguodala, even Bogut was a solid defender. I'm talking about guys that was just out there to defend. Right, and look at the opportunities. Like, look how much better that made KD because of all the energy he could save, and even just being in that system, had a lot of people saying KD was a good defender just because he was in a great defensive system. Now we fast forward time to now, without the great defenders surrounding him. Did KD do anything this series? Right, at any point in time, were we able to say KD was playing great defense, elite defense?
Wow,
not at all.
Because you don't have the guys to cover him up.
Don't have the guys to cover him up and make it look good. It's easy to get them clean up blocks after Draymond Green forces guys to your help side, and you can get the easy weak side block as a 7-footer and stuff like that. So it's easy to look good when you got the team around you. So with Jordan, it's not a slight to Jordan to say that Scottie Pippen helped make him a better defender. Dennis Rodman, who was also the first team defender, made him a better defender. And those guys also alleviated pressure on the offensive end for Jordan as well.
We never seen Kevin Durant sit in a chair like we seen Kobe, Jordan, LeBron sit in a chair.
No.
We never seen him. Oh, we put Durant. You got to think about 2011. Even though they lost the finals, Derrick Rose MVP. Derrick Rose going crazy on everybody. We never seen nobody just say, "Oh, we put you on him," and then we never seen anybody say we put Durant
LeBron
on
and
you,
Wade.
and then the whole game plan changes. What you were doing, you cannot do anymore. When they put LeBron on D Rose, what the Bulls were doing, they could not do anymore. It was over. We never seen that with Durant. So I never understood, like he said, he getting all these help side blocks and doing all this. Oh, he's a great center and all. No, he's not. He's not a really good defender.
No.
People get caught up in the moment.
And then
And these are the same people. These are the same people that will run around. And I was just trying to explain this to somebody else and tell me that Draymond Green's not an elite defender. These are the same people that say these weird takes.
I don't know who's saying that.
You see what he's doing with Jokic? Getting physical.
Draymond is a good defender.
Hold on. I'm gonna show you the video. Watch this. Tell me if y'all don't tell me this might be one of the worst basketball takes I have ever heard. Hold on, watch this. I'm gonna play the video. Fuck it.
Yeah, nah. I thought y'all were gonna let Spiffy talk. Y'all didn't even let Spiffy talk.
Go ahead, cook Spiffy. My bad.
He left.
Did he? Oh shit, my bad, Spiffy.
Yeah, he left. I thought y'all were gonna let him talk. Y'all didn't even give him a chance.
Something was going on with his thing because he kept coming in and out the stream. I think his signal. I think it might be something going on with his signal. Hold on. Pull this video up right here. I want y'all to listen to this tape. This is coming from. Remember, this is a LeBron James haters making these takes. Hold on, where's the video at? He says, "Yeah, facts are attackable, Pine. They're getting exposed today." Where's that? Okay, here it is right here.
That man was never the best.
I agree wholeheartedly. Kevin Durant was never the best player.
Oh, no, not even close.
Listen to this tape.
Draymond Green, don't think I forget about you, okay? I gave you props, okay? For stopping the Joker, putting the clamps on him, having a great defensive job on a guy that's labeled as a superstar, but he's really an all-star, okay? But nevertheless, I give you credit for stopping that. But no, you can't let it stop there. We got to overrate and overhype a guy like Draymond Green and start trying to call him a top 5 greatest defensive player of all time, which is bullshit, because there's over 25 players or more I can name that's better all time defensively than Draymond Green, okay? You act like Draymond Green is this guy that stopped everybody when he actually stopped more role players, because he is a role player, than actual superstars, where there's guys here that's actually defending superstars and stopping them, okay? As a matter of fact, Draymond Green, you're borderline Pat Bev. You're on the same level with Pat Bev until you could prove otherwise. Pat Bev is one of the most underrated defenders that people don't talk about, all right? Now, Pat Bev is a guy that did something you can't do. He guarded LeBron James and stopped LeBron James.
Hold on. Now, y'all heard him say Draymond can't guard superstars. So we're going to pull up this video right here.
Yeah, dude.
Hold on. We're just going to drop the receipts.
Lamar, I can bring up a moment.
Well, it's not about moments. I'm talking about an entire game, and I got more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Hold on, let me do this right here. It's echoing too.
You should have went on that panel, Lamont.
You said what?
You should have went on that panel.
I didn't know. I didn't know it was live. I didn't see the video till after the fact.
Okay, gotcha.
Hold on. Let me rewind this video. This is Draymond Green. This year, who's taking up the primary defensive role? Hold on, the video's blurry right now. I gotta wait till it clears up. KD, Draymond Green guarding KD as the primary defender. Draymond Green guarding KD as the primary defender. Draymond Green still guarding. They had to switch there. Draymond Green guarding KD as the primary defender. Not allowing switches. I just want to know. Who's the primary defender on KD, the superstar?
These dudes just be saying anything.
He said he guards role players. He said he only guards role players. This is just one game.
And necessarily,
look at this. On the perimeter as a power forward guarding KD.
Number one, his point was stupid. Like the only guard role player thing, and that's stupid because if you look at most, ain't no really like no cold ass power forwards in the league like that no more. For him to just be guarding, and you could clearly see that he guarding Durant. So his point was already a lie, but like he just tried to like compound a lie on top of a little bit of truth. That to be like, oh, this why no. The primary dudes in the league are not at power forward right now.
This the funny thing.
This dude was talking about. He was saying Tony Allen is a better defender than Draymond.
Funny thing is, these same motherfuckers say if Draymond ain't get suspended, the Cavs wouldn't have won that.
They flip flop, and mind you, this video came literally just 2 days before he dropped this video. He dropped a video talking about Draymond Green's elite defense stopping Jokic, the MVP.
What? See, like Tony
I don't
Allen's
even
defense.
agree that Jokic is the MVP.
I don't agree.
Look, you don't have to agree that he's MVP this year, but last year he was our MVP.
I agree.
And stopping Jokic is no easy task. To say that you've been able to slow Jokic down and contain him, which something is nobody's been able to figure out.
That boy got moves.
He got back-to-back MVPs.
And this is an undersized power forward that's doing this. This is a 6'7" power forward stopping Jokic, who true centers struggle with it.
Well, like with the whole, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, what's up, Texas?
Okay, now just like with the whole Tony Allen comparison, I could be wrong. Y'all correct me if y'all think I'm wrong. I think Tony Allen was a great, like kind of like with the Patrick Beverly, where he'll push up on you and then really apply the pressure. But Draymond can not only do that, but he also has IQ. He can play all kinds of defense, help. He can play any kind of defense. His IQ to me is what puts him away over Tony Allen, because he can play up pressure or he can play any kind of way, help side, anything. His IQ is what makes him lethal on that end.
Draymond underrated.
Yeah.
I mean, when the Warriors played the Lakers this year, who is the primary defender on LeBron?
Draymond.
Yeah, Draymond.
I mean, you don't take these assignments unless you know you a lead at defense or you willing to take the hard challenges, because a lot of people don't want to get lit up for 30.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that LeBron can do even if you play good defense.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like Mingo just said. LeBron was still putting up his 30. Andre Iguodala just got a Finals MVP off of just slowing him down a little bit.
And Kawhi, because LeBron off of bad efficiency, but LeBron still had 29. But that's the great players, the true superstars, are going to be able to find a way to do that, no matter who's on. Great offense.
Well, people don't realize that when the offenses ran through you, and you got so many plays and so many screens being set for you, you're going to score. You're just going to score off of bullshit sometimes. Yeah. Transitions, breakdowns. You might be out of the game. He might be in the game. There's so many factors that can go into that. But we got to talk about when Draymond Green is guarding LeBron. When these players are guarding LeBron, it makes it hard on them.
Mm-hmm.
Like teams aren't walking into Golden State talking about, I can't wait till I get that switch and Draymond Green's guarding me. They're trying to figure out how to get this motherfucker off of him so they can get other guys on him.
I think Draymond is a great defender, though. I do. I think he's an elite defender.
He's a great player.
And here's what makes him dangerous in the series, because even if you are the star player in a series, like say Game 1, we saw what Kyrie did to Marcus Smart. But the problem is that you can still get your buckets, but over the course of a long series, it's going to drain energy out of you, and that's when, as we've seen before, when Draymond's guarded guys, games 5, 6, 7, the guys like Harden, whoever, they weren't as crisp as at the beginning of the series. That takes a toll, and people don't look at that.
Well, Lamont, let me ask you this then.
Yeah.
All right. I know you. I already know you think Draymond is a elite defender because you spent the last almost hour talking about it. But Rudy Gobert got 3 Defensive Player of the Year awards. Do you think he's an elite defender?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, if you look at the Utah Jazz's problems, this is what's happening. So let's go to the game where Jalen Brunson scored 41 and where Maxi Kleber hit 8 of 11 from the 3-point line. And also, it's the same game where Conley couldn't guard anybody and scored, I think, 0 points that game. But that we're not talking about offense. Let's just talk about what's going on the floor. Well, I've said all year long, even last year, that the Utah guards continuously allow guys to walk to the rim, forcing Gobert to do what? Help. And when Gobert helps, what's happening? They're kicking it out to his man, who they were putting Maxi Kleber on him, who's standing in the corner for wide open threes because he's a 3-point shooter. What they're doing is they're just forcing Rudy Gobert to do what he does best, go help, because they knew that the guards on the perimeter are not going to rotate and help Rudy Gobert like they're supposed to, because it's called helping the helper. If Rudy Gobert rotates and helps off because these guards can't stay in front of anybody, that means you have to, Jordan Clarkson and the other wings out there, you have to be scrambling to Maxi Kleber to go help him because he's not going to have time to rotate back out there. So Rudy Gobert can't fix everything on the defense. The best defenses are team defenses. There's no one player that you can add to a defense and then that defense is just elite. Like you can put Draymond Green, what's the worst defense in the league? Even if you would have added Draymond Green to the Lakers, one of the worst defenses, you can name all the worst defenses. That doesn't fix your problems defensively. You need a team, a collective effort. Everybody has to be bought in. If everybody don't buy in, it's still going to be a trash defense. So Rudy Gobert is still elite. He can't look elite when these guards are allowing people to walk to the rim. And none of y'all are willing to call Donovan Mitchell out for his trash defensive performances. Nobody calls him out. Nobody says anything. They just talk about he's averaging 30 a game in the playoffs. They don't care that he's just allowing guys to waltz to the rim with no resistance. Same with Conley. Same with Jordan Clarkson.
And he came for
but they will blame Rudy Gobert when these guards get to the rim time and time again and eventually start hitting layups on him or get him into foul trouble. Then people will say he's a fake defensive player of the year because he's not getting 35 blocks a game, because that's what it would take to stop all the penetration that they're allowing. I don't understand the concepts that people say. Rudy Gobert is doing his job at an elite level. It's these other idiots on the perimeter that are messing up.
Mm-hmm. See, and another thing is with the Jazz, and I'm a Mavericks fan, but you know, when it's a player like Mitchell, if he could even facilitate a little bit, they would be winning the series.
It's not offense. It's defense. They can't stop anybody. They couldn't stop Brunson. They can't stop Luka. They have not been able to stop Reggie Bullock on the perimeter. I mean, you're just talking basic guys. They're having trouble stopping basic players. They're struggling to stop Spencer Dinwiddie. Look, if you look into the bigs for this team, it's not Dwight Powell killing them in the paint. It's not Boban coming in banging them in the paint. It's the guards lighting them up from the outside. And then you expect Rudy Gobert, your center, to save all those guards who are not playing a lick of defense?
How many points? For that. They only choice I'm speaking as if because I already know their defense sucks.
They mentioned like
And
9
it's not
the other
going to
night.
just like improve overnight. So like it for them to
Or
like
11.
extend a series, dude gonna have to learn how to facilitate. That's all I'm saying. I understand that like that Rudy Gobert is getting scapegoated, and 9 times out of 10 they're probably gonna trade him. And guess what? He's probably gonna be all in a better situation than he is
But
now.
the Jazz don't generally struggle to score the ball. The Jazz have the number 1 offense in the NBA. They don't struggle to score the ball. They struggle to defend from the perimeter, and it's not Rudy Gobert. That's the problem. I mean, how am I going to say the number 1 offense in the NBA needs better offense? How much better can they be?
How many points Donovan Mitchell averaging?
He's averaging in the playoffs 30 a game, but not after this last game where they finally locked him up and he only had like 8.
Like 9, yeah, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, something really low.
Crazy, yeah.
But
all right, before that game, he averaging 30, right?
He was averaging 30, yeah.
And they down in the series?
Yeah,
they're down in the series now because they got blown out 102 to 77 the other night.
So what else is he doing on the floor besides scoring?
Nothing.
That's it.
Yep, nothing.
And that's the point I was making about that 35 points.
Wait, what?
That's the point I was making about that 35 points. He got a
Durant.
roster. He don't have the same roster around him to take care of certain things, so he can just focus on one thing. Because if he averaging 30, but what he doing on defense? Is he playmaking, setting up his team? He getting steals, rebounding. When you got other players to take care of that 30 would have meant a lot.
That is true.
That's a fact.
No, not necessarily.
Because if you look at this year, what did KD's 39 do yesterday against the Celtics?
Not a damn thing.
No, but KD shot like 31
and it didn't matter
times.
because they couldn't get a stop.
Yeah.
They couldn't get any defensive stop when they needed it. Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum were literally doing whatever they wanted to them baby guards. Kevin Durant never took the tough assignment to go guard one of them.
But I said that about them. Like I told a few of my friends that at like the beginning of the year, like they got all these dudes. Like you're talking about all these dudes, but all these dudes are good on offense. Like Patty Mills, not a good defender.
What else you gonna bring?
Not a good defender. Kyrie, traditionally not a good defender. Durant, traditionally not a good defender. Like Andre Drummond, retarded.
Nope.
Like, it just Seth Curry.
That's the reason why I said they was never winning the chip in the first place.
James Harden, not a good defender.
You can't win a chip just offensively. You can't. You can't. When is it happening? When is it happening?
Everybody.
Because when you're not making
you gotta be
shots,
decent at least.
It's
over.
You got to be able to do something. Like, and that's the difference. That's why I see it's either gonna be
Boston or the Bucks out of the East.
Yeah, out the East. But I think it's a only 3-team race right now in the West.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think the Warriors, the Suns, and the Mavericks. Because I don't know. Them boys playing defense, and I
thought the East was
Devin Booker's not going to be. If Devin Booker's not going to be out there, it's a lot easier to. I might be willing to say I'm gonna take Luka being young and 23 over Chris Paul, like just running the show right now. Yeah. Like I do, but then I think the winner is gonna come out the West this year because they're playing defense and they're playing offense at such high levels that I don't think it's gonna be unless I disagree with that.
So you disagree with the Warriors?
I disagree with that.
I mean,
because the Celtics got the number 1 defense and they're in the East.
Yeah, I was ready to say.
I disagree with that. I definitely disagree with that.
Their offense is not like they're not. The Celtics do play great defense, but they're not playing offense at the level of like the Warriors. You're saying in Phoenix.
They don't have to though.
No, but you just said that defense win championships though.
Their defense is so good; it's leading to easy offense.
You got to think the Celtics haven't played yet against an elite defense. So if they go up against a Warrior defense or a Phoenix Sun defense, a lot of the shots that Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown who were hitting shots over Patty Mills and Bruce Brown, it's going to be tougher to do that over Mikal Bridges and Draymond and Wiggins and guys that are actively really trying to D up.
Long defenders,
Yes, it's going to be a little different.
Even on defense, they're going to
That's what I'm saying. It's the combination of two. Just because you got a great defense don't mean you're going to win. Like the league is too good for that now. You still have to have some offense.
But then here's the thing too, though. Like, wait,
I'm sorry.
Wait.
Well, who's Curry gonna guard? We just seen this matchup about 3 months ago, before Curry got injured, and they were just going at Stephen Curry every time so much they had to take him out of the game. Who's Curry gonna guard?
What game was that?
Yeah, I don't.
About 2 months ago, the one he got injured in the second quarter, before he got injured.
Who were they playing?
The Celtics.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, who is Curry gonna guard on the Celtics? Who can he guard?
We can say that when they play any team.
Yeah, like the thing is, Curry has to play against NBA level teams every
that's
game.
What I'm saying, though.
Yeah,
that's why I think
who was Curry supposed to guard when they played the Nets and blew them out this year?
What do you mean? Like, no, what I'm saying is, if the Celtics make the finals, they're going to beat any team in the West.
No, hold on, but did you see what the Warriors do? Did you see what the Warriors do? The Warriors are the only team that I see switch their defense up almost every quarter. They went from a 1-3-1 matchup zone to a 2-3 zone to a man zone. They have so many different looks to confuse you. I mean, like I said, they're not just a simple defense. They're a top defense in the league for a reason. With Curry,
and the Warriors, they've done a good job of hiding Curry. But Curry, I mean, you probably throw him on smart at times.
Let's give Curry his credit. This is one of his highest defensive ratings of his career this year.
Yeah,
like there was a point in time this year where he was top 5 in defensive rating, and people thought it was
Curry's not a good defender. Oh
no.
This year,
he's doing good. I say
he's traditionally not been a great defender, but this year he's a much improved defender. Give him credit.
Well, is that because though he's missed half the season?
Curry didn't miss half the season.
Well, he was out for like the last a month and or a half a month.
That's not half the season.
That's not a half season though. It's like 15 something games. Wait, but
they set him an extended amount of time because, like Draymond said, we're not going to rush anybody back just to chase a few extra wins because they weren't playing for seeding. Draymond said, "I don't care where we seeded, we win in the chip anyway."
And can I add this stuff?
Before Boston swept KD, how many people had Boston winning the chip?
Nobody did.
But here's the thing.
Well, I still don't have Boston winning because they're not going to beat the Bucks, in my opinion.
So how many teams coming out the West you could count on over Boston?
2. I remember 1 right now. I mean, but here's the thing. Like, if they play the Warriors, like, if they get there, I just want to add this in there because Lamont talked about the defensive side. Yeah, how the Warriors will play more IQ-based defense, but also offensively, Boston hasn't played anybody that's going to constantly move around as the Warriors. So that's another can of worms potentially for them if they do get to the finals and play the Warriors, because they're going to move around. They're not stagnant. Your turn, my turn, our turn, and then like Brooklyn played. So
and then you got to think about it like this. Robert Williams is going to get into a lot of foul trouble because Jordan Poole and Steph Curry can take anybody on their team off the dribble.
Hold on, let me read this to you about Curry's defense this year. Curry's defense this year is a 97.9 rating individually, which is drastically better than the team's overall defensive rating, which is at 101.2. The only player in the NBA that has a higher rating who's played more than 20 games is George Hill. This is a fluke. Like he's
and what team George Hill on? The Milwaukee Bucks.
He's a much improved defensive player.
Bucks going back to back.
And George Hill is on the Milwaukee Bucks.
Okay, but we're talking about individual defense.
The Bucks need Chris Middleton back if they're going back to back. They can't do that.
No doubt, yeah.
So I wouldn't get too excited about the Bucks going. The Bucks aren't beating the Celtics without Chris Middleton 100%.
Nah, I disagree with that.
Look what they just did to KD and Kyrie. You think
KD and Kyrie is out there playing soft. Giannis not
they don't play no Giannis
defense.
creates though.
The Nets don't have no
creates, though.
defense to speak
Giannis
of.
creates though. That's the difference.
On both ends.
The Nets don't have no defense
What they
to
gonna
speak
do?
of.
What they gonna do with offensive rebound? Brook Lopez, offensive rebound.
Exactly.
Giannis, offensive
Giannis.
rebound. Like they not all that shooting.
But they don't just stand around.
Shots. They not going.
Yeah.
They about
Giannis
to run
creates.
offense.
Yeah.
Y'all think the
Grayson Allen and Connaughton out there.
Connaughton. Yep.
And then another thing about when they play the Bucks, Giannis ain't gonna just score on them on the offense. Giannis will get on the defensive end and you lock your ass down too.
Giannis Jason Tatum.
He's not Kevin Durant.
Exactly.
Nah.
Right.
So there you go.
I just don't see if the Celtics win that, then
Oh yeah, they'll beat Miami.
Then you start hitting your wagon. They'll hit your wagon after they beat the Bucks. The Celtics will beat the Bucks.
No. I would never hitch my wagon because I'm a Mavericks fan. So in my mind, we going all the way and we'll beat them. I don't care what you're talking about.
I mean that's fine. Anyways, you want to speak to nonsense.
He said he a Mavericks fan.
That's a fact.
Man, the Mavericks not beating the Suns nor the Warriors.
Hell no.
They did that to KD.
I ain't worried about no fucking Mavericks. They not beating the Suns nor the Warriors.
They have no chance about shit.
Worry about no Mavericks.
Golden State has too much experience and they got gritty guys on.
And then once they get beat, guess what they're gonna? Hey y'all. Then once
they're
the
gonna eat
Mavericks get beat, guess what
They're gonna eat
hollering?
Luka up though. They're gonna eat Luka.
They're
up.
gonna say Luka choked.
We the number one
They're
team.
gonna say Luka ain't have no help.
No, they not. They gonna do just like what people are doing with Jokic. They gonna say, even though nobody and their mama picked Denver to beat Golden State without Murray or Porter Jr., all the narrative is going around is that Jokic is choking. I've literally watched the videos and I pull up to people's panels who are saying it. I was just on Mookie's channel. They talking about Jokic is choking. He can't get a game.
Mookie don't like Jokic anyway. Mookie don't like Jokic anyway.
No, hold on. I could go to another channel. Prince Sports just said Jokic is choking. I was like, what do you mean he's choking? He put up 37 and 16.
Yeah.
Well, y'all act like the narrative went if just like when Luka lost to the Clippers, even though he didn't have the team to beat him, people were saying he choked. He can't win out of the first round.
He was just outmatched. He was outmatched too. Yeah, just outmatched.
And
Reggie
even
Jackson,
though he was the best player on the floor, outplayed Kawhi and PG. And salute to One Cool Pete just pulled up tonight, man. Appreciate you pulling up.
Yeah, we gotta let her talk. We gotta let her get up.
Because of players don't many choke.
You gotta say some stuff.
I don't have much of nothing to say except y'all want to see something funny.
What's that?
Yeah.
I sent you something about NBA channel by Chuck, a bus. It's a video.
Where'd you send it?
Both of your accounts that I have.
IG?
I sent them to both.
Oh, let me check IG.
I don't never know which one you're going to check first. I just sent them to both. That shit is funny.
Let's see what I got right here.
Hey, Lamont.
What happened?
Yeah.
I got a question for the whole panel.
Maybe you can play it on the board for everybody to watch. That shit is super funny.
I'm about to pull it up. Witten, man. That's an easy way to get timed out, man. Jesus, Witten.
What did he say? What happened?
Come on, Witten.
Yo.
Come on, Witten.
What
you
did
can't
Witten
do that
say?
to the Hall of Famer, man. Well, Witten, you lucky One Cool Pete didn't see that.
What do you say?
I'm not gonna repeat it, man. Don't do that.
What did he say, Lamar?
Hey, Domingo Jester, your man a fraud.
Who?
KD, you talk shit. You talk all that shit.
Nah, I'm not a KD fan. How many times I gotta tell y'all, bro? I'm a Kobe Bryant guy.
I don't like.
How many times I gotta say that?
Only a two-dimensional scorer. Doesn't commit to defense.
Now
After
KD choke, now you ain't a KD fan.
Dude, I was always a Kobe Bryant guy.
That's crazy.
So you went from a fan of a nigga who ain't competitive. So you
Man, I was always a Kobe Bryant guy. I always said I'm a Kobe Bryant guy, but Jordan is the GOAT. I've always said that.
Are you a fan of a rat?
Well, it is what it is. I don't care.
Bro.
I don't know him personally. He ain't tell on me. I don't give a shit.
I do agree with him there.
But now, for real,
I don't give a shit.
Nah, y'all be saying that
their
LeBron, he ain't
personal
got that
lives.
killer instinct. He ain't got none of that shit, right? Because he losing the finals. But KD got swept in the first round. Ain't even put up a fight. What the fuck y'all call that?
Why can't I find
Look at the OKC Warriors in 2016. I mean, that was not killer to
That's
me.
another one right there. Losing a
20
3-1 lead. That's another one right there.
2010 playoffs. I mean, he was young, okay, but whatever, man. I mean, he's just not. Listen, I don't like his game because he's a two-dimensional scorer. He's not going to play any defense. He's not going to really rebound most nights. He's not going to be a phenomenal passer. I mean, it's what it is. Giannis is improved.
KD, we from the same area, so it's like, I mean, I be hearing people, try to big him up.
9-26 game one.
You just gotta call it what it is. Like, I mean, it is what it is.
Didn't KD call himself a god today on Twitter?
Whoa, what?
Did y'all not see that tweet? He replied.
I think he
Reporters
got
coming
caught
after
with
a
another
guy.
burner account, and he said, what do y'all expect KD to do? He's playing 1 versus 5. And people pointed out that was him on his burner account.
I believe it, yeah.
5. He
It
trying to
probably
throw
was.
Kyrie under the bus like that.
I'm pretty sure he tweeted from his main account. He was a god.
Kyrie
They
gonna try to
told him
leave.
that
Don't he got a bunch
I
of
sent
stars
that
on
one
his
to you
team?
too, Lamont.
Did you just send another one?
Where was
Man,
Kyrie
KD
go?
still out there
Several
making
since
me.
I've been listening to y'all go at
Man,
it.
KD still out there making these burners accounts. Man, he need to stop that shit.
He's too old for that. He's
He really
33.
do.
Making Maryland look
He
bad.
really need to stop that. That dude, that is not.
I can't lie. If
what
I was
we
an
do.
NBA player, I'd be
Hold
doing
on,
the
this
same
nigga
thing.
Jared Thomas.
I wouldn't. For what?
I ain't gonna lie, man. I have all types of fake accounts.
He's trying to save
Man,
his
I run
reputation,
you.
man.
I ain't finna hide behind nothing.
He's
You
trying to
want
save his
smoke? I give
reputation.
you
Make
smoke.
that type of excuse.
I
That's
ain't
just
gonna
crazy.
lie.
Hold
I had
on.
a burner.
Why? Okay, so
1
this
on
nigga
5.
said LeBron is choked in 2010 and 2011. That's
Lamont, what a video.
That's more than
I'm
10
trying
years
to.
ago.
I
Let's
can't
talk
find the
about right
message.
now.
Yeah.
My messages. I got like 3,000
I don't know about
messages.
2010. He did choke in 2011. He said it
I just sent
himself.
it like,
Yeah, that's
I
what I
don't
said.
know,
I can.
Yeah,
10,
but
15
why?
minutes ago.
I thought it would go to the top
It's
of the
crazy how
message
people
box,
gotta
but
go
it's not.
over a decade to make a point.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm a LeBron fan. I can admit that he choked in 2011, but
He
whenever
said
we
it
talk
himself.
about anybody else choking right now, it's always, oh, what about 2011? Oh, 4-6. Like, y'all don't like people. They don't be trying to hold nobody
4
accountable.
and
But
6, and if
LeBron.
they talk about these active players right now, he
Jared,
still
that's
got
all they ever
more
bring up
rings
is
than all of
2011.
them.
They
He's
always
still
mention
better
LeBron in 2011.
like for a longer
I
period.
mean, but see, the thing is about that though, y'all. They really don't have to bring up 2011, because I mean, you could
What?
just simply say,
So
you
what?
could just simply say, hell, LeBron done missed the whole play-in, playoffs, and everything this year. I mean, you
That
could
was
just say that. You
actually
ain't even got to
the
go to
best case.
2011.
That was
They missed the
actually the
whole
best
playoff,
scenario for
play-in,
him
and
missing it.
everything this year.
He missed it
So,
1 year.
Hey, but hold on. You said
You
they
said
missed.
that about a lot
Hold
of
on, but
players.
according to y'all LeBron haters, y'all say it's better to not make the playoffs than to lose in the finals.
wait, what?
Oh yeah, that's that
That's
narrative
a
they was
fact.
kicking. It's better to not make it
I'm
to
gonna
the
see if I
finals
can
and
resend
lose
it to
than
you
to
on your
get
cell
to the
phone.
finals.
No, I got it.
See,
Yeah,
You got it?
now they flip flop. When he was making all
right.
them finals, they're like, we rather go out. We
It's on
never would
YouTube.
rather not make it.
Yeah. I'm about to.
Now that
I'm
he
about to
don't
open
make
the
it,
link
they
now.
say we not in the finals no more.
Right. They was basically
So
saying it's better
they
for
just
him to
flip
lose
flopped it. It's
before
like, which
getting to the
one is
finals.
it?
Wait a minute. I've never said that.
I've
My
heard a lot
thing
of
Yeah,
people
is,
bro.
say,
It's a lot of
hey,
wait a
motherfuckers
minute.
Lamont
that
never
I've
say
said
never
what.
said that.
they
I've
said
never
like
said
it's
that
better
it's
to
better to
lose
get put
before
out in the
getting to the
first round than
finals
to make the
and then the
finals. I've
finals.
I
never
don't know,
said
man.
Nah,
that.
I
you
feel
never
like you
said
might
that.
have been one of the people that said
No,
that.
hell, I wasn't either, Lamar.
a
I've
lot of
never
people
said that.
said that.
I've
Bro, that
never
was
said
we
that.
literally had to have an
I heard
argument
multiple
about
people
that.
say it.
I've never, not me. You must be talking
No,
about
I
somebody
ain't
else.
saying you,
I've
bro.
never
I
said
ain't saying
that.
you. I ain't never hear you. This is the first time I'm on
I've
panel with
never
I
you.
mean, my
said
thing
that.
is that he a LeBron hater, so we don't know what he said. He
I
said
I've
he
definitely,
never
wanted.
said that.
I definitely
My
heard
thing
multiple.
is,
Basically, what we saying is you capable of saying something like
nah,
that.
it
Oh
ain't no
no, he's
capable of
definitely
nothing.
capable.
Don't
He's
be
Nah,
talking
he,
definitely
Whatever.
about
capable.
what
Whatever
I'm
you
nah,
capable
want
of.
to
You
say,
don't know me
man.
like that to be talking I'm
nah, he
capable
could. Nah,
of
hold
stuff.
on.
Animal
You
LeBron
don't know me
fan.
like that, dude.
It's
I
best
didn't
Please,
definitely,
scenario is
I'm
not
see.
go
capable
through
of
that
nigga. Please,
playoffs
you don't know
playing
me
with
like that.
I didn't definitely seen you say a bunch of wild shit.
Oh,
But
he said a lot
anyway,
of dumb stuff. Yeah,
all
he
I'm
did.
who went
saying
through the
is this.
playoffs
All I'm
playing with
saying is
Westbrook. He'd
this.
have got swept first round too.
It's not better to make it.
It's not better to get put out in the first round and make it to the final. It's not better. Whoever said that is stupid. But what I will say is this.
Getting swept in that motherfucking first round.
But what I will say is this.
just miss the
If you're going to make it to the finals that many times, at least win more times than you lose.
But there's no
That's what I
context.
always say.
But you don't get
That's what I
context.
always say.
Yeah, that's true.
So, hold on. So it wouldn't matter what kind of roster you have against the
Lord,
opposing
now
team.
we bringing up the roster.
So you saying if you get there,
it doesn't matter.
if you get there 20 times, you have to win at least 15 times for you guys to say it's respectable.
No, you ain't got to win 50 times. Just make sure you got a winning record.
Well, what if you get there?
Just make sure you got a winning record.
What if you get there 20 times and you only win 8?
Huh?
That's great.
That's not great.
Yeah. I'm saying if you got a winning record.
That's not a winning record.
You have a winning record.
No, I'm saying if I get there 20 times and only win 8, that's a losing record. But 8 chips is a whole bunch.
No, that's not good because you got a losing record. you got a losing record. It's not good. You got a losing record. Lamont, let me ask you this question, Lamont. And what I don't know where this came from or who started this, but I don't know where the hell people started celebrating losing.
Nobody celebrating losing.
Cause my thing is this.
But y'all be so quick to put people with fewer championships.
Wait a minute. My thing is this. And what sport? I don't care what sport you're looking at. If a team is under 500, if they under 500, 4-6, 6-12, whatever. What do people normally say about that team? Oh, that team trash. That we ain't gonna worry about that. They trash. Am I right?
That's regular season, yes.
Am I right? So LeBron, why is it different?
When does LeBron, outside of this year, when he's had a regular season team that's been trash?
It doesn't even.
Yeah, it's a bad argument you're making. I'm just trying to make
it.
Okay, I'm saying I said outside of this year. Because you're talking about regular season and you comparing a bad regular season team to a LeBron-led team that makes the NBA Finals. Generally, usually have around 55 to 60 wins.
That's not about
All right, let's play this video real quick, man. Hold on, man. Just about to get himself into a ether. He ain't know what happened, man. Hold on.
Man, please.
Yeah, Shibuya roll call. Shibuya, yeah, Shibuya roll call.
My name is Kevin.
Yeah.
That is my name.
Yeah.
They call me Kevin.
Yeah.
Because that's my name.
Roll call. Shibuya, yeah, Shibuya roll call. Shibuya, yeah, Shibuya roll call.
Thanks. Playing a little hooky from work today. Oh my God.
That was good right there. That was funny right there. I ain't gonna lie. That was funny.
Fast forward towards the end.
You said where?
Fast forward almost towards the end.
Did he play it again?
Speaking of that,
hold on, that's me with the echo. Hold on,
Go back a little bit. Go back a little bit more. Okay, play right back there.
Oh, Lord. You can take us home. It's the Chuck Wagon.
Y'all got a real bus out here.
Hey, yes, we do have a bus.
Y'all fools bought a bus. Y'all got a real bus out here. Y'all got nothing else to do.
We got nothing else to do.
Well, put it like this. If I'm on the bus, I'm going to give directions because he don't have the directions.
Oh, Lord.
Come on, seriously.
Do we not?
Jack, you getting on the bus?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Come on, we're on the bus. We got the bus driver.
Oh.
The door's open.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man, sound like you got some experience here. You fired that thing.
Roll the window down, Chuck.
Oh, there you go.
Chuck, roll the window down.
Go, come on, Chet. Come on, Shaq.
I don't want to be on this bus. This bus job ain't never won no championship.
Shaq, come on, let's go.
I ain't going on.
Oh. No, come on, Shaq, get in.
Shaq, get on the bus. You've been a bus rider before. You've been on the bus before. He rode the bus. Back in Miami, he rode the bus, he said.
Here he comes, wearing the hot dog hat. Come on in.
Y'all are way over the top.
Hey, the horn don't work.
Oh,
you know how to do this?
Oh,
Here we go. All right.
Yo, tell him to open the gate. Oh, who's at the gate?
Don't worry about the gate. Chuckster,
No.
don't worry about it. You can just take it out, man.
Oh, don't take the gate out.
Yeah, he can.
Oh, my God.
There we go. And that's a wrap for Inside the NBA presented by Kia. For Shaq and Penny and the bus driver. Hey, don't go out on the road, man. Ernie Johnson. We'll see you tomorrow, I hope.
Fool said we'll see you tomorrow, I hope.
They be acting a fool on that show, bro.
They be doing too much.
Yeah, they funny.
I be tuning in just to watch them. That's how crazy.
Yeah, I saved some of the games just so I can go to halftimes and watch their antics.
Man.
Hey, that first video funny. Y'all seen Kyrie's face? That's what had me laughing. How the Kyrie thing was looking. That was so funny.
Nah, y'all seen the movie? I wish I had it. I want to send it. No matter of fact, Bleacher Report reposted it on Instagram.
Hey, y'all know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of time when they shouted out FYF, man.
First of all, Ernie, I would like to start off by giving a shout out to FYF Sports Debates Podcast. I really love that podcast. I really do.
Yes, Charles. I saw a recent podcast on a piece they did about Kwame Brown. Very interesting turn of events.
Yeah, I like the way they broke down the similarities between Kwame Brown and Shaq's games.
Just stop it, Kenny. Stop it.
Shaq couldn't guard big country. What you think he gonna do with Kwame Brown?
Shaq, Kwame did average a double-double in head-to-head matchups against you. Maybe there is some truth to Kwame Brown being more dominant.
Stop playing with me, Ernie. Stop playing.
You tell him, Ernie. You tell him. Didn't a guy named Ticket TV give you buckets in a preseason workout back in 2002?
I'm going to tell you right now, take a TV with barbecue chicken plus baby food, just like Kwame Brown. Dug on it so hard, he can't come back to the U.S. now. Come on now, stop it.
No, but seriously, though, listen, Kenneth, who do you think carried him more, Kobe or Kwame? Oh, no, he didn't. No, he did not do that right there. Oh, man, that's a tough one.
I'm about to come over there and smell your cologne in a few seconds. Stop playing with me. Y'all better Google me.
You ain't coming over there smelling my cologne.
Check.
Ain't no way.
They gave us shout outs too, man. So, appreciate that.
Speaking
man.
of Shaq.
Hold on, somebody in the chat that said KD had no help.
That's what the fuck?
I mean, Bruce Brown has led the scoring 2 nights in a row. I mean, what do you mean? I mean,
he scored 39 points off of 31 shots.
I mean, Brown.
I'm telling you, right now they're saying that his Twitter account, his burner account, BRKN7, which they say is his burner account. They said he posted saying that, what did y'all want KD to do? He was playing 1 versus 5.
That's pathetic.
Damn.
I believe it was him.
But now hold on. Now let's take that apart, because check it out now. If that's really him, what are you saying about your boy Kyrie?
Throw him under the bus.
Throw him under the bus.
What
type of man would make a burner account?
Because a lot of people were predicting them to win just based off him and Kyrie being there, not the others.
If you feel that type
So
of
now
way,
how does that make Kyrie feel about staying there? And then if the GMs came to KD and say, hey, look, like Stephen A said, they need to sit down with KD and say, look, you re-sign with us. We got you locked in. We want to build around you, but your boy got to go, and Steve Nash got to go too.
But they have to re-sign Kyrie because they can't let him walk for free. So they will be re-signing him.
But hold on, you said Steve Nash. This is the thing. I don't want to hear nobody blame Steve Nash for the coaching, because they said they don't need a coach. They said that out their own mouth. Kyrie said that. So I don't want to hear anybody.
I mean, that's true. I'm not knocking it, but I'm saying
you.
I'm saying if the GMs and the owner come to him and say, hey, look, we want to build around you, but Kyrie got to go and the coach got to go too. What say you? So
they're not going to tell KD who they want on his team. because KD could just say, "I want out," and then the Nets are really in trouble then.
Well, yeah, but I'm
the
just
one talking about
saying,
he on 1-on-5.
would you put if this is truly him on his burner account? What did you just set off here?
I'm just looking at it like it's sad. Like what type of man would get on the burner account? Like I don't know.
You can believe it's him.
I ain't even tripping on
He
the
did it in
burner.
2017.
I'm tripping how you just try to throw your mans under the bus.
He did Russ the same way. I mean, in 2017, he did the burner accounts. I believe it's him.
Right, it shouldn't be a surprise.
That's true.
But see, my question would be,
But you
how
got
do
all
y'all
these
know
stars
that's his burner account?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know, but I'm just saying.
He already said out his own mouth that he used burner accounts to
In 2017, he did that. Remember that? Jester?
I'm sure most of them do. They're not just publicly come out and say
So
it.
we're talking about KD though. This is KD. This is recent.
I can't respect that as a
Look
man.
at
Like,
everybody
you feel a certain type of way, just go ahead and speak it.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's a trending topic on Twitter right now, but I think it's what did I say, BRKN, something like that, 7. It's Brooklyn. It's the acronym for Brooklyn Nets 7, which is his jersey number 7.
I wonder how people figure out if it's a burner account.
I don't know. Somebody busted him. Yeah,
Yeah.
somebody busted him doing something, but it's a Twitter buzz
you
right
know
now.
what happened? It was it was on Instagram. I think cause it was one of his Instagram burner accounts was the street he grew up on, and I think his man had accidentally tagged him on one of them.
No, they said that he actually made a mistake, and then his real account he actually tweeted from, and he was tweeting from all the other fake ones, and they pieced 2 and 2 together, and they were like, "That's what."
Yeah.
He screwed
That's how
it
they
up.
got him. That's how they got him then. But he come out and admitted that he has Twitter burner accounts.
Now he got Instagram burner account too.
I told you, I don't blame him. I know a lot of other NBA players got the same burner accounts too. So
Oh
it ain't
yeah,
mad at him.
absolutely.
I just can't respect
Mhm.
him.
LeBron probably does
I
too.
sent
I
you.
love LeBron.
I sent you that same article where everybody's talking about that too. I sent that to you.
I'm about to check it out.
If you feel a certain type of way, just go ahead and voice your opinion on a real account. Like you don't gotta get on a like. I just can't respect.
Bro,
it.
there's certain things you can't say.
I
The way
get it.
especially like imagine an NBA player getting on here and chopping it up, using some of the language and saying some of the stuff that we do. I mean, sometimes it's a level, sometimes they don't want to be all, it's regular people on here that come in and burn their accounts because they don't want to tell who they are in real life.
But KD couldn't be conspicuous.
An NBA player don't really want to disclose it.
But as bad as he played, he knows that
Kyrie got
KD.
together, I said they
Yeah.
was gonna lose.
Wait a minute,
But if he
Lamar.
If
you
he
know
gonna get
it-
on his main account and call himself a god, like you might as well just go ahead and go for it, dude.
Lord Gamer did it.
Lord Gamer. Man, Lord Gamer be having all them profile pictures that ain't him.
I could just go through the chat right now.
That junk be weird as hell.
Look at this account. This could be an NBA player. I don't know who that is.
The Cancun Raymond James.
Nigga just made that
Let's get Bayless's face.
They silly, man.
And Renegade
That's
used to have a
crazy.
burner until we figured out who he was.
Renegade had a burner?
No, he did call himself a god. I see it right here. He said,
Yeah, he did. He called himself a god. They showed it today. I'm thinking, like, man, are you dumb? You just got to swim.
an army of producers against the god. Just another Tuesday.
I told you, this is ridiculous, dude.
That's his response to that NBA video that I just showed you, because doing that show, they played KD's response to that video, and that's what he said. Army of producers.
Wait a minute. So he said it on his actual account, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You gonna say that? You might as well just come out and be Draymond Green and just be doing all kind of crazy shit.
Yep, they that same video. If you play it from the beginning again, Lamont, and watch it, you know how they'll post up different Twitter things that people say to the NBA. Well, KD respond to that video that they put out. And then there's another part of that video where it showed like this train with the Celtics logo on the front of the train, and then the Nets logo on this bus. And the bus is stuck on the train track, and the train runs over the
They
Nets.
run the train on the Nets. Unreal.
Yep, that's part of that same video that I played you.
Awesome.
That I sent you.
I gotta watch the whole thing when we get off.
Well, he gonna have to ride that for a long time.
I
And then
mean,
hold on,
they spoofed on them for like 5 minutes straight clowning them.
but you got people trying to say that if the Nets ain't never trade James Harden, the series will be different and blah blah fucking blah. It's like
Ain't nobody want to hear
they
that.
lost. I'm not trying to hear.
If we had a fifth, we'd be drunk.
Hold on. Naomi Parker says I was disappointed. I remember Nets won play-in game. Hold on. What was you disappointed about? You couldn't have been disappointed that the Nets lost because anybody that understands basketball knew that they were going to lose.
They're going to hang that play-in banner. Come on now.
And my thing is another thing too. Niggas are saying that if Kyrie could play at home and away games, then they good. That was the whole thing. They was
Remember, I was saying that wouldn't work. I said the chemistry would fall apart, and that's exactly what happened.
I predicted that they was going to get swept. I'm probably about
I wasn't that bold.
I thought they was gonna at least do 4-2.
I thought it was gonna be 5 or 6.
I went out on a limb and said it's gonna be a sweep, and I'm gonna enjoy it.
I said that at the game too.
I thought they was gonna put up. I thought they was gonna at least win one game at home.
I won $1,500 on a $2 bet. Celtics in 4. I knew I should have bet more than that.
Where do y'all
I'm a
know?
Celtics fan too. I didn't see it.
Where'd you make that bet on? Was that on FanDuel?
No. Sport. One of my brothers does like a thing, and it was in there, and I put Celtics in 4.
Damn, I wish I could have.
$1,500. I'm the only Celtics fan though, so it is what it is.
3-1 lead. I knew he was getting swept.
And the Nets, the only team that got swept this year too.
The Sixers gonna blow a 3-0 lead.
Nah, the Sixers are gonna win the next game.
No.
I'll tell you, I bet money.
That'd be the first in NBA history.
If they don't win tomorrow, whenever they're in it, they'll lose the series.
They're not losing.
No, I think they're gonna win.
And I bet James Harden has over 30.
Yeah, I got City winning.
You said which card they gonna lose? Y'all know who they got as their coach, right?
Exactly.
Doc Rivers. Doc.
True, the King just pulled up. I gotta drop the link for True before we shut it
Is
down.
James Harden low key?
Man, here go True.
True been acting like he the big man on campus.
Here you go. They ain't won no championship yet, True.
Yeah, True.
They ain't won no championship. That was just the first round.
He
they
like,
won no
told y'all about the
championship
Celtics, man. Look, he get on here acting like he prophesized all this, knowing he was cheering and happy like a motherfucker.
I like Cho Boy. He said, "Why y'all hating on a black man that's never been in trouble off the court? Y'all do the same with LeBron."
Hold on, who we hating on though?
Who said that? What?
We're just calling out what KD did. It's petty, petulant on the internet.
Anybody say that wasn't factual?
This dude's name is Burner Account. That's unreal.
I told you. That's what I'm saying. People don't be wanting to disclose who they are.
I don't care. Renegade 2016, 6 years ago, bro. Which is 2022, not 7 years ago.
Ain't no point in trying to hide behind a persona. For what?
True the King, man. What type of champagne was you drinking, man, yesterday?
How much champagne I was drinking?
Yeah. I know you had
I don't drink, man.
All right. So what type of Faygo pop did you drink?
Man, we ain't doing that, man.
That nigga said Faygo.
I see you pop your shit on your channel.
Listen, man. All I know is
two Faygos and 3 Little Debbie cakes.
I've had some lemonade though. I had some lemonade though, man. I had some lemonade. You know what I mean?
You didn't have nothing in that lemonade?
Uh-uh.
Did you put anything in that lemonade?
No, just regular lemonade, simply lemonade.
Oh, okay. All
right. I try to tell y'all, man.
I knew it was coming.
I try to tell y'all, man. Like when it came to the Celtics, I ain't missed. Celtics overseeded my expectations. So hey man, next round, man. We're only team that got swept. Only team that get a sweep.
So True.
So far.
True for next round. For the next round.
Oh man.
What do you think they should do to prepare for the next round?
What should they do? Oh, we ain't doing that. You gonna put this fake. Stay use that picture, man.
Here we go.
Stay use that picture, man. Out of pocket, man. But what should the Celtics do?
Yes. to prepare for either opponent that they have to face?
Saying this preparation, be focused in preparation. Because like I said, I mean, honestly, even Madoga he's going to have something that the Bucks ain't seen before. Because if you notice how we played the Nets, if you remember the regular season game with Kyrie, KD, we didn't do that. We didn't do the same exact thing.
Okay.
So I think because mind you, Imadoka was assistant coach last year for the Bucks, and he's very familiar with Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton they played on the Olympic team. So Imadoka is a very strategic coach. He's very, very strategic, and he will have a game plan. So we will see. Hey, we'll see how it works out. You know, I mean, of course, we're not going to do the same thing to Giannis and KD, of course, but it's going to be different. But he knows players. He's very good at finding players' tendencies. So we'll see.
Hold on. What is this? She said, like, do you understand you people made up this play-in game like it's a short season? What are you talking about?
Oh, he probably responds to my comment. I don't know. She probably.
I'm about to say that's her name Naomi.
She probably responds to my comment.
Maybe. You got to be careful in this era.
Watch out.
Yeah. Where's the training, D? How about that? Y'all play too much.
Hold on, my thing is
y'all play too much, man.
This nigga Jared Thomas, he hate LeBron, but every fucking sentence he posts got LeBron name in it. Like, I don't understand.
We got Villain Young Boy.
Yeah,
hey, Villain Young Boy, make a True to King Young Boy.
That's disgusting.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Jared Thomas, come on the panel.
Villain Young Boy, if you make one in 10 minutes, make a True to King Young Boy.
That's disgusting. True to King Young
True
Boy.
to King Young Boy. That's wild.
He already did this. He already did the Celtics Young Boy. He already did the Celtics Young Boy.
One day I saw a FedEx Young Boy. I was like, what the hell?
Crazy.
Yeah, they be coming up with all kind of crazy name on YouTube.
You look like Miami Miami took care of business.
Yeah, they finished him off without Jimmy Butler. How would the Hawks feel?
And
they don't have
Lowry.
Kyle Lowry, no Jimmy Butler. You get beat by but Oladipo looked nice, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Oladipo looked nice.
Oladipo was balling.
That was a great signing right there, and just to put him away until he was
The
ready.
only why he playing because Jimmy Butler ain't played. That's the crazy thing about it.
He really ain't been playing this.
Eric Bolger pocket, but it may be a blessing in disguise.
He's been telling me like for 2 months in a row.
But,
telling me I had put in too many.
What's the name? Trash.
I'm pretty sure Jonesy got a burner account. That's why he was on here. He made that mistake of coming on here on his real account, and then when you called him out on it, he's like, "Oh shit, wrong account. Let me come back up on my burner." I know he is. He just ain't come back on your panel, but he be in your chat. I'm pretty sure.
I believe so.
Nah, that dude, Lord Gamer, he's funny.
KD went out like that.
It's funny. They're gonna make a bunch of
true winner right now, man. Listen, man. Hey, I ain't gonna say I'm winning right now. But I want some bets though. I want some bets though.
He on cloud 9 right now.
Oh, hold on. I gotta extend your payment for the day.
Out of pocket, man.
Damn.
Be playing team. Wow. Do you want to cook?
Hey, tell me why. Tell the people why you paying me the cash at Lamont.
What cash out? What you talking about?
Saying you cash at me the payment. Why are you on the payment plan right now, Lamont? tell the people why you on the payment plan.
Cause I ain't got it like y'all rich folk.
You know what I'm saying? No, why are you doing? Why what was the bet? Tell the people why what was the bet, man.
I can't even remember, to be honest.
You said I told you Marcus Smart gonna win Defensive Player of the Year.
No, the bet was he would be top 3.
That be definitely got.
Yeah, well, either way though.
I didn't think he was gonna be top 3. I thought
either way though. Listen, man. I'm hitting on all cylinders, man. I ain't missing, man. I'm Steph Curry out here, man. I'm Steph Curry with the shot out here, man.
Anybody believe KD all-time great, right?
Fuck him.
Yeah, he is all-time great. But
yeah, he is all-time great.
I mean, but after this, his legacy even took a.
I mean, Dominique Wilkins all-time great too.
Where you gonna rank that?
Not
I can't rank him, really. I can't rank him.
I got him at number 20 right now.
That's fair.
I'll say this. For his position to make it easy, I don't know if I got. He's number 5 small forward of all time.
Number 5.
So who the 4 you got in front of him, too?
Elgin, Dr. J,
Dr.
Bird,
J was shooting guard.
Bird, LeBron.
No, I thought Dr. J was small forward.
I thought he was a small forward. Dr.
J is small forward.
Oh, my bad.
But see, that's why I said it's gonna get tricky because where do you really put LeBron? Is he truly a small forward, or you just have to throw him there?
That's where he identify as though, right? As a small forward, when he gets on all NBA teams, he's listed as a forward every single time, no matter what position he plays, even point guard. You know what I mean? So
that's his primary position.
That's how he came in the league as a small forward.
Yeah, his primary position is a small forward.
You know what I mean? So that's who he guards the most of the time. You know what I mean?
Do y'all believe the Nets are going to give Kyrie Irving the co-management relationship and consulting role that he's asking for?
Probably. I mean, it's the Nets. We talking about the Nets.
He already got that.
He said it in his exit, and he said in that press conference that he's going to be him. He's part of the management team. Ain't that how he put it?
Yeah, he says exactly. He says Kyrie says he plans to re-sign with the Nets. He quoted exactly. He says, "When I say I'm here with Kev, I think that really entails us managing this franchise together along the owner Joe and Sean."
Exactly.
Yeah, you know what?
No chips for them.
Hey, MLE, I was watching your video earlier too. You was like KD, the type of nigga to lose the Boston, he'd go to play for him next season.
And KD will be and True the King will be celebrating the shit out of the move.
Hey, Derek White, trade for Derek White. Him and Derek for Derek White. Hey, man.
He gonna have a KD jersey.
Matter of fact, no, trade him for Al Horford. Have to make the money work. You know what I mean? Al Horford. Hey.
I keep telling y'all, all these people y'all mad about making super teams with, come on, send them all over to Portland somehow.
Hey, man. That nigga.
I don't know why people mad about it.
Hold on.
Man, I ain't gonna hold the Nets. I tell you this though. Hey, listen, Lamar. Y'all know y'all Portland Trailblazers is bad, but listen, y'all. I mean, listen, the Nets is right. I mean, listen, y'all better organization than the Nets, man. I tell you that. Nets is like, if you really think about the Nets organization, they're really a horrible organization. How they do business, how they make moves. Like, let's be honest with you. Like,
I disagree with that.
This is before KD and Kyrie even got there. Like, people, y'all do realize that Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum was Brooklyn picks.
I disagree with that.
Hold on, somebody said they got Paul Pierce over KD.
Who said that?
That's funny as shit. But you know what? But you know what though? KD is better than Paul Pierce. But you know what though? KD put himself in these type of positions, in situations that he can do it all by himself and all that shit, man. That's crazy. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. That is disgusting right there, man. That's out of pocket. That is crazy. That's disgusting. He was out of pocket.
Man,
I'm scared to go look to see what you did.
Got MVP.
I'll say this about the KD Paul Pierce shit. That's out of pocket. KD's closer.
Man, that's funny.
KD closer to Paul Pierce than he is to LeBron. I'll say that. I'll say that.
Paul Pierce got an MVP.
He finds a VP. I'll say KD's closer than Paul Pierce than KD's closer to LeBron.
I do agree with that.
Somebody said, do you guys have KD over? Fuck no, I'm taking Pippen over KD.
I don't know about that. I mean, you could debate. I ain't gonna hold you. Well, you could. I mean, damn.
Like, you want to talk about scoring, obviously, all right, KD, but everything else, I got Pippen.
But that's the problem with KD. KD never expanded his game outside of scoring.
And that's why I say, like, you consider everything. That's a tough debate.
Where he get a picture that clear from? It's like he remastered.
Hey,
that's out of pride.
He must have probably. I don't know.
I disagree with the whole Nets is a bad organization. I disagree with that.
No, they've done some good things to be able to bring in the stars that they have. To open the cap space up.
Yeah,
still be competitive.
But
I mean, they were
all that
drafting
did-
well.
Yeah, but
Cause wait a
all
minute.
that did-
Cause wait a minute. I'm gonna say this. Even before KD and Kyrie got there, didn't the
In the
Nets make the
playoffs.
playoffs one of those years?
But hold
they
on. But
were.
that
Yeah,
being
with
said,
D
hold
Love.
on. But that being said, though, they haven't even made it to an easy. Like, listen, since the Nets have made it, since the Nets even been in Brooklyn, they've been trying to buy these super teams. They trying to make these super teams, and they ain't even make it to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Hold on. Matter of fact, a good thing you say that. Remember when they had Joe Johnson, Paul
Yeah,
Pierce?
I mean,
They
listen,
still
they.
stacking the deck, and they was
I
expected
mean,
to beat the Heat
listen,
that year.
listen. They try to manufacture these super teams and think they try to win a ring.
And
They
fail
Like,
wasn't expecting to
speak
beat the Heat.
and
They was just trying to sell tickets.
They had Darren,
but they don't.
Darren
But
Williams,
yeah,
KG.
but
This is the same team who they said they was expected to beat the Heat when LeBron was on it. Then they lost in the first round.
But
Man,
that's just like
when the Nets
when
got
everybody knew the
all those
Lakers wasn't gonna be
man,
like
when the
that
Nets
this
got those
year.
guys, man, them
We
guys were
knew
like
that.
almost 40.
Yeah,
but that,
we
Oh, hold
knew
on, you said it was
that
almost
was
40.
like that.
LeBron
What time
37.
is
So
it?
what's your excuse?
that's
All right,
but here's
y'all.
the thing.
Hey, y'all, we got
Johnson
to.
was almost
Hey, y'all, I don't want to have to kill the conversation, but we got to shut it down for the night, man. We got to go ahead and get it shut down. I appreciate y'all pulling up, man. It ended up being a great stream. Appreciate Sonny and Elder for hitting the cash out.
LeBron better than Kobe.
Salute to One Cool P for
I
pulling up,
disagree. I
man.
think Kobe's better.
Hey, salute to True the Young Boy for pulling up, man.
Hey, we're gonna debate that one day. Y'all brothers be safe.
All right, MLE, appreciate you pulling up.
Lamont.
Yes, sir.
All
Hey,
right.
man. Again, everybody,
Yeah, bro,
man,
be
appreciate
safe.
everybody hitting the live panel. It was a great conversation, man. And then you got to salute to True the Young Boy in the chat, man. Came up with clutch with the new logo, man. That was crazy right there. But hey, y'all, it's make sure I drop some links in the chat for people that might be interested. We do got the podcast show on Spotify that where we dropping episodes, and these episodes aren't the same. So we have our new channel. If you haven't subscribed to our new YouTube channel, I'm dropping that link as well. Subscribe to our second channel, Whatever Happened to the News TV. Now, I know I've been saying we're going to go live over there, but we will be going live on that channel tomorrow for certain. And then also, let me get the link for the podcast show. If I can even find it. I can't even find it right now. Well, I thought I had it. I'll have to drop it later. All right, but salute. Jason Liang, salute. Appreciate you pulling up. Who else was in here? Natalie, Tiffany. I think I saw y'all guys. Herman. Rap Guy Reloaded, man. Long time supporter. I've been seeing you in here. Naomi. Prince Legend. You be trolling, but salute, man. I appreciate you being here to watch. But again, man, I appreciate y'all. We're going to be back. We might do a scoreboard tomorrow briefly before we go live on Whatever Happened to the News TV. We got a good topic coming up for you guys. We got a lot of entertainment news that we need to touch on and some political news. So make sure y'all tune in to Whatever Happened to the News TV tomorrow for all of those episodes. Hey, but it's FYF Sports, man. It's been a great podcast episode once again. Salute to One Cool P, man. Wish you a speedy recovery, man. I know you got to deal with all that crazy rehab. So hopefully you can get through that, man. You got to start eating better, man, so you can get up and get through them rehabs. That's what's going to get you back right. But we're going to be here to support you. But appreciate y'all pulling up, man. It's FYF Sports, man. We're going to be back with more sports and news. Until then, it's FYF Sports, and we out, y'all.
All I hear is yap, 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 yap. Ain't talking about nothing, right? Watch this. We gon' bring that pressure.
Just a little FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. I be getting to it, ain't wasting no time. Walking straight in, we ain't waiting in line. Fuck your feelings, you don't care about mine. You a YouTube gangster, don't be yelling out slime. Or you talking LB, talking Ticket TV. Ain't nobody watching them, all the viewers be sleep. 5 years in, all your subs is your friends. Ticket TV, watch the cars again. Just a little FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your feelings, we all know who the real is. All know. shop don't close. Working 24, trying to make the channel grow. Look at them, pointing fingers, hating on the low. You can't compete with our podcast show. Couldn't make it in the league, so we got on TV. Crying by LeBron like a little baby. You must be crazy, trying to ever play me. Or you super tough until it's time to say cheese. Just a little FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? They been hating at first, now they calling us the best. Hit up YouTube, tell them cut the check. Just a FYI, FYF. 20K sub 6 months, what's next? Woo! Fuck your